Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered.
You did not come to college to do marching band. Marching band may be helping pay for you to go to school, but at the end of the day, you're there to study music education.
Unscripted.
Priorities are wrong from the elementary perspective because we're not introducing students to music in an adequate program early enough.
Uncomfortable.
We black. The blacks, yes, you're gonna be overlooked if you're not producing, if you're not hanging with the cane, if you're not pumping, if you're not blowing, if you're not busting, if you're not entertaining, if you're not on that top level, if you're not in the high stats of visibility, yes, you're going to be overlooked because at the end of the day, we, the blacks, don't care.
Conversation. All right.
All right. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Man, we got a huge panel today, so I want to try to do my best to introduce everybody that we have on the panel. I think we still got some folks that's supposed to be coming in, so let me go from my left to my right. First of all, everybody show some love for Mr. Ricardo Davis. And we got Quan. And we got Mr. Calvin Berry. Mr. Larry and Trice. Mr. Paul Woods. And then down at my bottom, we got Mr. Dante Harris, but a lot of people know him as Cush. All right, man. This is going to be one heck of a panel. I'm going to tell you guys like this. It's been a lot of people who have been asking me for this to happen. And I decided after, I think it was maybe last week, Quan, that I just decided, hey, man, let's go ahead and do it. Let's make it happen. So this is the percussion show, man. And we going to make it work some type of way. But, hey, we going to rock how we always do. Everybody's going to be able to say what they need to say and get their piece off. And then we're going to keep it like that. Oh, let me switch that up. There we go. I just wanted to make sure we keep the family next to each other. All right, man. All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and get this kicked off, man. First of all, fellas, how's it going? Everybody all right? Everybody good?
Everybody good.
Yep, everybody's great.
All right.
Yeah, all is well.
Good.
All is good.
Dope. So the first thing, man, I want to make sure that we do this the right way. We start every show by talking about something that has happened musically within band culture, music education, all that kind of stuff. We kind of got a deeper panel than we normally have. So I'm just going to say whoever has something to talk about, I would say go ahead and talk about it. So I'm going to open up the floor to let you go. I'll start just to kind of get the flow going. I know that for me, big shout out to Southern University. They actually did that performance, that halftime performance for, I think it was the HBCU thing that they had going on. So big shout out to Southern University for their performance. So want to show love to them. All right, man, I'm gonna open up the floor, and something that just happened this past week, musically, band, whatever, go ahead and let it go.
Well, I'll start it off. I'm gonna keep it drumline. Shout out to Vincent in Memphis, Tennessee. They just had a huge drum competition there, where you had Dega, Lane, who else was there? Tennessee State, and one other college. Who was the other one? Who was the last one? Aaron? Alcorn. Shout out to Alcorn. But huge battle. It was my first time attending, and just for the culture of drumline, to see those major colleges come together and face to face kind of duke it out. Wasn't a judge, and it was cool how they just kind of let the crowd or let the comments judge it. But I think that was pretty big for the drum culture, and I'm pretty sure it's a ton of other competitions around the US that's gonna happen pretty soon.
All right, dope. All right, anybody else got anything?
Well, we just passed this past weekend. We just completed our first annual Day with the World Fame, where we brought in high school students from all over Texas, Louisiana, etc., all over. Turned out, man, a huge event. I think I was instructing almost 70 percussion players. So that was an experience in itself, with so many people, so many different levels of understanding and skill sets or whatnot. So that was very eye-opening, very good. And we're getting ready to push over into Atlanta as well and go in and, actually go do some recruitment in Atlanta next week.
Yeah, man, I actually saw that posted, man. So definitely big shout out to DRUMLINE, man, for putting that together, man. I always want to make sure that we're reaching those babies and those kids, man. We want to continue to try to push the culture as much as we possibly can, man. So big shout out to you guys. Anybody else got something? Usually, I know Quan usually got something on the tip of his tongue, but he good today. He got family around him, so he good. Go ahead, Calvin.
We had the same event, Day with the Boom, which we've been doing that for like the last probably 6 years. And properly, man, we had about 170 percussionists came out, and that's kind of like my vision. Everything I do, I try to do it big. Even working with the New Orleans Pelicans, teaching kids. We have 2 drum lines with them as well. We have the baby drum line from the ages 4 to 12, and then we have the older group 12 through college. So shout out to DRUMLINE for doing the same thing, man. And this season, man, I'm here just to celebrate percussion as a whole. Those that are passionate, you know what I'm saying? I just finished with our auditions for this year's line, and one thing I saw, a lot of students didn't know their rudiments, man. They came in there chopping, and you asked for a Swiss Army triplet or a Radamacute, and I mean, didn't know no rudiments. So we got to go back to the drawing board and take care of our babies. So that's my mission as well in this upcoming season.
Hey, but did you hear how he turned into a quick competition right quick where
Right.
Ricardo was like, we had 70 and then we had 170.
The reason I stress that because we have 43 bass drummers. And my main concern was we taught 4 songs in like an hour. So I thought the phasing was going to be bad, but shout out to all those high schools. We really pumped, playing in the pocket. They rushed a little bit on Family Ties, but because everybody wants smack. But other than that, man, I was really impressed with 170 percussionists playing with like over 500 people. You know what I'm saying? It just was amazing that these kids really came in and learned 4 songs in an hour and a half, a warm up and a cadence. So that's why I say shout out to Graham too, man, because at the end of the day, we all won. You know what I'm saying? And my goal is to just take the HBCU to the next level, man. Like, I want endorsements, I want it all. I want sponsorships. Like I said, we got the job with the Pelicans, man. I'm trying to branch this thing out nationwide, man. I'm trying to put some kids to Japan and go drum in Japan. You know what I'm saying? That's my vision. So there's no competition. You know what I'm saying? I compete against pretty much the WT standard. So we keep it on that level, man. I like to see what Grambling is doing. I like to see what Talladega, Southern. I actually went to Southern too. For some of y'all that don't know that, I went to Southern in '96 and transferred to Jackson State in '97. So I got a little background in both of those drum lines.
All right, I actually saw that high school performance as well, the Day with the Boom. I watched that, and it actually kind of made me feel some type of way because I had a former student of mine who went to the Day with the Boom. I want to say about 2-3 years ago, and one of the things that I felt really happy about was the fact that when she came back, she was a lot more focused on what I was trying to teach her and what we were trying to do in the classroom. So shout out to you and everything that you're doing with the Boom, man, and with WT, man. All right, anybody else? We good? Everybody got it all out before we get started? All right, then let's go ahead and get this thing started. For those of you guys who have not watched this show or been a part of this show before, the way it works is I usually give out a topic and then we go and we talk about that topic and you give your personal opinion. And if somebody want to be able to come back and say something against the opinion that you have, it's all good. The one thing that I tell everybody, every single person when they walk on this platform is if you feel strongly about something, stand on your square and defend it. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't be trying to change up a kowtow, but we just want to be able to have these conversations and be able to get some truth out there and be able to educate at the same time. All right. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to do it the way I always do it. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. I messed it up. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. As soon as you come in, go ahead and smash that like, daddy. We got the percussion show today, man. So y'all go ahead and smash that like, daddy, for all these percussionists up here. We have, I think, 2 more that's coming in. They're running late, but it's all good because we're going to make sure that we get them in anyway. And then also, please make sure that you subscribe to the Passion Is Network because we have a new show that's going to be coming out real soon, and you don't want to miss that show. All right, so please make sure you subscribe to the Passion Is Network. You can also follow us on all of your podcasting needs. Just look up Real Talk That Talk. All right, let's go ahead and get into this first topic. I usually call folks out. We can probably still do that until the other two folks get in here. Then we might just have to. I might have to pick and choose. All right, so let's do it. Let's go with this first topic. I'm gonna start real light. We're gonna start real light. Have percussion been made to feel like the stepchildren of the band program? Have percussion been made to feel like the stepchildren of the band program? Quan, man, since this is your idea, or not directly your idea, but you the one who helped to spearhead this off, man, you go ahead and start it off, bro.
Yes and no. In my opinion, yes and no, because there's many times, like, I know, like I say, Laren is my line brother and my crab brother. Like when we was at PV, it was like I had box outside. We was outside and we would do our thing. Then they'll say, hey, come into practice real quick. We'll go over our songs. And then they'll be like, all right, go back outside. I mean, so that's kind of like the stepchildren, in my opinion, when we were there. And I do feel like, we're just going to be honest, as a percussion show, I feel like the percussion section is the hardest working section in the band. Like, you got to think about it. Not only that we have to learn songs and our songs, but we got to learn cadences. We have to learn percussion parts for transitioning through the field, and plus the things that we have to do with the band. So I feel like we don't get as much love as we should, and I think sometimes because a lot of the times the band directors are horn players. I know Dr. Little is kind of like an anomaly to be a percussionist and be a director of bands, you know, so he has a different appreciation for percussion. But a lot of the time, man, we just castigated to the side. Hey, when we need you, come on. When we don't need you, go outside. That's just my opinion.
All right. No problem. Appreciate you for kicking that one off. All right. Mr. Davis, have percussionists been made to feel like the stepchildren of the band program?
I can co-sign a lot of stuff Brother Kwan stated as well, but I think over time in the past as well, with the directors and things not having a strong focus on percussion, that anything you're not strong at, you tend to stay away from, right? So I think more so it has that ability, and I think it's really a case-by-case basis, because I think if the staff looks at the person that's the percussion instructor and they see they have that modicum of respect and they know that we're actually doing what they're actually doing and have a complete overview, and they're very, you know, relating everything that's going on, and they trust in the process and the methodology that the instructor have, I think sometimes we see that the instructors do see themselves as a second-class citizen, right? But it's only because of what are they really offering. A lot of times when we're doing as instructors, if we're just teaching rote, just imagine if the band was learning by rote, horns, right? So when you're learning, if you're teaching your line by rote, and the instructor is not really seeing, or the director is not really seeing all it takes to really encompass and make that drum line rise, then of course you don't really, I don't want to say respect, but you don't really respect what you don't understand. So I think it's more so from that standpoint, that because all of us, we look at the directors as well, and we respect them because we see everything that goes into a program, buses, lodging, not just music and focusing on music and making better musicians, but keeping the program running, right? Classic games and things like that. So, you know, and we tip our hats to them as well. I think it's just more so as instructors, what are we giving out? What are we feeding? Are the children being receptive? Is the director actually seeing that? Assistants are seeing that as well? And when they look at us, do they see that we're teaching and we're bringing that element of true percussion? Like my brother Barry was saying earlier, kids can come in and chop, but don't know what a lesson to number 25 is, right? So as an instructor, we know that our directors don't understand, for the most part, hybrids. They don't understand what a sprizzle is, right? There's a lot of different things they don't understand. So when you don't understand something, you kind of push it to the wayside. But if you're capable, I believe they start to see the development and the growth, and they start to respect it, and you won't be viewed as a stepchild.
All right, that was pretty deep. There was some things I was taking in on that. All right, Paul, have percussionists been made to feel like the stepchildren of the band program?
That's definitely an interesting question. I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, definitely. I remember one time when I was at Kentucky State, I had a student of mine. They asked me, you know, as a drum instructor, we got done with a parade, and the very first thing he said, he was like, "I'm so tired. I'm this and blah." I'm like, "Well, we all tired," and he was like, "Well, as drummers, we always tired. Even when they not playing their fanfares and when they not playing the songs, we still playing." I was like, "Yo, that's true. I mean, we all out there marching." So I don't think I think we do get treated like a stepchild, because I think a lot of people take what we do for granted. They take, you know, all you guys are doing is tap in, all you guys are doing. And it's a lot more than that, especially when you get with a good program that emphasizes on dynamics, the reading of the music and things of that nature. And then you have to put into also, which also the band members are doing. You got symphonic band, you got concert band. It goes, you know, past marching band, but it also goes into a segue of marching and then symphonic percussion. It's not just snare. You got timpani. You got to add in all of that. So I think they take for granted that we don't have knowledge in that. Even though it's a marching band setting, I think a lot of times it's taken for granted. And I just say this just listening to a lot of the instrumentalists of how they feel about percussion. All you got to do is this. No, it's not all. We marching just like you are. That drum is definitely 20 to 50 pounds. And we marching just like you are, but you got that small instrument. Yeah, you doing something with your lips, but we doing something with the right arm, left arm, right leg, left leg. And so, you got that equipment. It's bad on your neck. Shout out to everybody now who's older who got back pains from them drums. But I think the recognition is not given, and I think it's taken for granted of what we do, how we carry the beat, and what we do. I also feel like someone definitely made a great, point of, hey, drummers, go learn this beat. This is the field show. We got to learn this. But then when we get on the field and we mess up, as a section leader, we may be thinking in our head, like, you only gave us 10 minutes to get the beat together. And so as a drum instructor or even as a percussion, section leader, we want to know one thing. Okay, we playing this song. Okay, are we playing it verbatim radio style? What's the arrangement? What's the intro? What do you want? Like, a lot of times we don't get that information. So when we come back with the beat, like they, a lot of times band director, and I'm sure you all witnessed it, they put us on Front Street. Percussionists, you ain't do this, go back. And it's kind of making us feel bad. Like, well, you ain't give us all the tools that we needed to make everything come together as the drum section blended in with the band. And then I think a lot of times that has to do with the drummers. Let's be honest, we all want to play our cadences. When we get in the stands, whether we're battling, no matter what conference we are in, no matter if you're on scholarship or not, let's be honest. When you get in the stands, you want to show off them cadences that you've been practicing day and night, that you got that blister on, that you've been chipping your arm from the cymbal. Like, you want to play it. And so whether it's I can't play because of the game, we're too loud, a lot of those times we don't get to play that. And so we emphasize that within the musical parts. Sometimes the musical parts get a little overly choppy because we're trying to compensate that. Like, okay, well, we ain't going to be able to play a lot of cadences, so we're going to display it within the music. Then that gets downlooked by the band director in many cases. And, someone brought up, especially, Dr. Little being one of those guys who has been a percussionist and now a band director, he more or less understands, because I don't think it's a lot of percussionists out here that are actual college band directors.
Nope.
And there's some out there, but for the most part, you kind of see how certain lines kind of blend together. And then those who, a lot of people don't talk about it, but a lot of people who don't have percussion instructors, you can tell within a line, within getting those cadences made, keeping the tradition going, making the song parts. I'm telling you, I've watched so many college clips, and as soon as they start playing, I'll be like, they definitely have a percussion instructor. And then in some of them, I'm like, ooh, man, they just threw that together last minute. It's not to say whose fault it is or who it isn't, but lastly, I think we do get the bottom end of the stick, because it's kind of like we're constantly always working. And I mean, even if we did get the recognition, would that be enough? We're percussionists. Everyone wants to be in that percussion section. And I was fortunate enough to come through in, even with in the college band setting before Drumline came out. We all know that Drumline the movie Drumline just boosted everything up, back in 2002. So I was one of those guys who came in and cracked at Kentucky State 2001. So I kind of got that good feeling of the drum line, and then other things is made, and it's like, okay, now it's kind of fabricated. So yeah, I definitely feel like sometimes we definitely the step kids.
I'm gonna tell you right now, as a trumpet player, I went to Norfolk State, and I had never prior to Norfolk State seeing a drumline like MD. And being at Norfolk State gave me more respect for the drumline in the percussion section. Watching Mr. Bethea work, looking at his scores, looking at his music, listening to what's going on in the back. So much so that when you talked about them drums being heavy, I made it a personal point that when I became a band director, I said, you know what? Outside of me learning my rudiments and all that stuff that I did in undergrad and blah, 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 I'm gonna actually put on one of these drums and march with y'all. And it gave me, as a band director, it gave me a completely different respect for what percussion does, which actually makes me think about what Crystal just said in the comments about directors, and should directors be a lot more involved in percussion and learning percussion. And do you all believe that directors should be learning percussion? Like me as a trumpet player, I made a point to learn percussion. I got sticks in my house right now. I got a drum pad in my house right now, and I'm playing dang near every day. My wife gets tired of me because if I'm on some downtime, I'm doing something. I'm playing something. I'm reading something. That's just how I am. But I don't know if a lot of directors are like that. Just hearing a couple of you all's conversations, a lot of you all are like, well, the director may not even be well versed in that, so they send y'all to the back and go work. And I know, as a director, being a director on so many different levels, I've always tried my best to be involved with what's going on in, the percussion line. So do you all think that that directors need to be a little bit more informed and involved in what's happening in percussion?
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
Are we still going around the?
No, anybody can
we
get
just
it.
jumping
Get it. You
in?
got a cushion.
But yeah, they band directors do. They definitely need to be a little more involved. And then just to kind of go back to the original question, as far as are drummers viewed as the stepchild? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Quan and Larian, we marched in two different eras, but when I was on the line, we were the rock stars. So we practice, of course, we put in the work to do that. Well, we practice, before and after the band. Because we did that type of stuff, you know what? The box need to go eat first, because right after they finish eating, they going back to practice. The box, they get Gatorade. The box, we're being featured, you know. So again, all that type of stuff kind of trickled down. So again, like I said, I felt like we were the rock stars of the band. Everything revolved around what we did. Now, where we did get looked at, or where we did get treated like stepchildren, was when it came to equipment. A band director would rather buy a brand new tuba or a line of trumpets before they'll buy a drum. Or, practice drums. Nowadays, kids, they have more than one set. But when I was marching, we had one set of drums. Hey, we going to Home Depot and Hobby Lobby and Build a Square, all those type of places to repair them. The other thing was with scholarship money. Again, a band director will pay a horn player before they'll pay a drummer. Because again, in a band director's mindset, most of them, at least back then, drummers come a dime a dozen. We can always find somebody to do, what you're doing. But to get a horn player that can scream, oh yeah, pay him. So yeah, so with that being said, yes, band directors, they need to be a little bit more involved with the line, as far as what's going on, the ins and outs of what an average drum line would do. Spend the day on the drum, kind of like what you said. You know what? I'm gonna strap this drum up. Let me see exactly how this drum feels. Because I'm telling you, after about 2 hours of holding a 50-pound snare drum, now a 50-pound bass drum, quints, multi-tenors, come on, stop playing. Like, Yeah, and to be able to well, most drum lines, they're very detailed in what they plan, how they look, all that stuff, tunnels down. So yeah, so again, I see it on both ends. Where on one end, like I said, we were the rock stars of the band. We got the best treatment, but the behind the scenes of it, scholarship, equipment, things like that, that's where we can be frowned upon.
All right. Wow, that's interesting. I want to get Lace in here. Would you want me to call you your whole name or just Lace is cool?
Nah, you good. Lace is fine.
All
Lace
right.
is cool.
I want to get Lace in here, get in on the conversation, man. So has percussion has been made to feel like the stepchildren of the band program?
I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I can definitely say that for sure. Many of you have pretty much touched on, what I'm saying, everything for the most part, because we're all percussionists. I do feel that, I know you said, and I'm not knocking what you said, but when you said, like, did you feel as though band directors should be a little bit more involved? I personally feel that band directors should be a lot more involved. And I say that because I look at things, I don't know, like just in different ways. I look at things like a song on the radio. Whatever the band is playing, it's equivalent to that song on the radio that the band is playing. So it's like without the percussive feel to that song, there would be no song. And nobody's really going to want to sit there and listen to a song that does not have a pocket or groove to it. And percussion is pretty much identical to the heartbeat. It's the heartbeat of the band. So it's like, and we usually don't mind, like, pretty much saying, hey, we need somebody to go and represent the band program. The band won't be able to make it. So who's going to go? The drumline is going to go and perform at these pep rallies. The drumline is going to go play at this birthday party. The drumline is going to go and march this mini parade around the campus. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, countless hours. Like, I went to South Carolina State, and of course, times are completely different now. But, I mean, even the time when I went, it was still rough. Like, but when we went, like, I mean, we sitting here doing band camp. We up 4:00 in the morning, you know what I'm saying? And we got to be at the band hall before 5. But they don't tell you that, like, oh, we got sectionals. Oh, okay, cool. So we in sectionals until 2:00 in the morning. Like, legit, in sectionals till 2:00 in the morning. You ain't even eat yet. So you don't have a car because you're a freshman on campus. So now you got to walk to go get you something to eat because the upperclassmen ain't going to take you nowhere. So you walking to go get you something to eat, you and your crab brothers, and you come back. All you got time to do is take that shower and literally go to sleep with your crab clothes on and wake up that next morning and you right back at practice. So it's like the band is at home, whereas percussion is still at practice, like, because we have to prepare for those random events. So that's why I feel like band directors should be more involved with percussion sections because it's a different level of respect. I mean, we don't put our instruments down. We barely get water breaks. So it's like, I mean, the list could really just go on and on with it, but I definitely feel like we are the stepchildren to the band. I don't feel like it's necessarily done intentionally. I just feel like the band directors are pretty much doing what they were taught. Like, everybody pretty much came up, okay, band, you got to worry about all these other instruments. Percussion, they'll just figure it out. They got it. They just want to play on something. That's pretty much how everybody looks at percussionists, and that's not necessarily true. We love to play, but sometimes we do want to just be heard or understood. So it's kind of like, I don't know. And it's a different level of athleticism too, because that's, like y'all said, like, listen, all of us know, man. We could go on and on about this stuff. Like, we know, like, when we carry them drums, hey, it's rough. I mean, and then, you know what I'm saying? I'm a woman. So, like, there's no exemption because you're a female. Like, you, if anything, you getting treated worse than the men because you a girl. So it's like, it's definitely different, and nobody really pays attention to that. But yeah, I definitely feel like we're stepchildren to the band.
I'm gonna just say the story that you just told just sounds like trauma. It just sounds like trauma, man. Hey,
Which part of the story?
All of it. You like, man, you know, and the whole story. You know,
Hey man,
we came in and we had to practice, and then man, we had to sleep in the clothes, and then we wake up and then we struggling. Man, help me, Lord.
Listen,
That's what I heard. That's all I heard out
I mean,
of that whole
and
conversation.
that's just literally the tip of the iceberg. That's not even including we going to the calf. We march down to the calf, all the way at the front of the campus, and then they say, "Oh, report time is back at such and such in the band hall." You done went all the way down there, so all the upperclassmen are march. So they like, "Hey, I need you to take my drum back to the band hall." So you taking 3 drums back to the band hall, my drum, 2 other snare drums, or a bass drum, a snare drum. Like you got 1 snare on here, 1 drape across your leg, the bass drum. But I mean, come on now, like, and then by the time you get down there, you don't have no break. So it's like, man, you know, but I don't know. I see somebody saying, you know what you sign up for. I mean, yeah, we know what we sign up for, but see, that's the thing. I feel like as percussionists, we don't complain. We don't, and we really never do. And it's kind of like bandsmen are usually the people to say stuff like that. Like we never complain. We just do us, and then when we do us, then people feel as though, oh, they cocky. No, it's not cocky. It's just that we all we got. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we don't complain. We're a different level of musician. Like, and that's not to degrade bandsmen, but it's just that a lot of bandsmen kind of just look at us, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they always think it's about them. It's not. It's just that we always got to play. Like, we got to do so much more than just fanfare. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we know what we sign up for. Like, we definitely, I know I've never complained, period. Like, hey, I loved it. I'll go back and recrab all over again and still come back and be on this wave right now. So, it's like, it is.
Look.
Like,
I ain't doing it again.
I ain't grabbing
I ain't
again.
doing it again.
I'm a chill. Like, nah.
I ain't doing it again.
Nah.
Nope.
Look, I will say this. Like I said, it sounds like trauma to me. But I will tell you, I don't know what anybody else in the band felt like for me, but I always did feel like MD was cocky though. So that may be part of it. I always did feel that way. Other band members may feel that way. As far as percussion is concerned, you may be right. But you did say something that I actually want to touch on. And I want to ask all the fellas this. Because you touched on the fact that because you are a woman percussionist, sometimes you felt like you had to work harder. Fellas, let me ask you this question. Did y'all make them the ladies in the line work harder?
No. Most
No.
of them are pretty solid because I think they got that chip on their shoulder coming in as a woman. So most of them really come pretty much on point. I got like the young ladies since 2019. I've been with Grambling State University. All the young ladies I've had can literally hold their own and are better than some of the guys. And I think that's just that chip because it takes a certain type of woman to play drums anyway, right? Because when you typically think of a female, you typically think of what? Clarinet, flute, saxophone. Maybe you start talking about brass, lower brass, upper brass. You really don't think about tuba and things like that. But like the girls I have right now, young ladies I have right now, they can flat out play. Like I have one girl from down south, Louisiana, can flat out play and is very humble, very mannerable. So no, definitely not. Like with me, it's just about the end result. Where are we gonna be? Can you make it happen? You know, everybody gets a fair shot. Like honestly, everybody gets a fair shot.
Dang, I was about to ask her a question. She tipped. But Cushion, go ahead.
You know what? Everybody gonna have their own opinion on it, but honestly, nah, we made them work even harder, and I'll tell you why. Most of the time, you know, you want that masculine front line, you know, especially for snare drummers. I can see, most of the times it's not really frowned upon for a female to play cymbals or, you know, something like that. But when it came down to, you know, being on the snare drum or tenor drum or even bass drum, it was kind of unheard of, you know, for a lady to make the line. you know, I was fortunate enough to have a young lady, you know, make my line, and honestly, we made her work her ass off. You know, excuse my French,
No, you
but
good.
you know, I think it's just you know, because majority of the line are men, and all that testosterone is in there. You know what? Because you know you want to be able to have locker room talk and all that type of stuff. So for a female to kind of invade that, you can just kind of feel that tension. Like, you know what? Yeah, we gonna make you really work for this. We gonna see if you really made for this. You know what I'm saying? And and honestly, she was like one of the best ones. She was the best one. So shout out to Ashley.
Lace, let me ask you this question. Do you feel like having that experience of having those male counterparts, you know, making it a little bit more rough on you made you better, or do you feel like it was an unfair situation?
Oh, honestly, I don't even feel like it was rough. Like, realistically, from the outside looking in, it would seem rough. But I guess I tell people, like, when I was in high school, I was the only girl on the snare line. Like, I was the first female ever in the school's history at my high school to be the only girl on the snare line. Then when I got to South Carolina State, there had been one other person before me. Her name is Rhea Keith. Shout out to Rhea, Bongo brother. And Rhea, she's in a wheelchair, but I don't think she marched the full season. So like, she was, you know, she did things, but she, like, you know, and that was also in the 90s, so it was a different era. So I feel like it wasn't, I'll say this, nobody like had me shook at all. If anything, it was just literally like, I don't know how to put it. It's kind of like, I'm very big on my pride. Like, I didn't allow anybody like to make me feel a chip on my shoulder, like, oh yeah, you ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna do. I mean, I had people in my ear and whatnot calling me the B word, you know, all kinds of things like that. That stuff didn't bother me because I know my level of talent and I'm very observant and I'm not cocky. So it's like I let my talent speak for itself. So it was like, and this is just how I'm on a day-to-day basis. Like, hey, it's either you sink or you swim, eat or starve. Like, I went about to starve and I definitely went about to sink. So it's like, oh no, I'm from South Carolina, I'm from Florence. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And that's it. Like, there's, you know, that's just it. Like, because I mean, as a female, we're emotional beings anyway. So I mean, it's kind of like what I look like going in the snare line, complaining, crying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just very quiet. I was a quiet crab. I did my part. I really ain't talked to none of my crab brothers like that because I was that quiet. But you know, but that's just, you know, it's to each his own. But that stuff, like, I don't know. Like, I never allowed any male, female, anybody, director, percussion instructor, nobody ever instilled any type of fear in me. I don't fear anybody. So, and you got to have that kind of tough skin. I saw somebody say, like, the girls nowadays not really built like that. They playing euphonium and tuba. And I mean, time, you know, eras change, but you know, it's back then. Like, if you could last back then, back like from the earth, like I'll say, let's go from like 2011. Let's say 2011 on back to the 90s, 80s and 70s and all that. Like, you had some tough skin because it was different back then. And you know, of course, the thing happened at FAMU in 2011, so that pretty much put a halt on everybody's school. So but it was rough. You know, I didn't come in 11, I went in 10, but it was definitely still rough back then. But you had tough skin if you was standing tall and making it to the next season. Period. Like, you just held your own. So
All right, cool. So as the panel gets bigger, I'm not gonna be able to hit everybody individually. So when we get to the next topic, I'm gonna just bounce around. Just keep in mind, if you got a disagreement, go ahead and state your grievance. It's all good because we try to be unscripted and unfiltered here. I'm not gonna put a filter on nobody. All right, here we go. So let's move on to the next topic. Let's do it this way. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Go ahead and smash that like daddy as soon as you come in the room. Let's get these likes up, man, for all these percussionists up here. I'm not gonna call them drummers, I'm gonna call them percussionists. All right, so show some love for all these percussionists up here and go ahead and smash that like daddy. And also, please make sure you subscribe to the Passion Is Network and turn on notifications. You can also find this episode on all of your podcasts and networks on tomorrow. Just look up Real Talk That Talk. All right, let's go to the next topic. Are we behind our counterparts due to the tradition of not writing cadences? Are we behind our counterparts due to the tradition of not writing cadences? Larry, you got it first, bro.
All right. I'm gonna kind of tie my answer to the first one in with this one as well. All right. So the first one was about being a stepchild. Now I'm not gonna go too deep in it because I want to get to the next topic, but think about what a stepchild is. A stepchild means that you have somebody in a new position, correct? So you're not basically the first foundation of family, but you're kind of the second foundation of family. So if we're made to be stepchilds, that means that the first person that should be family to make that situation would be the percussion instructors. And we got two on here that if you see, and like Luke said, you know, because of certain situations, all right, and it starts with the percussion instructors. If you have a percussion instructor that know what they're doing, then that band director trusts them to do what they're supposed to do. And that's the same thing on the other foot. Like Ricardo and Calvin shouldn't have to be worried about, you know, why the tuba sound like that or why the baritone sound like. They know how to do their job. It's what we go and get our degrees for, correct? So we go and get our degrees to make sure that we know what we're doing so we can work whole as a family. Now, when you don't work whole as a family, that's when you start getting the stepchild syndrome. All right. So the stepchild syndrome is a situation of, all right, my daddy ain't doing nothing. Percussion instructor. My daddy not doing nothing. So he's not teaching me what I'm supposed to do. When you got a drum instructor that's saying that kids are coming in not knowing how to play Swiss Army triplets. But, you know, we like to talk about who the loudest, who can chop and who can do all this other stuff. That means that our first daddy in high school didn't do anything. That means that they were in and they were out.
I agree.
So we gotta stop this whole notion of thinking what looks cool and what's fly and everything like that and what's gonna get the likes and the clicks. All right. And so when we think about stepchildren, that's why we are the stepchildren. And that's why we've been the stepchildren, because sometimes we don't come in that situation. And if we're talking about scholarships and you say a trumpet player is gonna get that money, but if you go in there and you only playing snare drum, why in the hell am I gonna give you money? I'm not going to give you money just to play snare drum, because as soon as we go to concert season, you're going to dip. So you're that stepchild, because you're only there for certain situations.
Shots fired.
But then when it's time for something that's really supposed to go down, you jump, you know? All right. So we get set up in the stepchild situation, and then that moves on into us being the stepchild, because it's a situation of, I don't want to do that. I just came up here to play, you know, and that's a situation like that, which goes into the counterparts of tradition of writing cadences. I always see a lot of band people talk about the greatest arrangers and everything like that and all this other stuff. And I don't ever see, I know majority of us are all in the PC, don't ever see nobody talk about percussion, you know, the top percussion arrangers. Why? Because we don't understand that we need to start writing our music, because anything that we learn in school is what we read in a book. But if I go and say, first president of the United States was Bill Cosby. Well, he said it, so it must be right. Well, let me tell him. Let me tell the next person that come in, and let me tell the next person that come in. It all starts with writing it down and having a conversation of making sure that you have that folder and that evidence. And what we learn in school is about basically what goes on in history. Now, I know in history, you know, it can be screwed about certain situations and you know, we don't get to learn our part of the history and everything like that. But that's where you go and take yourself and you go and learn it as well. And you go and look it up as well. And it takes that type of person and that type of drive. And the reason why so much stuff is getting lost is because we don't write. In 2022, rote drumming needs to be out. It needs to be out, because for one, you already setting up a stepchild situation. Because if that kid can't go in there and read, then how are you expecting them to get the full ride of a scholarship? You can't. And I know Luke was working with the Marching Storm, and I know Mr. Barry and Ricardo. You get a kid up in there, and man, you can't read. So what good are you to me in the full aspect of I'm gonna drop down $50,000 for your school, and then you tell me I don't know how to read a concert bass drum part. It's just quarter notes. So that's the situation. And so if we started with the building of writing our cadences and stuff, reading a little part won't be hard. So we got to focus on the small things. And like Calvin said, we got to go back to basics with stuff. And it might suck and it might hurt, but I'm telling you, it's going to work in the long run. And it's always going to work in the long run. And kids might not like it, but it is.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I'm about to say, you ain't got to ask. Just come on, go ahead and go in.
So like, and Trice can even vouch for this, my growing pains. When I first got to Grambling State University, man, I was like, man, I got to invest and get out of this rote. That was my number one objective. That everybody, when I write something or we write something, we come up with something that it gets written. It gets written, it goes in here, whether it's warm-up solos, I don't care if it's tenor, quint, bass, it has to be on paper to be played. That was the first thing, and like I said, it was difficult. But one thing I noticed about all percussionists, I'm not gonna even use the term drummer, just all percussionists, whether they can read or write it. One thing I noticed about all of them is that when they get better at it and they get more fluent in reading and trying to compose and trying to write out, they actually latch on to it. The initial piece is very scary because it's different. It's something you've never done. So just like I said earlier, when you look at a director, if a director knows what a cheese pat of flauta is, even if they can read the rhythm, they can't play it, right? So it's the same principle. When they look at that sheet, you cut the heading off and say, hey, play this. And they just sitting there staring at it. And it's like, that's one of our basic show cadences. And they know it. But when they get to take it home, break it down, and we start doing that, investing that quality time, because the problem is 99% of horn players have a director that taught them how to play their scales. Literally, they can recognize their scales on paper, not just playing by ear. So they're going to get money because they can read, right? I use an expression all the time, which is, we're free men, we're not slaves. Slaves can't read. So we can read. So now, as Trice was saying, now when you come into and I say, okay, look, you want to drop some money on a snare drummer. You don't drop money on a snare drummer. You drop money on a percussionist. You drop money on someone that can play xylophones, four mallet. You drop money on somebody that know their rudiments. You drop money on somebody that's actually, hey, I can dabble in timpani, but show me what else. You dabble in that person that's trying to literally learn at the university. And they already have a base. The problem is all bands have a band director, but not all drum lines have an instructor. And that's the problem.
Not to cut you off, Ricardo, but back into the stepchild situation. And I know all of us are old to know our grandmas. All right. How many people know that when your grandmas had a book and it had the family tree in it, correct? I know I had a book. My grandma had a book. My dad had a book of the family tree. Think about if you had to learn your family tree by just somebody telling you. How hard that'll be. If it wasn't for that thing, if it wasn't for that book that showed you, hey, this is your grandma. So how many sisters you had? That's just like rudiments. These are your rudiments. These are rows. These are diddles. These is what you need to know. Because when you know them, you're going to get to know some other people. You're going to get to know your cousins. Them called hybrids. And then you're going to get to know your kinfolks. Them called stick tricks. And so then that's how the situation. I don't understand how kids can learn rudiments by rote. Like, that's hard. That's really hard to have to learn 40 rudiments, because we always talk about scales. That's only 12. And then you talk about a percussionist, you want us to learn those 12.
Oh man, he froze in the middle of his sermon.
Damn.
The devil working.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in here though.
Working. All right, go ahead, Paul. You got it.
So, you know, as a percussion instructor for many years and working with different universities, I'm also a person who probably just like everybody on here, you work with the inner city kids. We don't work with these private kids. We work with the public student kids. We work with the kids who really ain't came from nothing. We done took them off the streets by giving them something. They ain't doing this. We done took them out of basketball. We done took them out of everything. They done went to college. They done marched. They done marched SWAC, MEAC, all of that. And we see it now. Listening to what a lot of these kids have said in the past, and it kind of made me like, whoa. So I was a rote teacher a lot from that 05 to 08 era. There was some reading. You know, I teach you the basics, the one-iana, you know, and things of that nature. But as far as playing syncopated beats, I got to teach you for this competition that we got to go in. I don't have time to actually teach you how to read right now. I just got to teach you how to win this competition. And so when we get to the next level, I had a student tell me, he was like, well, Mr. Woods, I don't understand why I got to learn how to read music. And I was like, you got to learn how to read music. So let me say this. I 100% agree. Anytime you tap a pad or a drum, you should know how to write that. You should know how to notate it. But here's the argument that, because I also listen to the younger generation or just the generation who's really not in it. Mr. Woods, I'm going to college. I just want to chop. I'm going for physical education. I don't want to be a band director. I don't need a scholarship. I just want to chop on the drum line. So now you got, okay, well, you're going to run into an issue if you go to certain schools like, well, I can't even name a certain school. It's a lot of schools that throw out that sheet music. So they're like, I just want to go to this school and chop because they don't think that school is reading. When I went to Jackson State in 2005, I didn't complete the year, but the very first thing that I heard was, man, Jackson State ain't reading no music when it comes to marching band cadences. Jackson State ain't doing this, blah, blah, blah. As soon as I get there, the first thing they do is hand me a sheet music of Bear. So it's a mental thing to like, I thought y'all said y'all wasn't reading no music. No, that's what you was told. And then, yeah, there was some rote teaching, absolutely. But for the most part, they also did what Mr. Davis did. They had a catalog. I'm going to teach you this. Oh, you can't learn this? Okay, well, now let me give you this. Because we all know that there's certain students that we're going to play something. We're going to play copycat. Oh, you don't know that? Okay, here, let me give you this piece of paper. And then they kill it. So the discrepancy for a lot of the percussionists is, why do I need to learn how to read music if this is not my major? I'm not on scholarship. I just want to chop on the line. And then foremost, once I get done with college, I don't plan on picking up my sticks. I just want to rep my section. I just want to throw up my side. I just want to, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm listening to the younger ones say that, and I'm kind of like, hey, they got a point, but no, you got to take it a different route, because a lot of the kids that I've encountered is, yeah, I'm on scholarship. You can't get around that, my boy. You're going to have to do symphonic band and concert band. You got to learn that music. I can't help you. And your mom ain't going to pay that school bill, so you got to learn the music. But I also understand the crowd that's saying, I just want to go to Dega, Lane, North Carolina. I just want to chop. I'm not on a scholarship. My mom and them got this other grants and stuff paid for. I just want to chop. And then what I say to them is, if that school is producing music and they got a book, you out of luck. And so I think it's like one of those things to where it's like a case-by-case scenario, kind of like how you got a lot of kids who go to the SEC and ACC. They have no intention of going to the NFL. They just want to get their college paid for. And so now I know that's a different segue, because it's not rudiments, it's not the 12 scales, it's it's not so much of that, but I think it's a fine line between.
No, you still got to learn the playbook.
You got to learn the playbook.
If you can't read your playbook, you will not get in that game because you don't know what you're supposed to be doing.
But the playbook can go different from the scales. The scales are set 26, 40, 12 scales. Playbook I think it's not even really playbook, even though I agree with you saying. It's really not even playbook. It's attributes. You can be a phenomenal athlete, but if you mess up at that combine. So I think, you know what I mean? But and so to end it all, and I'll switch it over to y'all, I definitely agree with the rote teaching, because that's something I did. I didn't learn how to read music in high school. I was an athlete. I was in track and wrestling. I'm from Ohio. I was a wrestling cat. I had scholarship to go to Iowa State. Like my little self was picking up, slamming people. But I also had a band director that went to Jackson State, rest in peace, 1986. She was, Tall Betty Sigma. She was soror and everything. That she told me, with your talent, you can't do nothing without this unless you got the eye to music. Now that's what changed me. Paul Adams, he jumped in, and I had people kind of jump in and tie in. But I think with me, I just listened to the younger generation. I listened to the ones who, man, you got natural chops, but you can't read. How can I get you to the next level? I think that's where my connection comes in with that.
That's kind of point. Let me say something real quick. And I know we don't like to use this as a judging factor, but when kids say, well, I don't really want to be a drum instructor or percussion instructor, I think that is the biggest load of an excuse. Because Julian, you did DCI, correct?
I taught DCI.
Okay, so you have kids on the battery and you have kids in the front ensemble. Now be honest, and Quan, you did too. Let's talk about percentage. How many of them kids, percentage-wise, are actually going out to be percussion instructors? And I see you chuckle because a lot of them
probably like maybe 2-3%.
Maybe 2-3%.
Yeah, very low. Very low.
Those kids learn that stuff. They go hard. They learn formality. They learn timpani. They learn all this other stuff just for the sport. And when they get done with their sport, they go be a doctor. They go be a lawyer. They go be an engineer. They go do this. So when we allow our kids to say, I ain't trying to be no drum instructor, that's an excuse. That's like a kid saying, hey, I want to be the next LeBron James. All right, man, you got to get in the gym and start working out. Nah, man, I just want to. No, there's no excuse. If that's what you want to do, and this is what we are saying that you need to do, then you got to do it. Because a lot of people don't like the fact that, we use DCI, but a lot of them kids in DCI don't be percussion instructors. They don't. They learn all that stuff for the love and the sport of what they're doing with their competition. And then after they get done with it, then what?
They're gonna be a veterinarian or something.
They're gonna be a regular citizen to society, but they can definitely play a formality piece if they need you.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine telling your biology teacher, well, I really don't want to be a biology teacher, so I don't care about this course. I just want to graduate. Or what about algebra, right? I'm not going to really, I don't need Pythagorean theorem, right? So I don't really need this class. But you want to graduate. So to get here, it's all these steps to get there. And and I think what we're doing as a disservice is that, first off, us being instructors, we're allowing children to literally tell us what they want and don't want to do. That's the first mistake, right? So then if I tell you, like if I tell a kid, hey, look, you don't only have to come to practice because you got hands. That ain't gonna end well, right? And it's not fair, right? They still have to do the things to get that reward. And I think when you look at it, I think what we're doing is it just goes back to a lot of us, we're speaking from our personal experiences. I remember in high school, I remember in elementary school, I had instructors that taught me how to read. And I think if you didn't have them, then of course, unless you back then without the influence of the internet and things like that, then you really kind of just really was dealing with rote, right? And I understand that, but I think all of us right now, everybody on this panel can read and compose, right? And that was something we all did on our own initiative, right? Because I wasn't capable like I am now in middle school or high school. I can read pretty much anything you put in front of me, right? But that came from me saying, let me do this a little bit more because I want to take my students to another level in high school and things like that. So I just think, and I understand because I get, you get kids that can play, but they struggle reading. But that's when we as instructors say, you know what, come here. I'm going to make you better. I'm going to take you to the next level. Well, now I don't want to do that. Well, you can't play. You just can't, you can't play on this line because guess what? When I send them home and they say, hey, look, pages 15, 19, 22, and 47, we playing them at the game. You can't read, you come back, The practice is about you. We don't even have that. And you guys know we don't have a lot of time with percussion, right? We're expected to go out there. We got to learn what we're going to learn in that first couple of hours or whatever while the band is off doing their thing. Then we got to come back and learn with the band. And then we get some sectionals after the band. But if we make it all rote about the individual, then you start. And what about those kids that actually come from programs with instructors and they can read their butts off? What about them? Because the flip side is now they have to stand at attention, right? They have to stand at attention because they're like, I've been had this. I looked it over. I pretty much got it. But then, and then we all know those kids that learn by rote. You got that one kid that can hear it one time. That's what we all want, right? If we're going to do a rote. That kid can hear it one time and play it back just like that. But what about that kid that needs 16 times, right? You know, different things like, or that not just playing rudiments, but what about the rhythmic accuracy? What about roll modulation, right? And then we're saying, you're dirty, stop, play it again. No, you're not fixing it because they don't know what they're playing from like roll modulation from a standpoint of like that, or what type of notes. How does that 8-note triplet roll sound versus an 8-note roll versus a 16-note roll turning to 32nd notes, right? All that stuff is stuff that we're just spinning our wheels trying to get them to grasp and memorize. You see what I'm saying? You learn math formulas, right? You learn math formulas so that when you away, and what do all teachers, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, what do all teachers tell us? Show your work. That's how I know you're not cheating.
So if I chime in.
One thing you can
hold on right quick, because Quan been trying to get in for like
my fault, Quan.
Let's do Quan, Cushion, and Dante.
So I'm trying to get everybody, because you know I'm on the show normally, and I'm gonna take it a step further. So for those that don't know, Mr. Kelvin was my drum instructor, like Rick talked. He was my first drum instructor. Guy saved my life, put some drumsticks in my hand after I got expelled from the school. So the whole point is, with me, I took it upon myself. I was walking to his house for private lessons. You know what I'm saying? Because my band director was like, "Hey, real talk, the type of environment we got in the school right now, I can't teach you how to read." That's his exact words. And when I got to PV, I ended up learning my rudiments from him, honestly struggling through my audition. And then I hooked up with people like Larry, and he's on the Chicken, Justin, my other crab brothers, to teach me, because I was a music major, right? I was that dude that was in that remedial music class with the kids that need a humanities grade that's back here like, okay, so this is one. I was that dude. So I'm not about to sit up here and like I was just super cold. Nah, bro. I was the one that was struggling to learn how to read, but I knew this was my calling, and I had to do what I had to do. Now, with that being said, the reason why we're a lot behind on against our counterparts is because of what we just said. And I always talk about infrastructure on the show. We don't even have real percussion instructors for the most part at the high schools. When I student taught at in a county called Fort Bend, and I'm not gonna say the school name, but let me just say this: the staff had 7 people. 7. Guess how much their percussion staff was? 4 people. We had 2 front ensemble techs, right? They had basically we're talking David Miles. So they had 2 front ensemble techs, they had a percussion instructor, they had a battery tech, and then they had parent volunteers that would come to the school that marched for like Oklahoma. One guy had marched for the cadets, and his son was in that line. So when we even talking about economic aspect, they already beaten us from that. I teach at a school called Worthing, and in Houston, when it comes to predominantly Black schools, it's a revolving door for band directors. So how you gonna have a percussion instructor? If you have 2 people on staff, you lucky, right? So now they expect you to make $1 out of 15 cents. Now you got to build the band, but I got to build the band, and let's be honest, most of the time our kids be like, "Well, I want to play drums." It's kind of like we were saying earlier. Playing drums is quote unquote masculine, or it's a connection to our culture, right? So we get that. But here's the issue though. I gotta keep his attention quick. So I gotta teach by rote to keep him. But yet and still, I know if he's trying to go to college, I gotta teach him music. Now, hopefully I could get them in the class, because we're not even going to talk about scheduling issues, right? So it's so many aspects of why we're behind that even outside of the writing cadences. Now, the writing cadences portion, it's the university's fault. We're just going to keep it a buck. That's the university's fault, because that's how you lose stuff over time. And that's when you have old heads be like, man, they ain't play that part right like we was back in 9-4, bro. Well, how? You didn't write it. So I see the best of both. I see both sides, but writing music is important. But again, we're not gonna say no names, but a lot of colleges don't have percussion instructors that's really teaching, and they be sitting in them seats till they vital, and they can't get nobody new in that until they die. So if we just gonna keep it a buck, it's a blessing, like Mr. Ricardo and Mr. Calvin, that they're pushing their alma maters and their drum lines because they understand the tradition. They got somebody to continue the tradition, and they're writing music. But how many people, real talk, somebody standing in front of that line that possibly don't know? They don't know the culture. They don't know the school. They don't know the history. They don't know the background. They don't know the cadences, and the cadences wasn't written down. So how you expect them to survive? That's all. That's why we behind. So you got aspects like me and Larry, like we like Chino Hills. Chino Hills is basically the feeder pattern of the Blue Devils. And every year what they do, it's a nothing but a feeder pattern, and they send their kids to the Blue Devils. Most of their warm-ups is the same thing, the Blue Devils. I mean, I've seen Scott Johnson and their parking lot. It's a different system. So that's our problem. Our problem is we're behind because our systems are not the same. So when you talk about prime example, like if you look at Southern University is one of the most traditional drum lines you're going to ever see in HBCU history. But I feel like they've been held back, not because of talent, it's because sometimes we're so stuck in tradition. Now, I don't know if they write their cadences or not, but could you imagine, real talk, if we started having HBCU parking lots where you could purchase the book from that particular university? Because sometimes, we try to be secret squirrels with our cadences. You dig what I'm saying? But what if you was, real talk, the warm-up that Jackson State played, if it was copywritten and then sold, just like these books are being sold, like by the Blue Devils, our whole culture would be completely different. That's all. That's why we
drum heads for your drum line.
Say it again, bro.
Yep, that's everything you need.
Drum heads for your drum line. When people want to start, because everybody want to be like WT now. But think about if WT was selling all that stuff that people wanted to do it instead of watching it on YouTube. How much revenue would that would have? Because that's revenue. We watch all the Blue Devil stuff and we order all that stuff.
Hey man, y'all in my business, man. Get out of my business, man.
We might get Diddy for free, but
I got a book coming, bro.
I already know, because I got the packet from Jackson State, and I went through it with my kid, and I went through every single one, and it's like, he's like, man, we got to learn all this. Yeah, and I'm gonna learn it with you, because you want to go here. Come on, let's go. And instructors got to be like that too. Oh, you want to go to what? You want to go to Liberty? All right, well, let's go watch a Liberty video. Let me see if I can get you and see what they doing, and get you there. And that's the difference between drumming, because when you play trumpet, you can really play trumpet anywhere. You just got to learn that style of the band. But see, drumming is a whole different thing. We got styles, and we got SWACs and MEACs and CX and all this other stuff. And we got so much that we got to do. And then for us to let somebody use an excuse, and we failing our kids.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing that Quan actually, he hit it on the head with how much stuff can just be lost in the sauce from year to year to year, by not writing these cadences out. One of the arguments, or I'm not even gonna say it's an argument, but one of the conversations I have with some of the people that I march with is, man, just think if we wrote down everything that we put on the field, because we went to PV, we did features. If all that stuff was in a book, oh my goodness, like, and I'm not trying to be cocky like people at MD. Oh, how you feel like the people at Norfolk would be. But some of that stuff was like light years ahead of its time. And just to think if you could just go back and, you know, put it in front of the line right now. Now, the other thing as far as just with, you know, reading and writing, it does start at the top. It starts with the director. It has to trickle down to that section leader because now you're thinking about time. How much time do you really have nowadays? Back in the day, you can stay until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, you know what, band practice is over at 9, so you probably only have maybe an hour. So you know what? Having that sheet music in front of you is gonna make a big difference, top to bottom. Now, on the other end of that, there are some things that you do have to do by rote. You know, it's some stuff that you can't learn out of a book. It's some stuff that you just have to see it. You know, like you can't teach swag. You know, so you know what, when I'm doing this or the way I'm attacking the drum or when I'm the sticking and stuff like that, I get it. Stuff like that should be taught by rote. But as far as just patterns, put it on paper. I wish that was something that we implemented, you know, back when I marched.
Remember what you said earlier?
Oh, never mind. I was gonna ask.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, I don't know like how it is in y'all's area because I want to say I'm probably the only one representing South Carolina on this call right now. Well, on this chat, but I'll speak on how bad off it is in the state of South Carolina. Most don't really know, but like down here, we're pretty much last on the totem pole. And when I say the last, like we get everything like at the end, like after everybody else then already got it. So me being a percussion instructor over my alma mater, my high school, I could speak on how it was when I was there. We didn't have a percussion instructor. Like, and I love my band director from back then, you know what I'm saying? Just as much as I loved him back then, you know, right now. But I mean, he went to South Carolina State and he wasn't too fond of or really too much worried about basically making sure that we were properly assisted with rhythms and just understanding percussion. I mean, it literally would turn into like, hey, one of y'all get over here and just make something up, or y'all play, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. It would turn into that, or it would turn into just, we were fending for ourselves, like, because we were all we had. Like, and so then, like, let's fast forward to now.
Is that what a stepchild? That's how we can say we
Yeah,
like
I guess
stepchild,
you could say that. Yeah, I guess you
stepchildren.
could say that for back then. But then when I graduated from college, my degree is in music industry. When I graduated from college, the current band director, he asked me to basically come and be the percussion instructor at Wilson High School. And because I marched with him in high school, I was like, well, shoot, you know, that's cool. I'll, you know, come and help out. As soon as I got there, and this isn't to belittle any of the students that I had when I first got there in 2018. When I first got there, like none of those kids had a clue. And when I say they didn't have a clue, they didn't have a clue about nowhere near half of the rudiments. I'm talking about like the basic rudiments. Did not understand how to properly count a half note, quarter note, 16th note, just all kinds of things. So like at that point, you know what I'm saying, you kind of get, I won't say frustrated, but you kind of like backtracking because you got to do the work of all of the work that was not done from that elementary school and middle school level and then high school level. I'm talking about these people like juniors and seniors. So it's like, you know, you got to try to scramble up knowing it's going to take you a little bit longer than, you know, a year to 2 years to process years worth of knowledge that you're really supposed to have prior to you going to college. So it turns into like what Paul said. It's kind of like you, and pretty much all y'all have said it, you're teaching for them to properly learn the correct way and learn rhythms and learn your rudiments and challenge them. But the real challenge as a percussion instructor comes in, and you know, we know how to handle it. Granted, not complaining at all, but it's just that the difficult part being that the kids do not know prior to high school and prior to you being a percussion instructor is you're practicing to perform versus practicing to understand, because it's like the schedule and the time is rolling. The band has a band show for the upcoming year. You got these performances coming up, and then in drumline rehearsal, you trying to teach how to read music, but then you can't devote too much time to doing it because you gotta have this ready for this deadline for the band director. So it's like and then you can't. I mean, these high school kids, you can't really schedule them on weekends because you got to deal with their parents. So it's like, how are you able to really, you know what I'm saying, really get them there? So it turns into a lot. It's a whole lot to it. So it's like a lot of the kids, I feel like a lot of this comes in prior to high school, and it's lack of the proper teaching for these kids to really grow up and really understand rhythms. And then we got to basically pick up the slack. And then when they get to college, like some of these high school guys that still don't have collegiate or percussion instructor, they go into college and they still don't know how to read. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, and I know people look at it, I guess, like, well, how you don't know how to read? A lot of states do not have access or people that even want to be in those roles to take on that amount of work to get students to understand what it is to read rhythms and to interpret this and interpret that. A lot of people are impatient and they don't want to have the patience to sit down to teach those kids that. But when you do it, I do think that the kids are very appreciative of it. And whether people know it or not, like even if it had never been done, you're starting a new tradition. Being that percussion instructor to help these kids reach collegiate expectation when they get there, so that way they're properly prepared, or at least better prepared than what they were versus not being prepared at all. But I do know, like down here in South Carolina, it's bad off, man. Because when I went to state, like I didn't know how to read music like really well at all. I got help from my step, not my step. I got help from my godfather because he was a band director, and so he helped me like at the very last minute. And here I was trying to sit here sight reading my audition. And I was, you know what I'm saying, just as clueless, like looking at the music, like, okay, I'm going off of what I know a little bit of this, so I'm gonna try to play this. I got in, and then here it was, auditions, Tim Green. All y'all should know Tim Green. He was the percussion instructor. I mean, phenomenal. We getting there, I'm looking at sheet music that got all kind of time signatures and hybrid rudiment. I mean, everything you could think of. And I'm sitting here like, how? I didn't have a clue on how to read it, but once I like had people around me, your crowd brothers and stuff, and you know the percussion instructor, they help. That's what helps a lot of people. So like me being there and receiving that challenge of music, and then having it broken down is actually what I think helps a lot of people to understand that stuff. But you can't just go somewhere and not know how to play, and then you ain't even trying to learn how to read the music. You gotta like basically get there, and you gotta put forth that effort because it's not gonna happen. Nobody's gonna force you to do it. You gotta want to learn how to read and want to learn how to become a better instrumentalist, like, or percussionist, whatever. But I mean, whether it be horn, anything like dance, all that stuff, it's all rhythms. Everything consists of rhythms. Music is nothing but rhythm and tone. So it's like a lot of that I feel stems from younger than high school, in my opinion. And that's a tradition. Like, unfortunately, it's traditionally done to where it is not instilled in these kids prior to them going to colleges. And then you got the wrong people in the college level sitting there in positions and they don't even know what they're doing. They just basically racking up accolades because of the name of the school or the name of the section. So it's like, can't really go off that. But, and that ain't to knock nobody, but I'm just speaking facts, man. Like that's really what it is. It's, most won't say it, but it's rough out here. It's rough. It's rough.
Shout out to Tim Green.
I know one of the questions I always ask Quan whenever I come up to Worthing is, well, what's your feeder program look like, or how often do you go down the street, or what are they doing down there? And honestly, if it's bad here, if it's bad there, it got to be the worst here. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that Lace and Quan basically touched on something that I was going to bring up anyway, but y'all kind of fed into it, right? Because, by the grace of God, I've been blessed to teach on all different levels and a plethora of different situations. So I've been in the more affluent areas, and I've also been in what they call the urban areas. And one of the things that I have been privy to and experienced myself is that, like Quan said, in the urban areas, they're not funding these particular situations. I know that me as a band director, I've been a part of a staff where I was the third assistant, but I've also been in a situation where I've been the only band director, right? And me being a person who actually cares about what the students are learning, I did the best that I could to try to teach my percussion students how to read music. But I also understood that I got a game in like 4 days. So those kids, unfortunately, are not going to be able to get the amount of knowledge that I'm trying to teach them in these 3 to 4 days that I'm trying to get this music out here so that we can be able to have this show so that we can have something respectable to put on the field. And so, unfortunately, what it comes down to is I may have a couple of percussion kids who leave and they can't read. But that makes that look like it's a reflection on myself, and it's really not. What I earnestly believe, and Quan kind of hit it as well, is I earnestly believe it starts at the university level. And we talk about this a lot on the show. It's because of the fact that you have a lot of people who are leaving these programs and all they want to do is crank up. And when they get to these programs, they can either be percussionists or drummers, or they're quote unquote band heads, and they get to these programs, or they don't get to these programs, and they go to some middle school program, and then they try to make that middle school program crank up instead of teaching the kids what they're supposed to know from the middle school level. And so when they get to high school, they're not prepared at high school. And then there's probably not a drum instructor there. And that high school band director's like, well, shoot, we got to put a show on the field. And hey, he can play this rhythm. So hey, we good. We just roll it and make it roll like that until they get into somebody's university and the cycle continues. So I think that's another issue and another thing that we have to look at. We have to look at what's happening at these university programs too, and the instructors that they have at that particular level. And that's just my personal opinion. I know Dante has been trying to get in there. Go ahead, Dante.
All right. So first off, what's up, everybody? Hope y'all are well. I'm gonna try to answer both questions together because this is a lot to unpack here. But with the one that's on the screen, are we behind our counterparts due to the tradition of not writing cadences? I'll be completely honest with it. That has nothing to do with it at all. So first off, let me go back about the stepchild thing. So in programs where the percussionists are respected as musicians, they don't have that issue. They're not treated like stepchildren, or probably not as much. But if they're respected and treated like musicians, then it's not really a problem. When they're back there to y'all got to keep the time, then it becomes an issue. Because they're not held to the same musical standard as everybody else. And then you're going to have issues like, okay, cool, well, y'all go learn something, and just bring it back to the group, as opposed to having to read a part that's on the page. And I kind of leave that alone. That's going to vary. I think Quan was up first and he was like, yes and no. It's going to depend on the program. So it's kind of hard to really put that on everybody. Getting to the current question, I definitely come from a program where our traditional material is not on paper. So all of our marching cadences, all of our stand cadences are things that are taught. It's taught by rote. It did hurt a little bit when Larry was like, yeah, in 2022, we got to get rid of rote teaching. I earnestly believe that that's a part of the process, though, of getting better. And I'm a product of that, and I'll explain why. So when I got to NSU, reading wasn't my issue, but I had just started playing drums going into my junior year. So I ran into the issue when they passed out music. I would play it the first time, and I pretty much can read it through. All right. The issue is you ain't gonna have that music on the field. So it took me forever to memorize the music to be able to get on the field. My rookie brothers that play something real quick and they can hear it, they were running the music back as soon as they heard it. And that was my struggle. Had I did more rote learning, I probably would have been better. Or had it been coupled with, listen to the music, see how it feels, and be able to mimic it. Hey, this is what it looks like on paper as well. So we can't get rid of one and try to make it seem like, oh, everything has to be on paper. That's not how we learn. You learn how to talk and you listen to words and you speak words before you learn how to read them on paper. All right. So it's almost like, we get to that European, I'm gonna go ahead and go there. We're gonna get to that European train of thought where, hey, the music has to be on paper. Like this is all, this is it. Read the music. That's not the case. All right. So let's not be ashamed of, rote learning. Like that's something that can make you good. That being said, you got to be able to read the music too.
I don't think it's a European type thing. But let's say we do go there. Marching band is literally European. It is European. Like what we did from Africa, chopping down a tree, concave, animal skin, boom, boom, boom. That's not.
That's drumming.
Yeah, that's drumming. That's not battery and ensemble. So when you look at most of our programs we come from, they all came from where? Michigan State, right? Like it is European. What can anybody name a famous marching band from the Congo? I'm just saying. Like it literally is Europe. What we're doing is it is European. They came up with it. You look at Grambling State University at FAMU, you look at Prairie View. Those schools were doing this way before we were doing it. So it is European. The instruments are European. We didn't have snares in Africa, right? The snare was introduced to the Congo through the Belgians, right? Who are Europeans. And I'm not saying we have to throw away our identity to do that, right? But if we're going to participate in the sport of it, then you have to learn the rules of the game. You can't, if I'm playing chess, you can't be playing backgammon. That's the game on the other side of the board that nobody play, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just, if you're going to play the game, you really got to follow the rules of the game as well. Because if you don't, then what you have is our children, which is the future, in a position where they're losing, right? And I'm not, and by no intents and purposes am I saying that we should be Europeans. I'm not saying that at all, right? I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is the marching sport is, if you want to call it that, it's a European sport. The instruments, the sticks, Remo,
the history.
The history.
If you learn your percussion history, when we learned percussion history in school, we learned about a lot of stuff that didn't really come from Africa. Now, when we're talking about hand drumming,
correct,
and we're talking about Latin percussion and all the other stuff, Latin percussion and all the other stuff, now you can take your traces back to Africa. But when we're talking about militant marching and everything like that, Africa didn't really have no militants to wear out everything like that. Like all the calls and all the roles and everything like that, all that came from the Europeans.
Yep. When you look at the 13 original rudiments, European hands down. European hands down.
We didn't get American until we got what, 26?
26 hands down European. 40 hands down European. Right. So when you give a kid and say, "Hey, pay this paddle flapper," it's European, and it's in a book. And none of us are born playing hybrids or rudiments at all. So either we're learning by rote, but the person that gave it to the world literally put it on paper. Because we wouldn't even know what these things are. We go to Ninja Drummist, right? You go to the website. That's all literally on paper, electronically, right? But it's written. You see what I'm saying? So, and I understand, because I don't like to, and I guess what I'm saying is I don't like to use the whole paradigm of black and white when it comes to percussion. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? I've seen some bad hand drummers that were European. So I don't think we should do that, because we already have a lot of divisiveness, you know, and I know the brother's not trying to do that. I know he's not trying to do that. But I'm saying there's already a lot of divisiveness anyway. But if you want to learn that, then you have to learn it. And that's just, and I think all too often we become the people that, hey, show it to me. Show it. But what happens when in the family unit, there's nobody to show you certain things? Right? If you don't have a father to show you how to tie a tie, what do? Right? You look at a video or whatever, but you still have to try to learn it, right? So it's the same principle. I just think that I don't want to, and I think everybody on this panel, I've heard of every single person on this panel, and I'm not exaggerating. I've heard of you guys, and I know you guys can play. flat out. I know you guys can play. I know you know what you're doing, right? I've seen you guys. I've seen videos of all you guys, and some of you guys I talk to, you know, here and there, and some of you guys I talk to you almost at least once a week, maybe once every other week, right? And what I can tell you about everybody is that everybody on this panel has more influence than they really think. And that if they actually push the narrative of learning to read, it's gonna trickle down. Because I see it in the PC. A lot of people avoid posts just dealing with reading music. They just avoid it. But guess what? Chopping, thumping, right? All that stuff gets a million comments. And then, hey man, portraits and rhythm, crickets. Same 5 people. Same 5 people. Portraits and rhythms, right? Morris Goldberg, snare drumming, modern snare drumming, crickets, right? So that's what I'm saying. I mean, and I'm not saying, and I think also dealing with rote, I think a lot of problems we have is that as a people, we're so visual, and that's a strength we have, it's a beauty we have, but we're so visual from the way we dress, the style, the whole night, everything we try to do. To the world, we give visual. That I think sometimes we forget that we have to make our mark and write it down and cement it as well. When you look at one of the earliest civilizations from Sumer to Egypt, it's on the walls. The metal net is on the walls. It is not verbal. None of us speak it, right? None of us speak it, but it's on the walls because they knew how important it was. They invented paper. Paper comes from papyrus. That's how important it is. And you can take it from anywhere, shape, form, or fashion. When you do your taxes, you don't do your taxes by rote, right? You don't get a job by rote. You fill out that application. So it's important. I think all of us can push it because, and listen, I'm a little bit biased. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know Mr. Berry gonna be biased as well, and I know Mr. Quan. I know. You know why? Everybody that teaches here, and everybody teaches, we're gonna be biased because we need people that can read. So I can't just say, you know, let's do rote. I can understand a small fraction of rote, but man, I need people that can read because guess what? When I marched, we could come back after leaving the cab and play till 2, 3 in the morning. You do that now, you get a call in the office. Plain and simple. So and guess what? And now, but to offset it, we got technology. You can make a group. You can make a group me, a Facebook private group where you can show things behind the scenes. They can work when they're not even at school. So we got the tools. We don't have a lot of the finances, but guess what? I'm gonna show you something I learned in high school when I was teaching a high school line. How many of our kids have a high school that's near a fast food restaurant? Why aren't they sponsoring the band or the drumline? The kids are eating out of school every day, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It's a tax write-off, right? You come buy us a set of drums, spend $15,000, $20,000. It's a tax write-off. You get free publicity, but we don't even push that angle. And I know I got some things I'm in the works working with. Mr. Berry, I can see it on his face. Some things like stick endorsements and things like that, symbols, things like that. I got 4 sets of drums now. And I remember when I marched, what you practice on was what you played with. But it's ways to get it. We just gotta start coming together. But hey, I just need people there to read. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, but I feel you though, Mr. Davis, but I don't want my comment to be misconstrued.
I know, brother. That's why I said I wouldn't charge you.
He made it very clear that he wasn't getting on you specifically. He made that very clear.
I understand your point. I understand. I'm not charging you at all.
All right, man. That was definitely a great way to end that topic, man. He gave us the history. He started putting out them nuggets, man. Hey, I'm gonna let you know now, Justin. I ain't paying attention to what you talking about in the chat, man. I'm just letting you know right now. All right, man. Let's go ahead and get ready to go to the next topic, man. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Go ahead and smash that like daddy for all these percussionists we got on the panel right now, man. We ain't got nothing but percussion, except for me, obviously, on the panel right now, man. So go ahead and smash that like daddy for these percussionists Percussionists. And also, please make sure you subscribe to the Passioneers Network and turn on notifications. This episode will be up on all of your podcasting networks tomorrow. Just look for us at Real Talk That Talk. Man, I actually had like 4 topics, but we ain't gonna get to that third one. I'm just gonna let y'all. I mean, that fourth one. It may be tight. All right, so let's go ahead.
Don't treat us like the stepchilds. Give us every topic you had. If we
Look,
was
man,
horn
I'm
players,
like,
he
let's
would have
take it
got
there.
I
Don't do that to us.
try. Quan knows this. I try to keep it at least under 2 hours, but I don't know, man. The way this is going, man, we might make it to 3 and 4. I'm gonna try to hold on. All right. If I fall asleep during the joint, don't be upset. All right, here we go. Let's get to the next one, man. All we do, well, excuse me, I don't play percussion. All y'all do is entertain. All y'all do is entertain. Y'all ain't teaching nothing. All y'all do is entertain. Lace, I'm gonna let you go first.
Okay, so like what? I mean, I hear your statement. What you like? What do you want me to touch on with that
Whether
statement?
that's true, do you feel like all do you feel like what most of what is produced is entertainment, or are you all actually teaching some pedagogy out there?
No, I don't. I personally don't feel like everybody's only being taught to entertain. I do feel like that should be a part of, you know what I'm saying, what you do, because it makes no sense to literally stand there as a percussionist and especially if you know your stuff and you just like, who just stands there, you know what I'm saying? Like you would be bored just standing there if you did nothing but just no flashes, no movement, no head nod, no, like that. Nobody does that, like all of that stuff. So it's like that word entertainment is very broad. So it can be taken in different ways. Like entertainment can literally be just a simple foot tap. Foot tap. It could be a flash. It could be a head nod. Like, so I feel like as far as entertainment, it would just depend on what people perceive to be or consider to be entertainment. Like, are you talking about a bunch of flips? Are you talking about, a bunch of dancing? Are you talking about a bunch of drum stunts? Whatever. Like, I just don't feel like all we do is entertain. As an instructor, I know personally, speaking on my children, I know I don't teach them to only entertain. I teach them not even just about rhythms. I talk to them about like real life stuff, because drumming applies to life. It literally applies to life. Like day-to-day livelihood is exactly what drumming is. Rhythms apply to time. Time is like more essential than we think. It's more essential than we think. So I always apply things of that nature. Like, so I feel like that's not all we do. I can't speak for everybody else, but I know that's not all I do as a percussion instructor. Because if it's just about entertainment, then I feel like I'm failing my students. Because what happens, you know what I'm saying, when you take away entertainment and we having a conversation like this right here, and then you have people that are only solely into the entertainment and they don't want to listen. So it's like you gotta appreciate conversation first before you can just sit out here and just entertain. So I feel like the pedagogy that you're talking about, no, like I feel like certain people do actually talk about things of that nature, and they teach those types of things, because it's all about people taking things with them when they get ready to go to these colleges. Because you might go to a school that might not do much entertaining. They might not. I know we went to South Carolina State. We didn't do all of the, you know what I'm saying, the backflips. We didn't do all that stuff. Like, we just usually just stand, they do some chop feet. It was very court stylish. So we didn't do all that. So we learned a whole lot of different things in different aspects. So I just personally think that, in my opinion, from how I teach my kids, I don't teach them to only entertain. But do I teach them to entertain? Yes. Because entertainment is, you got to lock the audience in at all costs. Whether it be from the intricacy of the music, or the fact that you literally can play so well in time and you're in sync. Like, things of that, like, it just you got to learn how to appeal to the deaf and the blind. That's what I teach them. So appealing to the deaf and the blind means, if I'm going to appeal to the deaf, I need to entertain, because they can't hear what I'm, you know what I'm saying? They can't hear what I'm playing. So they need to be able to see some sort of entertainment. If I'm just standing still and we ain't moving, the deaf gonna get up and they gonna go get some popcorn. You know what I'm saying? If they blind, they can hear what I'm playing. So that's where the reading music and stuff like that comes in at. Or if you want to go by the rope, whatever it is, it got to sound good. It's got to be very meticulous. It can't be just all over the place. That's why personally I admired for swag wise, I admire WT a lot. My kids love Jackson State University. They love Talladega, but I teach them, I show them different clips of just different schools. They always want to go to these different schools. But whatever school they look at, I always point out those two things, the deaf and the blind. If it can't appeal to both, then it ain't working. But that's my 2 cents, y'all. I got to slide because I got to get on this conference call because the grind don't stop. But I love all y'all. Mr. Barry, I think I reached out to you before, but I got to reach back out to you about some of my kids because they head over heels. But as far as that WT comment I made, the reason why I admire WT so much is because for them to play the way that they play, they are very meticulous and they look identical. I mean, it is literally so militant. And it's like, dang, how can they play like that? You know what I'm saying? And really, any school in the SWAC, Southern, all types of schools, in $1 Million Fund Squad, all these schools, and me, I just admire any HBCU because it takes a lot of work to do what we do. Period. Like that's a lot of hard work. Whether you know how to read music or not, it's talent, man. Like everybody can't read, but they got talent. You know what I'm saying? Even older people. Some people dropped out of school in 7th grade, but they smart. You know what I'm saying? So they know skill, they know talent. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, ladies.
I want to jump in real quick.
Well, I was gonna get you next. I was definitely gonna get you next. So, but I just want to make sure we see her off, man. We appreciate you. Enjoy your conference call. Go make that bread.
Ain't no problem, y'all. Y'all be easy. I'm gonna hit you up, Mr. Bear.
No problem, sweetie. Anytime.
All right.
I want to. All we do is entertain. Is just a fruit of what we do, because the main concept that I preach from marching and War and Thunder, even in the 97s, was the family aspect. That is the reason why that drum section is so cohesive, because the family dynamic is so strong. And when you hear them and see them, it's a feeling that's coming from the heart. So if I can teach you to love your brother, regardless of where y'all coming from, and we come together on this drum, that's the fruit. Now we entertaining you because we're a family. That oneness, that discipline, all that come from just us loving one another. I preached it. I only took this job in 2019 to bring that back to the section. Because these cats are chopping, man. They playing their behinds off. I mean, we got kids from everywhere that's on some higher levels, bro. They composing. So, but one thing that was missing, they can't get along. They can't get along because you from this area, you the man, and you from this area, it's that I mentality. So I wanted to get that out of the line and bring that family, that cohesiveness back. And then now we can entertain, now we can rock the crowd because we all brothers and sisters on this line, you know, rocking out together. So even with the Pelicans drum line, and even to piggyback with the music thing, you know how I help these kids read music? I write a fire cadence and I teach it to them on paper. And I said, now we're going to rock this at the Pelican game. So now everybody want to read because everybody want to go see Chris Paul or Anthony Davis, or they want to be treated like a celebrity. Well, guess what? Chops get your membership. Theory get your scholarships. So now you about to get paid because you're reading this music. Now I'm about to help you get paid. Because if you want to come to Jackson State, we have a high standard. We had 60-something students that auditioned off top. I cut 20 off top before even invite them to the school. Just watching the video, watching their hands, watching how they played the percussion packet, which was all written out. 20 kids got cut. So now the 40 that's left, we're going to see you in person. Not only are we, okay, you can read a little bit or you was watching our videos, but now you got a sight read for them. Now you got to play a timpani piece. Now you got to play a mallet piece. And then some of them said, well, Mr. Barry, I just want membership. Well, if you want membership, you still got to sight read. You still got to know your 40. Because we're not about to spend all day trying to teach you a snare part, and we got a show in Miami this weekend, then a battle of bands next weekend. So I need you to still know how to sight read. You still got to know your 40. That's the requirements for my membership. So without that, you can't make the line. So that 40 went down to like 20. So, and then of course the needs. And also we starting to retain students more because we're focusing on the education part of it. Don't come here for 1 year and just try to march. Just for some letters. We ain't having it. We ain't having it. Real War and Thunder is you're going to come here and you're going to teach somebody else and you're going to carry your butt to class. I got students right now in the spring. You missing percussion ensemble, you missing concert band, you ain't playing for the day with the boom. I sat down 5 percussionists because they slipping in the classroom. So we don't just entertain, we got to raise them up. We got to, you know, show them that discipline, and we just got to bring that old school militant love back, man. I do this because I love you. Now, if I don't tell you nothing, I don't care about you.
Raise them standards.
That's it, man. So that's my heart on the situation, brother.
Dope. All right, Quan. All we do, or dang, I keep saying we. All y'all do is entertain. It's all y'all do. Flashes and symbol flashes and stick tricks. Y'all ain't teaching nothing. But go ahead, Quan.
Actually, bro, I'm gonna pass it to somebody else, bro. I know that's not to be true, but you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna pass it to somebody else. So whoever Julian you want to say could pick that up, they got it, bro. Because you really can't come back after that, bro.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, we got to keep the conversation going. I mean,
Hey, I got something for you.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, because it's like all we do is entertain, and the only thing that even reading it earlier, being a percussionist, being a professional, gigging, doing it professionally, teaching. This is all I think of. Ain't we supposed to? Ain't we supposed to entertain? Like, and so it's like I get the segue of each one teach one. Mentor kids, send them to college. But that's what we're supposed to do is entertain. That's how I got the dude that was selling the nickel bags off the street. I tricked him with the high mom, the stick tricks. But then when I got him in, I was like, hey, the 16th note is? All right, I know you see me do this, and I know you see me do all of this, but do you know what it means to crescendo? So you got to pull them in with something. Not everybody. Some people are going to be a little different. Some people are musically talented. Some kids grow up in that elementary program because there's not a lot of them. But some kids do, let's be honest. And so when you coming from, and me growing up in Columbus, Ohio, it's the inner city. It's a lot to do out here. But a lot of people ain't doing nothing but playing basketball, football, business. It's a sports city. So to see a kid at the corner store dribbling a basketball in Ohio is very normal. To see a kid on some roller skates, skateboard, is very normal. If you seen a kid twirling some cymbals at the corner store, you'd be like, he was tripping. That's a little different. But then when I went down south, that's the norm. That's what they do in Lithonia, Georgia. That's what they do in Charlotte, North Carolina. Like that's in Texas. Oh, that's a band kid. He twirling. That's what's up. He gonna go somewhere. So the demographic has a lot to do with it, but entertainment, that's what we supposed to do. That's what grabbed me into watching PV back in 96 and 97. Like, did he really just do a flip with the cymbal? And so it's like, nah, that's not possible. Time out. Did Grambling really just come in and do this? Did Florida A&M really just did a double timeout? That's entertainment, because entertainment to me has a lot to do with before I hit the drum. It has a lot to do with parade rest, attention, responses, drumline, hey, band, hey, gimmicks, drum majors coming out. So that right there alone is entertainment. And in many places, whether your football team is good or not, they come to see the band. They come to see the band show out. So I think it's up to us as percussion instructors and musical educators. Yeah, we got to, break everything down. We got to break the polyrhythms down. We got to let them understand what it means to get a scholarship. And once you get a scholarship, then what? And then open it up to musical, opportunities. Absolutely. But it's definitely entertainment, because I've had a lot of kids that has went to many schools, such as Jackson State, Stillman, South Carolina State, Norfolk, all because how did you get those bronze cymbals to move like that? Like, how did you do? That's entertainment. And so when you see that entertainment, then we're able to bring them in and tell them, this is what you can do with this particular drum. This is the future you can possibly have. I think the entertainment aspect gets overlooked because, ain't nobody watching Chris Paul if he ain't coming in running point guard the way he's supposed to. Kyrie Irving, they coming in, they gonna run the point, they gonna operate the team, but I need to see a live every now and then. I need to see a behind the back pass. I need to see that. Yeah, I know we say that for the N1 League and we say that for the Globetrotters and everything, but I still need to see that. No one is inbounding the ball, going up, score, inbound, score, inbound, score. It's got to be some sort of entertainment in between. I think the education aspect is like we all agree. That's where we come in as educators and, everything. So it's also what people know. For a long time, I looked at Coach Steele as that's all they're going to do is entertain. For a long time, I looked at Southern University as that's all they're going to do is 2 and 4 until you actually get inside of them and playing one-on-one. And I even said this to somebody down there at Southern. I was chopping with them, back in like 2013, 14. I was like, man, you pretty good. Why don't y'all display this on the drum line? And what I mean by that is when you bring somebody off that drum one-on-one, you be kind of surprised. Like, wow, y'all, you just chop me up. Why don't y'all do this in y'all's cadences? So, the entertainment process it has to happen. No one wants to see something that's just going to go bit by bit. It has to be an entertainment process. So all we do is entertain? Absolutely not. But we have to have that aspect into what we do. You got the tunnel drums in respective conferences. Yeah, they're going to run the tunnels and blah, 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 but they're also going to do something to where they throw the sticks. $1 Million Funk Squad, I think was back in 2016. I could be wrong. They probably weren't the first ones to do it, but I remember they took the drums off and they had their Dynasty drums up here, and then they had a second set of Dynasty drums. They laid them on the ground and was literally playing tunnel parts. But they didn't stop there. They was playing tunnel drops on you got 1 through 5 up here, then you got a row 1 through 5. They was going back and forth playing 1 through 5 like tunnels. It's a very famous video. It's out there. So it's like that has to be entertainment because it's one thing, again, to run those tunnel parts, but it's another thing to make it a gimmick. Gimmick is also entertainment. It's also, a lot of the head nods, the chants that people say in a lot of things. I don't think you're going to get, and let's take it outside of inner city kids, even in the DCI, entertainment. As soon as you see Santa Clara, the very first thing that you see is their wardrobe, costume. That's entertainment right there. Halloween, they're dressed up as, Friday the 13th or whatever. Already, they're already addressing the entertainment. And then they go into it, they kind of got to look to it. And then they dress their part. And then you got the flags that come in auxiliary. That's all entertainment to me. So I think, is it all entertainment? Absolutely not. But you got to have some form of entertainment because you're not going to grasp. I don't care if you're black, white, you know what I mean? Anything. You're not going to grasp anybody if you don't have any sort of entertainment.
All right. On the next topic, Tay, I'm gonna start with you on the next topic. There's a reason why I'm doing that. So I'm gonna hold your thoughts and comments for a second, but I have to ask this of one of these brothers. This question has to go to one of these brothers because when I was coming up, and I have no problem with saying this, Willow Ridge High School graduate, back in the day, man, so I've seen, all that Texas has to offer. And all I knew about PV was the box. If it was BO all day, like
that's, we about to fight. Here you go. About to fight. Here you go.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Quan said he wasn't gonna answer anything right now. So here we go. So either Cushion or Larry.
I answered shit. I don't give
all y'all do is entertain, man. Jack in the Box heads, afros, putting the curtain up, flipping people. All y'all do is entertain, man. What y'all got?
First of all,
no, you said you won't answer nothing. You said you gonna pass it off
because it's the whole. So it's two. So let me say this, and I'm gonna be quiet. at the end of the day, they're the home team, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I'm gonna fight for the home team. Regardless, I may have a goddamn feeling of something indifferent, but publicly, we're gonna keep this house to house. I'm just saying. And I'm gonna be quiet until it gets to a point where I gotta chime.
Straight up, Quan. I feel you. Hey, but all we do is entertain. Like honestly, you can listen to the conversations that we just finished having. You know, the conversations went from European drumming to where this came from. So we're doing more than just entertaining. But the other thing is you kind of go back to what I said earlier, where I wish we would have documented what we were actually playing on the field to put in a book. You know, because again, I'm tooting our horn. What we were doing stuff that was light years ahead, light years. You know, a lot of the stuff that we were playing back then is relevant now. You know, it's kind of like a Reasonable Doubt. You know, Jay-Z first album can be played today. You know, versus your little babies and whatever else. You know, so if it's good, it's good. If it was a banger, it was a banger. And what we were doing back in the day was more than entertaining. We entertained the crowd. We played for the drummer. We also played for the crowd as well. So no, we're not just entertainers.
All right, I'll throw my 2 cents on there. So
Throw it in there, Larry.
My first question, Julian, is this question coming from a horn player? Would you feel like this is coming from a horn player? Because since we didn't gave the history on drumming and everything like that, Julian, what instruments came first? Was it the horns or was it the drums?
So you asked me 2 questions. So let me first answer the question, so that way I can even kind of get rid of the second question. This question isn't coming from a horn player. This question is actually, if you really want to know, coming from Quan, because Quan is the one who came up with the questions in the first place. Okay. I'm just asking the questions.
Okay. So, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't no people disrespecting us. And
no, because anybody, first of all, if anybody knows me, coming from where I come from, I'm always going to have love. You know what I'm saying? So
you from the South Side,
but I'm just letting you know where the questions came from, except for the last question. The last question is mine. But go ahead.
So about entertainment, and this is to basically kind of sum it all up and everything like that. Entertainment has to do relatively about life. When you go in for an interview, what do you have to do? You have to entertain. Because if you go in there and just be dull and anything like that, they're going to look for the next person to come in there and wow you. They want that wow factor. In anything that you do in life, when you go try out for the football team, they want that wow factor. You go out there and just do whatever, yeah. And then that big 360-pound lineman come out there and run through your whole line and tackle the quarterback. Yeah, I want him on my team. So entertainment for me is one word: recruitment. It's recruitment. It's for me to get you in here, and then for me to put you in this program. And then now you about to learn what this system is. So now you're gonna learn the system. So the system of why we're entertaining is to get more kids like you to get interested in what we do, and for you to learn and teach the next person. Like you said, each one teach one. So I'm gonna teach you why we entertain. We entertain so we can recruit more kids in there, because we with percussion, we're so far behind because of just all the stuff that we talk about. So now we got to do different tactics, and now we got to do different things, and now we got to do videos. Now we got to do battles. Now we got to do all this other stuff. Back then, kids just wanted to learn trumpet because they heard Wynton Marsalis, or they seen Dizzy Gillespie, or they did that. It wasn't about seeing, oh man, I seen FAMU marching band, I want to play trumpet. No, it was jazz scenes and all this other stuff. They wanted to play, them instruments because of, the top players was playing around the country and doing all this other stuff. And the same thing for drummers. When you seen Buddy Rich and when you seen all those cats coming around. So our entertainment is for a reason, and it shouldn't be the only. But the thing is, it shouldn't be the only asset. That shouldn't be the only asset that you hold within your program or your community or anything. It shouldn't be a source of I entertained you and then you ask me, hey, what you doing? That's it. That's all I do is entertain. Okay. So what's our next conversation? There's no next conversation. All right, I got your attention. Well, let me tell you what about this. This is the program, and we're trying to do this for the inner city kids, and we're trying to do all this and other stuff, and we teach the kids how to do this and all this other stuff. You got any people that's interested? Oh, so y'all do this? Okay. Recruitment. That's the one word about entertainment. Recruitment. And it's the same thing. I mean, think about in the scale of marching bands. Think about the history of that. If there were no such thing as American football, there really would be no marching band. There will only be military bands. So football wanted that entertainment. Boom. And now you got us. So that's what entertainment is. And you got to recruit. That entertainment is just recruitment. Now, when you take that word and you try to do it your own way and spin it around because of your own personal goals and everything like that, then you have a situation or issue. But if you keep it simple, and we entertain so we can get more people to come in and be with our program and do the same thing, so we can catch that next person on the street, so we can catch that next person that's coming up, that next person in an 8th grade band, so they can come here and they can learn the same thing on how to entertain and get the next kid here. Because we got to. If we don't recruit, then we have nothing to talk about. We just basically old heads talking about some old drum stuff. So that's my thing about entertainment. And when it comes to PV, I mean, that's just the job. Typically, that's what you got paid for. That's what you sign your name on the dotted line for, is to entertain. That's what we are as marching bands and marching percussionists. Entertainers. That's what we are. We entertain for the football. If we had no football, they probably wouldn't care about band. Now, I know Talladega is a whole different anomaly, and I'm sure that they're about to get a football team and everything like that, but it's still the aesthetics of the history is the reason why they have a band, because once they get a football team, they already got a band. So we already ahead of the game in one asset of it. So now we just got to entertain to start getting some football players. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Have y'all ever, like, I guess, and because I hear everybody, I guess I just look at it different. Yes, all we do is entertain. Because entertainment is subjective, right? I can watch a Jackson State video, I can watch a Prairie View video, and I can jump right over to SCV. It just depends on what I want to hear and what I want to see. But it's all entertainment based upon how I perceive it, right? It's just perception. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, all we do is entertain, because if you don't, when you walk into a gym at a battle, you look up and you see the crowd and everybody's cheering, right? And you know, okay, she doesn't know what a paradiddle is. I know him. He plays snare with me in college. He knows what a paradiddle is. He knows what hybrids are. That kid over there can play. You kind of know that your show is going to be tailored to what? Everybody. Because it's entertainment. And like Troy said, it comes back to what? Recruitment. Everything is entertainment. When we put on new J's, it's a form of entertainment. As Paul said, when SCV has on the and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, the Captain Crunch uniform or something like that, that's theater. That's theater.
Sergeant Pepper's.
Like a onesie, right? That's theater though, right? With sequins. That's so when the light hit it, boom, it's shining, right? That's all theater. You see what I'm saying? And that theater is entertainment, because you go to a theater to be what? Entertained to watch a movie, right? So it's all entertainment. It just depends on where we are mentally at that point. If I'm upset, I'm not listening to sad songs, love songs. That entertainment can miss me. If I'm on a business trip and my wife is at home, I might listen to a love song, right? Because that's how I'm feeling at that time. That's the mood. So everything on planet Earth is entertainment, because you don't stop and look at nothing for 2 seconds unless it's entertainment. Even the young lady walking by, right? It's all a form of entertainment. Everything is. And if you're not, and I know, and I'm saying it like this because I know what everybody's really saying is, hey, we are technical. Hey, we can do this and we can chop and we can, but we know really at the end of the day, it's all what? Entertainment. For the choppers in the stands and for the guys and the girls that want to see us dance, right? And for the little kid that only can do this and he act like a drum major, right? All entertainment. We all seen a little kid that's 3 or 4 years old and they marching and they whistle and everything, right? Why? Because it's entertainment. The movie Drumline, even though it pushed that Rote and all that crap, right? It was the most entertainment. So many people joined Drumline because of that. Entertainment. It's all entertainment. It's just subjective. If you want to look at it that way, it's just all subjective.
So my thing, and to answer this question real quick, it is subjective, but I feel that our subjection is limited because we push the narrative. Like I saw somebody in the comments say, well, what is battery? Battery is, snare drums, tenor drums, so forth and so on. That's battery. And then you have your front ensemble, your melodic or keyboard instruments. But there's so many percussion ensembles that are entertaining to where we just limit ourselves and put ourselves in a box. That's why most people feel like, well, that's all they good for, call the Drumline and Shuck and Jive too. Like one of the best pieces that I know me and Larry did when we was in college was 4 4 for 4. Like it was an entertaining piece and it was a percussion ensemble. And our percussion instructor, Prof. Jones, was like, hey, boss, you gotta sell that thing. Again, entertainment. We was on the side. I'm talking about Larry on the timpanis, and we over there hitting Soldier Boy at the time while we got a timpani, a bass drum, a concert snare. I think Chicken was in it too. Like we had to sell the whole entire performance. But I think when we speak about percussion and percussion education, we are just so limited to one thing, to where it's like, that's why I personally feel like the box was different, because we did have melodic instruments in front ensemble out there as a percussion drum section. We did. I think our last year marching was 09. We did a show with the Obama mask and did sweeps and whatnot on the xylophone and the marimba at the same time while playing Latin grooves. Like we did all of that. So we did it for that drummer who knows chops and for that person who was just like, man, they look good. And I think that's what makes drum sections fluid in whatever setting that they need to go into. Because I see Justin was like, you have different venues. Absolutely. So, and you have to entertain according to that crowd that you're about to entertain. So I agree that it's entertainment, but I feel like we're only limiting ourselves, and we do that merely because maybe that's all we know. But then when we try to step into something else, then we say it's white. Not to use that divisiveness, but that's what we say, because it's something different. They'd be like, oh, that's that white stuff though. But is it entertaining though? And I think some of us are still closed-minded to where we so stuck on tradition, we don't want to break into something else that could potentially be great for us in our culture.
Yeah, I remember when Prof. Jones had us do marimba spiritual, and it was like, and him telling us like how we had to sell it, and how we just use different elements to make it entertaining. So yeah, I feel you on that one. That was a good one. Same thing, Trice. That was a good one.
I think it also has a lot to do with, and again, because it goes back to what we was talking about, even with and I really do hate the comparison sometimes with the HBCUs and the drum corps, because, these HBCUs, we college kids, they trying to get a degree. DCI, you get paid for that. So I don't want to, intertwine it too much, but I have seen, and it's a viral video. It's probably been out maybe a couple years, and it's hilarious, but it's a viral video that went out. I don't even know the drum corps. Out of maybe 200 measures, they probably had 16 beats on the timpani. And they was on the field. And they was in like a comedic like spirit. And it was just the way that they was approaching the timpani. All they was doing was like a whole note. Boom. But it was their facial interaction with the camera. And this video went viral, and everybody was laughing like, yo, for lack of better words, what the heck is these DCIs doing? I mean,
hey, Paul,
that's the bit. You know what I mean? Paul. Probably some of you seen it, but it also goes back to, I know that Drumline was chopping back there, but I don't want to watch. No, I want to watch this person.
Hey, Paul,
on the Tiffany. That's entertaining.
Paul, was that the video with the young girl? She was looking like
Yes.
That's the young girl. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It stood out. That was entertaining. She was in it.
And I guarantee she wasn't the only one. It's been going on for years. And in high schools, like you talked about in Cali, Chico Hills, like it's been going on forever. But at the same time, it's entertainment, because you know how Facebook is real good about putting your Facebook memories in your face. Like, this happened a couple of years ago. But I find myself watching that versus watching what the snares was playing, what the multi-tenors was playing, and the multi-tenors was going in. I can't remember exactly what DCI was, but it was just that one whole note that she had. So to me, I'm like, that's, and of course they had on the costumes, you know, she had the eyeliner and things like that. So yeah, it's entertainment. And I can't help but to get out of my head the first interaction that I had with entertainment. I think I kind of touched on it a little bit. Don't remember what year it was, but it was in the late 90s, maybe 97. It was when I saw a PV. It was a practice video. This is gonna show my age. This was Marching Network.
Oh yeah.
The Marching Network. There was two guys that was playing cymbals. One was facing this way. Another guy was right behind him. They crashed. One guy threw a cymbal behind him in the right hand. The other one rode it and he caught it. And I'm like, how does that happen? To me, that was unheard of. Like, what do you mean you going upside down on a snare? And then you see the words BOX, but you know, I'm from Ohio. I don't know what that means. But down there, it's like everything. And so you just incorporate that entertainment. So now you see that even in the Drumline 2 movie, we'll go past that. But even in the Drumline 2, they did that. And I'm talking to people like, I'm always a person for originality. Who's the first person y'all seen did that? PV. They went upside down on the snares and blah, blah, blah. Even if they wasn't, it's set in stone. Okay, y'all bumping, y'all snares is moving like that. Who's the first people see? I remember Boosie doing that with his line back at Jackson State in the late 90s. So I'm real cognizant of, and me, I do my homework. I'm always trying to figure out who done this. Who did this first? Not even if it was first, but who was like the trendsetter. But when it comes down to it, entertainment. I remember being at Honda and seeing a maroon and chrome school, and their tenors was tilted. North Carolina Central. Why y'all's tenors tilted? What the hell? What's wrong with y'all? It's a trendsetter, and they sound good. You know what I mean? So I'm like real cognizant of like, it's so many ways you can put on entertainment. And so when you put that entertainment in, I'm just like, you just start to figure it out. But it's just not in the HBCU world. That's everywhere. Ohio State, they dot the I every year. But guess where that assistant band director came from back in the early 80s? Florida A&M, HBCU affiliated. So, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so much entertainment that I think it's just really up to us to just be like, yo, I know the band culture was how it used to be. Now we got to change it because it's more on us. Honestly, the people on this panel and the people that has been on here before us, it's way more than us. We got a big job. We got to teach these kids what it is. We don't give a damn about no grid. I don't care. Man, you've been practicing that forever. I don't care if you can play that and I can't play it back. What about the 40? What about you sight reading? And what about those scales?
I want to, before we move on to the next topic, I want to get clarity. You said the DCI kids get paid. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
No, they don't.
They pay that thing, bro.
They get a stipend.
No, you can try to get a stipend. That don't mean that you can get
that ain't guaranteed.
It ain't always guaranteed.
And that money ain't cheap.
Yeah,
it's steady going.
They coming out wads of money,
bro. Matter of fact, they pay to fly out for the auditions, and they may not even make it.
Some DCIs are about the same amount that we pay to go to college. When you add in all the, you have to fly out for that monthly practice and everything like that, that's coming out your budget. So that can range to thousands of dollars, and that's basically paying a semester of school. So
yeah, you pay to get in the court, and you pay to get to your spring training, and it's some
you pay
bread
for the
coming out.
packets. You pay for the packets. Like some of them actually pay for their audition packets and music.
I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Because from what I was getting, it was like more or less a stipend. I've never marched with DCI. Again, I'm just going off of, what I was told, but what I know. But yeah, it's still not a difference in there. I mean, I'm sorry, it's a big difference just because that's college and that's more or less professional. But I appreciate that clarity.
Put like this, kid. But can I say one thing before you go to the next topic?
Yeah, you got
it. I just have to be fair.
And then let this be the last thing before so we can go on to the next topic, bro.
For sure. Just being honest, you really paying for master teachers, bro, with DCI.
I agree.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. He's on the line right now, and I was dealing with a small core. Kelton, the dude's a GOAT, bro. I know his name may not be out there like that, but it should. When I tell you, bro, the dude is a master teacher, bro. And that's what you pay for. You paying for that. And that's why, not to get off subject with this all-star band stuff, that's why sometimes we kind of get the backbite by all-star band, because you're paying this money, and what can you bring back to that high school, band program? These kids be paying almost $4,000, but they had a lifetime worth of tutelage that they received from like the principal trumpet from the Boston Philharmonic. So you gonna come back, Cole, or the principal snare drummer from New England Conservatory. It's different, bro. And that's why I say, going back to the our second question, the reason why we're behind on our counterpart, like it's a lot, bro. That's all I'm saying.
And
no, I appreciate that clarity. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what this is for, bro. And to really be honest, man, being on a DCI staff, it's not like you walk in and everybody good. Like, no, you're auditioning to be on that staff. Like, first of all, you got to have a namesake, but then on top of that, you auditioning for that staff. You walk in, and I know this because I've had to go through it. You walk in, and they're gonna put you in front of a horn line, or they're gonna put you in front of the battery, and they're gonna watch how you teach, and they're gonna look at what you say and how you communicate with those kids, and do they respond, and are you giving good information to these kids? And then they're gonna come back and tell you, hey, you saying some good things, but I don't think, or they won't even say nothing to you at all. You'll go home and you may not hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like that. I can definitely agree. Them kids, they tell you, your money is going here, and yeah, but you're definitely paying for top quality education, man. And I cannot disagree with that one bit. Also, shout out to Kelton Richmond, man. Shout out to Kelton. All right, man, let's go ahead and get to this last topic. So let's do it the right way. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted. God dang, I still got this thing going down at the bottom. There we go. Well, we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Man, this has been one heck of a panel. So y'all go ahead and smash that like daddy for all these percussionists that are on this panel right now for this episode. Man, this is I don't think I've ever seen an episode of anything like this. Not to hate on anybody else. I don't remember too many times we've ever seen this, right? So, hey, go ahead and smash that like daddy. Also, please make sure you subscribe to the Passion Is Network and turn on notifications. Also, this episode will be on all of your podcasts and networks by tomorrow. All you got to do is type in Real Talk That Talk. We are getting down to this last topic. I am going to put the link inside of the chat so you can call in and have a conversation with us. But it's getting late, so we got to keep it brief. Keep it brief, y'all. These brothers got to go to work. So we got to make sure we keep it brief. All right. So I had to make sure that I added this one in here. This is my personal one. I had to do it. It was coming. I want Dante to start first. Here you go. MEAC drumming is boring. SWAC drumming is just hitting on 2 and 4 and trying to bust the head. Now, let me just go ahead and say this. This is not me, because I know Larry, I know you ready. This come. No, it's not. This is not me specifically saying this. All right. And I'm gonna put him out here, and this is my boy, man. And that's, it's like Taylor brother. I saw a TikTok of my boy Ty, and he was talking about hitting the tenor drums and how the boys at the SWAC be trying to hit the tenor drum and bust a head. And so that's kind of what made me come up with this particular topic. That, and Quan said that MD can be a little boring. But all right, here we go. So MEAC drumming is boring. SWAC drumming is just hitting on 2 and 4 and trying to bust a head. Tay, you go ahead and start with it first, bro.
All right. So first and foremost, I think the disconnect comes in where people just don't have an appreciation for the other style, and that's really on both sides. And we just kind of assume some things because you're not engulfed in the culture. So obviously, I'm from the East Coast. I'm from Virginia. So it's a lot of things about South drumming that, you know, when I was younger, I just didn't understand. All right. And as I got older and learned more and sought more, I learned more. And then same thing, you know, after talking with some people that are from the South, the thing with MEAC drumming, and I use that word loosely. I rather say, I guess it's the same thing, but more so the East Coast, especially up north. Like stylistically, it's just different, and there's just certain things like the entertainment is not what comes first in the mindset of the people here, especially in Virginia. That is not first. After moving to North Carolina and coming back home, I do feel it's a little unfortunate, because I do feel like that's the thing that's missing, and you got to keep your eyes open to the thing that's going to make you better. All right. On the flip side, the approach to playing, as far as a lot of like the South groups, I hate saying saying SWAC and saying MEAC, because that's saying that everybody in the SWAC plays the same and everybody in the MEAC plays the same, and that's not the case. So I'll try to say like deep South. It is still some approaches that I just don't get. For example, I don't know if anybody was at this game, but when I went with Central to when they played Prairie View, I have never ever heard drums that loud in my life. And I have seen so many groups in person, you know, South groups, but that was the loudest thing I've ever heard, yo. And I couldn't get into whether I enjoyed the group or not, or whether I liked it or not, just because I couldn't hear what the hell was going on, because it just sounded like cannons going off. I was looking at their snare line playing. I couldn't tell what was going on because the basses just swallowed everything up. And I even heard this from Prairie View folks. They like, hey man, I don't know what's going on, but they wanging over that joint. So I guess that's where the disconnect happens. So I would love for, you know, my folks from the South to chime in. But I think that's the main thing where the disconnect happens. At the end of the day, if it sounds good, if it's rhythmic clarity, if you have balance and blend within your group, the style shouldn't matter as long as you're pushing the musicianship. Another thing too, and I got to call a spade a spade. We don't have to play like that around here because ain't no bands pushing no sound like Southern or Jackson. We don't, you know, nobody has 200 brass in their band. So it's not really, you know, we don't have to tune our drums like that. I got a chance. I went to the Boombox twice. And after being in that setting, I appreciated what those bands, like as a whole, not just the drum lines, I appreciate it a little more. After being in Jackson Stadium, Norfolk band, depending on what year it is, might get swallowed up by the crowd. Because we just don't, we're not used to seeing that many people in our stadium. You know what I mean? Me and Crystal had to, my wife, we had to yell at each other to talk, you know, because everybody around us is having a good time. I had an amazing time, by the way. But if we're talking about just the groups playing, as long as it sounds good, it has rhythmic clarity, balance and blend, people get too caught up in the style. And that's one thing that's changed with me over the years.
Okay, Tay. That was good. I like that. That was a good response. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
I only want to say one thing about the bass drum. That's called not having a qualified percussion instructor to make sure that they were not playing that loud. Now, granted, shots fired. You got two bass drummers on here, and then you got a snare drummer, and I know Mr. Berry played quads. It's all about balance.
Quints.
It's all of quints, quads, like tritoms, toms, bongo, whatever you want to call it, all right? But it's all about balance, man. Like I'm fine with the setting of $1 Million Funk Squad or same thing, but NCAT and all them other people and everything like that. And like you said, it has a lot to do with their band. Putting $1 Million Funk Squad behind Southern probably wouldn't do much. Like they would probably have to be like, dang, they can't really hear us. We got to do something a little different. And it's called adjusting and everything like that.
But let me interject real quick. I'm gonna have to go back with what Dante said. It depends on the year, because that 05 MD was a different MD.
Yeah,
there was like 15 snares or something like that. Like,
yeah, I mean, like I said, it all depends on, like
It
I
was
said,
12, yo, 12.
it all depends on, because I mean, like I said, long as you know how to make the music what it is. At the end of the day, just because we're going out there cranking and everything like that, music still has one important thing, and that's emotion. That's emotion. And what we learn as music majors is what? The doctrine of affections. If you're sitting out there and you're just blurting out music, then you're not going to get the affection that they worked and practiced for that whole time. Like, they don't know what we go in and what we do in the band hall and everything like that, how many hours we done spent on song and everything like that. But for you to go out there and just blankly not even try to entertain the dynamics or get the whole picture behind it, like that's the clarity of it. Like, when the bass drums need to be loud, they need to be loud, and damn it, you better be loud. But when I don't need you to be loud, you better be as quiet as a church mouse. Because you got to learn balance. You got to learn that. Because if you can learn that in drumline, you can learn that in the percussion ensemble. You can learn that percussion ensemble, you can learn that in any ensemble. If you can learn that in a band setting, you can learn that when you go into your next job. Sometimes it ain't about the loudest mouth in the room. It's about the smartest one. So if you got a smart mentality and going into that, like, hey man, like, I really like that trombone part. Hey man, bring that down. Oh, it's us and the tubas. Oh, it's us and dog team. Come on, let's get it. Let's get it. It's time to shine. Bust head or not, like I say, 2 and 4 and busting head. Sometimes they complain about we play too much. Sometimes they do this and everything like that. One thing what I would say to all the people that complain about that, especially band directors, if you want a song to sound a certain way, how about you start writing that music for us? How about you put that on paper? And also, I got another thing. If you need somebody to write music, you can hit me up at Trice Percussion. You can hit me in my DM. I do write song parts. I do arrange music, and I do put drum parts on that thing. And I send the MP3. Let me know. But if you want us to do a certain thing and then you complain about it, I mean, you went to school for arranging too, so you can write that drum part too. I write drum parts on all my arrangements for band. So,
did you just do a shameless plug?
Definitely. I was on a
shameless plug. I sure was. He beat me to it.
I mean, God dang, I was gonna give everybody their at the end of the show, but you kind of came in a little early. Let's do this. Let's go to Mr. Berry, then I want to go to Quan, and then Cushion.
Well, the cool thing about this is I've been stressing this from day one. I come from a core background. I marched at a high school called Stepchildren High School that took, we went to the DCI competitions, and my whole life I wanted to go to Southern University. So, that's two different dynamics, of course. But man, you put me in front of a core, my eyes are glued to that percussion section, man. It's glued to it. And, and I think that's why I appreciated Jackson State even in the 90s, because they were a little more technical, back in the day with their chops. And then, of course, having Mr. Bethea as my percussion instructor, that really gave me an appreciation of percussion as a whole. So when I see $1 Million Funk Squad, I'm like, man, that's my cousins over there. You know what I'm saying? When I see NCAT at the Honda, I'm like, man, y'all boys, y'all all right, bro. And then they like, man, we mess with y'all too. So you know, we just gotta appreciate each other, man. And, you know, understand if it don't sound good, it don't sound good. I don't care who it's coming from. If it's jacked up, it's jacked up. But if it's tight, man, humble yourself and give that school their props. You know, no matter what. I teach a school right now, high school with tonals, but you ain't gonna see no tonal at Jackson State. But guess what? I love making melodies with the bass line. You know what I'm saying? So as a percussionist, you know, I'm the one, bro. Look, if it sounds good, it sounds good. I don't care if it's MEAC, swag, it don't matter. DCI, you know, I'm all for it, bro. So, you know, when my students come to me, I shut that mess down. You know, especially my black students, man, the white boy stuff, man. Look, I come from that. I got a full paid scholarship because I played that. You know what I'm saying? So that's part of who I am. You know, I wanted to go to St. Edna Carr, but I didn't live out there. So I'm grateful to this day that I marched at a high school that taught me how to play concert band and timpanis. And, you know, so I can't knock what's up north because I come from that. You know what I'm saying? But I still know how to stay true what I was taught at Jackson State too. One thing that Bethea did and still does, every song got to feel like the song. We got to make that drum section sound like a kid. And that's what I fell in love with. It wasn't just a shot gloom bloom. You know what I'm saying? He wrote Janet Jackson, you know, Pleasure Principle. And I'm like, man, this is fire. You know, for a swag school to be grooving like this, man, I fell in love with that. And that's something to this day that I preach. Go listen to the dang old song. Don't just make your own tenor bass part. Listen to the song. I would change a drum part in a second. Man, go listen. I don't care if it's a new trap beat. Listen to the song. You know what I'm saying? So I love it, man. You know, my brothers at NCAT, Mr. Bethea is still my guy. I wouldn't be who I am today if I wasn't brought up by that man. You know what I'm saying? So I give respect. And now he's the director of bands at Norfolk. So you know what I'm saying? Like, man, that's all love, man. It's all love. That's why you'll never see me having to tear you down, because I have a strong foundation, you know, and I know who I am. So I'm going to support the next man. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what school you go to. I don't have to tear you down, bro. So I don't care if it's NCAT. You know, I got a brother, you know, Jarrell at North Carolina. Central. You know what I'm saying? He came down, brought his kids to the Jackson State camp. Same thing. You're a whole nother style, but your kids interested in my school. Guess what? I'm going to support what you're doing, and I'm going to support these kids to get to this next level if this is where they want to come to. I just sent Quincy, a kid to you, Mr. Davis. What's Quincy last? Quincy Williams played quads. That was one of the kids.
Yeah, Williams.
Yep. So
Williams.
I got kids at Southern. I got kids at LSU. I got kids all over the place. I'm never going to deny a child because I'm biased on a style.
And shout out to Mr. Bethea, because I'm gonna tell you that was the same thing that he told me in our percussion class. The first thing he told us, go listen to it. Don't just make up a whole bunch of parts. Go listen to what's actually happening. If you want to hear a fire, and I'm pretty sure all MD during that time can agree with this. If you want to hear a fire percussion part, dog, and Love Goes On percussion part, that is probably one of the coldest percussion parts I've ever heard in my life. And it is all written. And I remember going into his office and seeing all the writing on the paper, like every single mark on it. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me keep it going though, because we got guests. Quan.
Yeah, hey, but they had a goat, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he definitely needs to get his flowers. And I don't think he gets them enough, bro. All right, Quan. Mr. MD is born. Go for it. You got it.
So first of all, here's the thing. I think MD is a great drum section, like straight up. I think we was introduced to MD for Larry and for Al first. Overall Norfolk in person for that 07 Honda. First of all, so great showing. Like Richard, y'all boys kick butt on the field. Like that's hands down. Now, one thing that surprised me and stood out to me was their discipline. Everybody else was like low-key walking around. MD had like a chip on his shoulder, first of all, you know what I'm saying, while they were there. And we respected that as the box. Now, let me say this, and I know Rick gonna say, what's my gripe with MD? I think MD is a great drum section, real talk. And when they're standing still, let's be clear, when they're standing still, they can play. But I feel like some of what they're playing, when they talk about groove, is like a go-go beat, and then that's it. That's just my opinion. That's Quan. As a percussionist, it's like go-go, chop, that's it. Now, when it comes to cleanliness, I think they're the one of the most, real talk, number 1A drum sections that's cleanest in the world. Let me be clear, in the world. But when it comes to like features, they're not entertaining to me. That's just me. Why? Because I feel like PV are the king of features. That's my opinion. And that's just how I feel. Now, when it comes to MEAC and then SWAC, to answer that question, the reality of it is you have to mature and be open-minded to that stuff. When I first got to PV, like I say, Mr. Calvin is my drum instructor. I knew Jackson State and Southern. And then when I told him I was going to PV, he was like, but why? Like, first of all, like, they got a losing football team. And like people from my area was like, why you going there? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, but I when I first saw PV and they gave me that CD, I was like, bro, these boys different. I'm a go. And out of his students, most of his students like went to Jackson State, Southern, or Grambling. They went around that area where it was more the molar technique. I'm the one that was like, nah, I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna go there. You feel what I'm saying? And he never discriminated on me at all. You feel what I'm saying? But I just felt like the box was the total package because they could play technical stuff, but they was funky. Like they could groove, real talk, but they also can play some technical aspects and things that I just never seen at that time. Then also you got to realize if you didn't have internet, you wasn't on Marching Network or Marching Sport. So you had to really go see them people up close, bro. And when you saw them, I was like, bro, I ain't never seen no drum section just like this. You feel what I'm saying? So when it came to DCI, Larian is the one that introduced me to DCI. He the one that was like, hey, bro, look at this clip. I said, what is this? Oh, this Diddy. I'm like, they playing this? Like, we would go look at Cavalier's videos, you know, while we were crabbing, and he was showing me. He was the one that introduced me to North Texas snare ensemble. You know what I'm saying? So it was different, bro. Like people like we really don't realize how really old gritting really is. Gritting been out almost 35 years. People just are just catching up to it now. You know what I'm saying? So I had to mature to respect both styles. But let me be clear. My cup of tea would be more so of the box. But do I respect the hell out of MD? Absolutely. But do I feel that they sometimes limit themselves with certain aspects when they're standing still, or we call it blocking up? I do. Now, when it comes to the drum parts, I don't think really nobody can really touch them. We're just going to be clear. Now, that also depends on our initial question, who's writing for the section? We're just going to keep it a buck. When we march, we was making them parts up. And we had so much to do because we got cadences. We have to make sure the sequence is clean. We had to make sure our feature was clean. So we played what was called, real talk, traveling music. That's what we did. So that's what we did. So like now, like when Julian, didn't you write Taxi Cab? Or was that Rick? No, you wrote Taxi Cab. So when y'all wrote Taxi Cab and I heard that drum part, I said, them boys gonna be all right. And you know what I'm saying? So that's just my cup of tea. Now, I honestly feel like I agree that Virginia area, they're different. But I also look at real talk, and I'm going to say this while I can. People don't realize the influence of Mr. Kelvin Berry in the state of Louisiana and the South. I'm going to say it because nobody really said it. Before this man honestly developed the Master's Touch drumline, everybody was like Southern or either Grambling. When he brought the Master's Touch drumline, drum majors started changing from Southern, and it was starting to be like the J5. People started playing Bear and series and all of those cadences in the South, and he truly revolutionized drumming from the southern part of Louisiana all the way to the Mississippi. And most of his students that he teach become the section leaders, not because he being biased, was because they was cold kids. So that's all I'm saying. I grew up where that molar technique, that southern run, you know, where when you battle somebody, it's dealing with rolls and not really chopping. And then that developed over some time later because real talk, we was on either Southern, Jackson State, or TSU, if you just want to be honest, coming from Louisiana. And most people really like TSU because they really was funky at that time. And most of them cadences, we played that in high school. So that's just my cup of tea on all of that. But shout out to schools like Lane that never really get talked about. Because Lane College is a cold, Bloody Rain is cold, bro. People don't talk about them either. Virginia State, I like what they be doing, but I just feel like when it comes to the East Coast drumming style, nobody can touch MD, but I feel like they limit themselves to a certain degree. Respectfully.
All right. I hope Rick is happy with your response. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, Cushion. You got it. After Cushion, I'm gonna let the first guest in.
Bet. All right, so first song parts, J State, Goats. Can't be touched. That looks beautiful. My dog, get away. I'm on the podcast. Your hair is beautiful, lady. Okay, but sounding like the song, J State. Love what y'all doing over there. MEAC versus SWAC. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. It's all about entertainment, or who entertains you, and it's all about setting. You know, I think $1 Million Funk Squad, A&T, a couple other schools on Virginia State. You put them in a floor show setting, you know, a winter guard setting. They gonna kill. They gonna shine. But then put them in a situation like we had in Mississippi, you know, face to face, back and forth. I don't think they'll be able to stand a chance. Again, playing wise, they cannot be touched. I mean, I feel like they play more for drummers. They're playing for percussionists, and you know, to be honest with you, like that's not what everybody wants to hear all day, every day. You know, I feel like, you know, SWAC schools, we have a good mixture. We're playing for the percussionists, we're playing for the crowd, and then the other thing, just like you said earlier, it's all about settings. You know, look at how the band is structured. You know, it's 1,000 horn players, so that means we're gonna have to, you know, really be pushing out some watts when it comes to certain things. You know, so I'm riding with the SWAC because it's just a mixture. It's the total package versus, you know, most MEAC schools, you know, they've just playing for the percussionists, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is not anything wrong with that. I love what the $1 Million Funk Squad, like I think they just came to Houston. I think they did. They just came to Houston for the Battle of the Bands. From a percussionist standpoint, like, no, I don't think anybody in the building were playing, you know, at their level. Super clean, nice. It was just, boy, all you heard was crickets. You know, people just wasn't really entertained by it.
Can I pose a quick question for you, Kush?
Come on.
All right. So like I like the analogy how you was like, you know, in this setting, if you put them in the setting where, I guess, like if they were competing, then it would be good. But if you put them in a setting where it's face to face, then you will probably have to ride with the opposite style. But how do you feel somebody from the opposite style would be if they had to compete? Because it's like everybody always wants to say, you know, MD is boring, you know, you know, it's refined, but it's boring. But nobody ever talks about putting those other style groups in a setting where they have to be at a higher level. Why not?
Now, that's good. That is a very good question. But again, it's all about preference, really. I mean, it's really not a right or wrong answer on, you know, who's good, who's not good, who, you know, it's not a right or wrong answer. It's really all about preference. I just feel like in the SWAC, they're a little more aggressive. you can see it on the face and you can hear it, versus, you know, East Coast, they're more finessed, and you know that. So again, it's all about preference. It's all about preference and settings. So again, you take a Norfolk, you take them to, like I said, the WGI, or you know, whatever, a floor setting. They gonna shine because it's a, you know, crowd wise, it's a smaller setting. We can detail and we can lock in on everything that they're playing, versus what, you know, doing it on the field. It just didn't do it for me. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm riding with the swag.
It is. All right, man. Man, you guys put in some great information. Let's go ahead and welcome in our first guest. Actually, the first guest is the first person who ever suggested that we even have a show for percussion. So let's go ahead and welcome Teddy into the show, man. He been itching to get in, man. So what's going on, bro? You on mute. You on mute.
What's going on? Good evening, Rod. How you doing?
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, Teddy? How you doing, man?
Good, my brother.
So it's been a great conversation so far. Learned a lot so far. It's been good. I want to kind of pose a question to the group, and I'm going to try my best to be as respectful as I can. Please excuse me if I fail at that. But I keep hearing this narrative of what I would consider to be musicianship being categorized as boring, and I have a problem with that. We don't consider musicians who play wind instruments to be boring if they're technical. We don't consider musicians who play wind instruments to be boring if they can hit notes at multiple registers, if they know their chromatic scales, if they know all of their arpeggios and things of that nature. We don't consider them to be boring. But for whatever reason in the percussion world, if you know your top 4, if you know your basic 40 and you know your hybrids and you play them in your music, you're boring. I have a problem with that. I don't see very many other cultures, I'll put it that way, categorizing music that way. Not saying that we can't be different. We always have been, and that's great. But I have a problem with this musicianship is boring narrative, and it seems to always come from the southern part of the country. I think that Dante presented a really good question about balance, and everybody keeps, I heard more than one person discuss balance, and it seems like the narrative is that people from the southern part of the country would like to see more balance from Norfolk. I would like to understand more what that balance is supposed to be, because I don't see very many schools, particularly schools from the South, providing the balance that they're asking for from Norfolk. I see, for example, a Southern University playing all kinds of great music as far as the winds are concerned. That music is college level music. I don't always hear college level music from Southern schools as far as the percussion section is concerned. And that's problematic to me. I don't understand how we can all sit here as college educated men and women and treat musicianship as if it's boring, as if you can't blend the two. I don't see very many schools who are doing that blend better than Norfolk State University. So I just want to kind of better understand what that balance is to you guys, because again, I don't think balance is showmanship, but 5-stroke rolls and 9-stroke rolls, and some of the basic things that musicians who are percussionists have been playing since they picked up sticks. I don't think that's musicianship, and I would like to see all of our HBCUs challenge our percussionists to be musicians and still be able to be entertainers, because it's possible to blend the two and to do it well and to be clean, whether you're in the swag or whether you're in the MEAC. I think that there is an opportunity for improvement in that area. What do you guys think? I could tell just from some of the faces that I see, there are some people who may disagree, but I'm pretty firm in that, because I know that our students can play complex music regardless of what school they've gone to. And the reason why I know that is because I hear Southern wind instruments playing complex music, and I hear the same thing at Norfolk, and I hear the same thing at Bethune, and I hear the same thing at FAM. These schools are training their wind instrument players to play college level music. I don't see that happening across all HBCUs as it pertains to the percussion section. And I have a problem with that. I don't see all of these schools pushing musicianship and trying to improve. But the schools, you know, that are, those are the ones that seem to be getting labeled as boring. And but I don't understand why. So let's talk about it. Let's try to get more in depth. And I would also encourage guys to be honest, because I hear a lot of answers. They're great, but they're political. So let's just be honest and talk about it.
I think a lot. Go ahead, Quan. You good? Go ahead.
No, so I think you gave, first of all, you gave I think somebody got to mute their mic.
Somebody, yeah.
So I think first of all, you gave a plethora of questions that was really good. I'm gonna try to remember some of them, and if I forget one, just remind me though, fam. So first of all, I think some of the limitations that you see in those specific schools that you mentioned, that's the limitation of their percussion instructor. So I agree. A percussion instructor, real talk, can limit a drum section. That's first and foremost. And so when one of the questions that you had mentioned, you said, could you have both blend and balance, entertaining for the crowd as well as technical playing for the percussionists that's in the crowd? Is that right, fam? I just want to make sure I'm right.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I only could speak for my experience, like I say, of me marching for Prairie View, and then the spectating aspect that I see as like as a band director and a fan. So I think, first of all, when I was at PV, I think we did that, being honest. I think we had cadences that groove. I think we had cadences that were technical. We had cadences that were choppy. We had solos and whatnot that were technical, that had split parts, metric modulation, so forth and so on. We had that. Now, I can't speak for what MSD is doing right now, but I can assure you that I know for a fact Jackson State is doing some of the same things as well. But I think what the point that Cushion was kind of saying earlier was when it gets to preference, because I see in the comments some people were saying, like, yeah, they playing, but I don't like the tuning. So then that goes into another aspect as well. I know for a fact the mother pluckers at Grambling is gritting, doing technical stuff on an upright tenor drum. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like when we say things like that, I think it goes back to the subjectiveness of preference. I know for a fact, and I'm gonna just say, I think Southern University got some real talented players. Now, will they break out of their own tradition and really be put on the track? Because they used to every now and then, but they weren't being pushed outside the envelope. However, their band has been structured for 40 plus some odd years that they do play on 2 and 4 when it comes to their drum parts. That's just what they're known for. And unfortunately, that's their particular limitation. So that's why I say so. But what I must say is this: Southern University is a game changer HBCU that has so much influence to where it's kind of like they're the market brand of the SWAC. So when you see them, you think, for the most part, all SWAC bands is like that. And that's why I say, if you see Southern is only like a tip in the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg for the diversity of SWAC drum lines. Grambling is different from Southern, just like real talk. Alabama State, in my opinion, is the most diverse drum section in the SWAC that really don't get talked about. And they chopping, they're playing, they have balance, they tune their drums a specific way too. So then it goes back, like I said, brother, to particular preference. Now, the comment that was made earlier about when PV bass drums was being played, Prof Ed would have put us out of band, like straight up, because it was a certain, he was like, Prof Ed used to say this: I don't want to hear you, I want to feel you. And that's what he told us. And so we couldn't play at a certain level. Now, when we, it was time to turn up and, make the people from Grambling, miss the field goal. It was like beat the hell out the drums. And that was the first time as like a kid in the candy store, we went hard in the paint. But I think we was a drum section that had balance. And people don't even know this. PV used to use tonal bass drums too, the proper way. Because if you go to the old features, we did tonal bass drums. So that's why I'm saying I think, and I could be sincere about this, maybe I was ignorant towards, I'm gonna say, East Coast style of drumming prior to, but I have a sense of respect for it. And I think vice versa, because and this is just being sincere, many people from the East Coast feel like, well, shoot, boys from the SWAC don't read. So it's kind of like, just like we say it's boring or that it's a particular preference, it's like that same stereotype of, yeah, they playing on 2 and 4 and they groovy, but at the same time, they don't know how to read either. So I understand your point of view, but I think it's kind of like, it's a subjective thing. You may like drill music. Another person, he may like old school, New York hip hop for it. But I do believe that you should have a place for balance within your section.
So I just want to make sure that I set the record straight for everybody. Thank you, Quan. I appreciate your insight. I just want to make sure that I set the record kind of straight for everybody, and alleviate what may or may not be the perception of the $1 Million Funk Squad. So Mr. Bethea is an outstanding percussion instructor. You guys have said a lot of great things about him, and I echo those sentiments. He's outstanding. But let me be very honest. He wasn't writing most of the things that we played. That man over there, Dante Chambers, wrote a lot of things for us. Our percussion section was student driven. Many of the people that I played with, I marched from 2006 to 2009. And many of the people that I played with wrote on behalf of our line. Many of the things that we played on the field, in the stands, and features, that stuff was student written. So the area of opportunity that you guys are speaking out about, as it pertains to our percussion instructors, and having that be a place where a lot of schools could improve, I get it and I understand. Norfolk has always had a percussion instructor who's been very, very good, cream of the crop. However, our percussion section was student driven. Much of the things that you all heard us play were written by the same 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old kids that are at these other schools. We're not getting, this stuff wasn't all written by a 45-year-old man. We're talking about 19-year-old Dante Chambers. We're talking about 18-year-old Bernard Smith, Aaron Armwood. These kids, these guys came in and they wrote for our line. And we played it. It wasn't written by a professional. So that's something that's congruent with what's being experienced at other HBCUs. And we still were able to be clean. It was still college level instrumentation. It was still college level music. It was still we were still expected to come up to that standard. All I'm saying is I would like to see more HBCUs do that. It sounds, and I'm just being honest, it sounds like an excuse that percussion instructors or lack thereof inhibit the ability of percussion students to be students. They go to school, they go to class. Oftentimes they're in the same classes as the kids with the trumpets that are playing trumpet, playing trombone. I refuse to believe that the instructors at Southern University are writing all the music for the trombones, and not one student is picking up a pencil and getting some manuscript paper and writing for that trombone section. These are universities, guys. So right. To ask these students to come up and be better, that's not asking too much of them. They can do it. We tell white folks that all the time. And I'm saying it again, like, we can do that. We can ask our students to be better. Like, that's not asking too much. So, again, just to reiterate, that's what was happening in Norfolk, Virginia, at Norfolk State University. That's what continues to happen there. It happened before me. It's happening after me. And I know it can happen at other schools. Our students are not better men and women than the students of other HBCUs. I know that it can happen more, and I just want to see it happen. The musicianship can and must improve. I understand there are differences in styles. I get it. I understand there are different levels of expectations from school to school. I understand there are band directors who want that drum set. I understand all of that. But y'all not going to tell me that college students can't play college music in the percussion section, but they can do it in the trombone section. The sousaphones can do it. The clarinets can do it. But for whatever reason, because of style, but the percussion sections can't. I refuse to believe that our African American kids can't do that. I know they can't. So
I think what.
Hold on, right quick, question. Because I know. Hold on, right quick. I know a lot of y'all want to respond. So we'll do it like this. Cushion, I'll let you get it. Larry, and I'll let you get it. And then after that, Teddy, I'll let you get a final response because we got more guests coming in. So Cushion, Larry, and then Teddy, final response.
Bet. All right. So I think the disconnect, it's not. Let me see. Just forget it. What y'all are playing over there is top tier material. Hands down, do not pass go. What they playing cannot be touched. It is good. I just kind of feel, this is just my personal opinion, I feel like y'all cater to the percussionists only. My mama wouldn't know what a flam paradiddle whatever is, and she wouldn't care how clean it was. Do I want to sit there and watch that all day? No, I want to be entertained. So it's not the material, because the material is crazy. I appreciate it. I'm entertained by it because I'm also a percussionist as well. But again, I'm just thinking outside of my band uniform, outside of putting my sticks down. When you're at work, do you really want to sit down through a 2-hour seminar?
Absolutely. Yes, I do. Especially if it's about what I do for a living. Absolutely. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So the pandemic, you mean to tell me during the pandemic, you sitting in front of that computer screen all day, every day was just entertaining?
That pandemic was garbage. I hated that. I ain't gonna lie, I hated that, man.
So reference that to drumming. That's what and again, I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. I love what they doing over there. Do I want to sit through that all day, every day? That's my question. That's my question I pose to you. Can it be a mixture?
I would say so.
Larry, go ahead, and then Teddy, final thoughts.
Now, my 2 cents is so because of who I am, and I know Quan and Ricardo, I watch everybody. So I know $1 Million Funk Squad. I've seen them do performances where it was some entertainment and everything like that, and the playing wise and all this other stuff. So I mean, like I say, and when they were talking about preferences, do I like $1 Million Funk Squad? Yes. Do I think they are? If I had to rate Drumlines or who I would want to watch, would I go to them first? Not necessarily. But that doesn't mean that they're not good to me. Sometimes I want to watch certain situations for certain different points and everything like that. If I want to watch, if I'm in a floor show type of situation, or if I'm on the, hey man, you seen that $1 Million Funk Squad block? Oh shoot, let's go to it. I mean, that's just me. Like I say, everybody on here is different and everything. So I'm not talking about the continuous of playing or what they're playing, anything like that. And so what the thing I wanted to get to one of your comments is when you were talking about the people that were writing the cadences and everything like that, and which is fine. But my thing is that shouldn't have to be a barrier on the kids. And the same, and Calvin touched on this a little bit earlier when he was like, my kids up here at Jackson State couldn't get along. And I'm not saying that y'all couldn't get along, but not just saying that 45-year-old is writing that music, but maybe if he'd have had any kind of sense, not even sense, or if he had an opinion and been like, hey, do that a little different right there. Give him a little flash right there. And then we're going to go back to it. And it's just that. See, kids, we're going to go with our consensus of what the group thinking. Hey, man, we got to go out there and we got to kill NCAT. NCAT talking that crap. They talking that crap. We got to go out there and we got to come with our A game. And $1 Million Funk Squad going to do that every time. And nobody on here can disagree with that. But maybe that percussion instructor could have been like, hey, you ain't got to put all that right there. That beginning part was good enough. Go ahead and ride that thing on out, and we can save some of that stuff for the next part. Now the thing is, if you beat my head over it with something like this, there ain't nobody gonna get it. And sometimes it can feel like that because you're trying to prove a point so bad that you're kind of missing it. It's like trying to sound educated, and you're saying so many big words to the fact that you just sit there and be like, I don't even know what the hell I just said. Like I just said a lot of words and everything like that, which is fine. I mean, you sound, but everybody looking at you like, man, if you don't know what you're talking about, then I mean, should we confuse as well? But that my only plight with the situation of everything they talked about. Like I said, I'm not saying that they're boring or anything like that. I watched $1 Million Fun Squad. Like I said, my favorite MEAC line was North Carolina Central University. You can ask anybody on here that talked to me. Love North Carolina Central University. Even when Dr. Lawhorn was over there. My only take was on the percussion instructor situation, and I understand your plight about the situation with the kids and everything like that. But we go and get degrees, just to make sure that them kids understand, like, hey, it's a balance to this. And you said the correct word. You said balance. So if you're telling us about balance, it's also a balance in that composition too. Because let's just say you want to write out, I don't know why this is the first song in my head, but the thong song. You wouldn't write it like no classical piece. You wouldn't go, all over there and everything and want to get all the that's too much. Hey, get in and get out. Let them people know what it is, and then we out that thing. I think that's my only sentiment about this thing. I'm not saying it's bad or anything like that, but I feel like if somebody was there to say, hey, guys, let's leave some to be desired in just this one cadence. Because sometimes y'all can throw a whole bunch of stuff in one and it'd be like, okay, like that was a lot. And then the situation of, and I'm not saying that's not a good thing, and it's good to be and take that skill set to the next level. But you said the great thing, balance. Balance goes in articulation, balance goes in dynamics, balance goes in composition. You can't overdo balance with everything. So my thing would be the competition situation of just how you're writing. And I'm not saying, Dante, anything that you wrote was ever bad or anything. And I'm pretty sure some of the stuff that I like, you probably wrote, and I would never know. But all I'm saying is in a nutshell, it's like if Calvin was there, Ricardo or me was there, was like, hey, Dante, hey, make that part look, make it a little subtle. Let us come back in and do something like that. He'd have been like, all right, I get what you're talking about. Save some for the next part and everything like that. Or we can make a next session, or we can make a part 2. That's just music. It's just composing and everything like that. That's my only sentiments. Anything else, I mean, like they said, it's all about preference. But that's my only 2 cents on the percussion instructor. Like, I'm glad that the kids were doing that and they stepped up and everything like that, because a lot of sections were student-led. But then you got to think about the kids in 2022. No. And y'all know for sure kids will be doing whatever the hell they want to. They'll be humping on the drums and doing whatever. So my thing is, that's why I preached on that percussion instructor and that guidance, and to make sure it's like that balance, because you said the correct word, balance, but that also means that it has to go into everything else. It means that we can't bang on the drums whenever the hell we want to. And it means that y'all can't play every rudiment that you ever heard on Ninja Drummist just in one cadence. How about you give it to me in 3? And that's all I got to say.
One thing, anybody that know me personally know that I've consistently said that even before I even got to Grambling State University, I've always said I liked $1 Million Fun Squad. Like, I'm known for saying that in the PC, not just amongst us as peers. I've said that publicly for years. I can bring my kids that I taught that went off to Jackson, went off to Lane, etc., and they'll know that I used to have them watching those videos as well. Right. And I think sometimes we keep saying collegiate. Sometimes you just have to breathe, and the passage has to breathe. And I think what Larion is touching on is that it's almost like you can ram a lot of stuff. And just because you're 19, 20, and you can be a technical savant, but in the same breath, that 45-year-old guy would say, not right there. And it'll just come to life. Because I don't write everything at Grambling State University. a lot of the kids do as well. And we go together, we knock it out, and I'll say, not this part. Play nothing there. This is a visual. And then they'd be like, man, you know, and it just, you know what that really comes from? That just really comes from my experience. Because I just been doing it so much longer.
That balance.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but yeah. So it's just, and I appreciate, I know that they're trying to just, because my kids they trying to push as many beats as possible in this measure, right? And I'm like, let it breathe. Mr. Ross said, he'll say it all the time, let it breathe. You gotta let it breathe. You gotta relax, let it breathe. Everything can't just be chop, 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 chop. And I think sometimes the younger you are, like Trice said it perfectly, you see it even in regular life, right? And I'm just gonna say children at 19 and young adults, but children, they are influenced by whatever's at that moment. Whatever's popular right there, that's what they're gonna push, right? We're gonna outplay NCAT. We're just gonna push beats. And you see it in the PC, people saying it, literally saying, we're gonna push beats, push beats, push beats. We push so many beats on you guys. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes it's really just I think everybody's saying it's a preference. And I also think even with the MEAC SWAC argument, it's not really, I think people latch on to one or two people argument and then just say conference. It's the whole conference, and it's not. Like, I can listen to
you preaching, brother. You preaching.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, but I think that's what we do. You see it in the PC every single time we actually see these MEAC SWAC battles. Check this out. They'll even say Lane is SWAC. Lane is not in the SWAC. But they'll call them SWAC style.
Where they play like SWAC. Like, I mean, that's
no such thing as playing like SWAC. Just like there's no such thing as playing like MEAC. Your approach, we can identify the approach.
Yeah, the approach is military. And then y'all approach is core style. So basically, when you, in a nutshell, it's the same history because the core style came from the military.
But it all comes. It just all come down.
I don't want to. Because I know y'all getting in y'all bag, man. But we got couple more people in the waiting room. And we got people still trying to get in. So we got to try to get everybody in. So Teddy, go ahead and get your final thoughts, bro.
I just don't understand. I don't understand how musicianship and college level playing, when it comes to percussion, can be considered core style, any of that other stuff. It's like, yo, white folks not the only ones playing hybrid rudiments. I mean, I hear what's being said, and I get it, and I appreciate everybody's, attempt to be respectful. I get it, and I acknowledge it. But white folks not the only people playing those beats, man.
But
listen to what we're saying.
White folks made them beats, and then we try to take it, and then we try to compete against each other with it. At the end of the day, instead of just uplifting each other and saying, "Hey,
it's music. It's music, man." Like, I mean,
it is
music. Those things that are being played by those white folks, those same notes and those same intricacies are being played by trombones, by trumpets, by sousaphones across HBCUs, and nobody's calling those techniques core style. They're just saying it's funky. They're just saying it's great music. So it's like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I have a problem with that. Nobody's
not what's being played though.
The category is musically what it is. It's core style.
But nobody calls those techniques coming from wind instruments core style. It's just good music. But when it comes to percussion, like, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, again, listen.
I think when it comes down to being the boring, or like what's boring and what's not, it's our category. It's our category. And again, we're not listening to Beethoven on Hot 97.
But hybrid rudiments aren't Beethoven. That's just music, man. Like,
but here's let me
that's not what hybrid. That's not where rudiments are.
And that's not saying it's not good. It's just not the setting for it. That's just my preference when it comes to y'all.
But here's the thing. But this is the thing. But every drumline is playing hybrids. So in today's state, every collegiate drumline is playing hybrids. It is the way they fasten together, and that's what makes it subjective, pending that particular style. Like,
I think Quan's right. I think that's fair to say. I just think some institutions play hybrids more than others.
All right, we gotta.
I think we
and
getting
that's absolutely
hybrids
We
and
gotta, we gotta,
tradition
we
mixed
gotta
up.
shut it down. We gotta close it out, bro. I'm sorry. I want to let y'all get y'all bag, bro, but we gotta get.
Stepchild.
This. I'm sorry.
Stepchild. Look
I'm
how the
Stepchild.
not,
horn
man.
look
We got
how the
other
horn
people,
players
bro.
doing
I can't leave
Stepchild. It's
people in
all
the
good,
waiting
bro.
room, yo. So look, this is what we'll do. This is what we'll do. We're gonna, because of the fact that the conversation is getting really good, and I want to continue this conversation. We're gonna definitely have a part 2 of this. So, but I want to make sure I get to every single guest, man, because they definitely deserve to be heard, and they definitely deserve to have the conversation as well. So, Teddy, what I'm gonna do when I'm gonna put the part 2 up, bro, I want you on the panel. So be ready to be on the panel. I'm gonna send you all the information, okay, bro? I got you. All right. I appreciate you, Teddy. There are some other people who were trying to get in. The room was super full. So if you were trying to get in, we'll let in about maybe 2 or 3 more people. So if you were trying to get in, go ahead and click the link right now. Teddy will go ahead and let you fall off, and we'll bring in Justin. All right, bro. Appreciate the support. All right, let's bring in, welcome Justin to the panel. What's going on, bro?
Man, what's going on, guys? I do not want to stir up the pot like my last brother. I just got a few things I just want to think, just kind of talk through.
Please let Justin. Can I please interrupt you?
Yes,
please. All right. So about when I moved to Virginia and caught the job at Thomas Jefferson High School, somebody put me on to the Score podcast.
Oh man, appreciate it, bro.
That podcast,
appreciate it, bro.
Just like words can't even, like, I was literally out driving today listening to the episode 71. So
man, I appreciate it.
Here, yeah, it's nothing, man. If anybody's on here and you have not listened to the Score and you are in music education, you are behind. I got caught up in like 2 weeks, dog. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
so man, y'all are doing great work. You and Eric, man, just keep it going, dog. All the way from Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Out,
yes, sir. Appreciate it,
man.
for real.
Eric and Justin Clean, man. Y'all boys.
Look at God.
Appreciate it. No, so what I really wanted to talk through, all the conversation is great, and I think it's very needed right now where we are in regards to percussion. And when I say percussion, I'm talking about African-American percussion, African-American drum lines, because I feel like the culture is doing what the culture usually does, which is take from us and then run with it. So I think if we don't have these conversations, if we don't get our hands on the reins, then we lose out on these things. What I really wanted to talk through was about the whole writing and reading kind of thing. I feel what we miss, and a lot of times, me and Larry talked about this in Quan, especially before I started teaching in Fort Bend. In HISD, the middle school settings were not set up where you knew where you were going after high school. And so what we a lot of times what we ended up doing was trying to catch 9th graders and 10th graders, and we're trying to give them the 40, we're trying to get them to 12, we're trying to not only, because y'all know we can teach the kids the 40, but then when it's time to put it in context, when we have to play this piece of music, we got to play this snare drum piece, or hey, we got to learn this cadence for whatever. Now it's like I can play phrases of paradiddles, or I can play this, rudiment package that we've been going through. But how do I go from this accented 16 to a syncopated rhythm into this flam drag and all of that kind of stuff? What I think we have to remember, and we got to figure out what's the key. We can't sacrifice our middle school kids. We cannot sacrifice those kids. And here's the key to it. We can't move them faster than what they need to move, right? If we just take our time, like one of the things I do at my middle school right now, we're working through our rudiments. But in my mind, if you can go through the paradiddles, singles, doubles, triples, paradiddle, diddle, if you know all of the, flam accents, flam taps, flam paradiddles, 5s and 9s, by the time you get to 9th grade, we're going to run through everything else because we have those foundational things there that can be moved upon. And I think a lot of times what I saw with some of the middle school kids and what I see happening is we're so excited that we want them to have fun and we want them to be engaged, and we're already kind of putting things in front of them, where it's like they get to high school and they looking at, we're putting our show together for next fall, and we got to look at this music, and you still don't have a really good understanding of paradiddles, the space between the right, the space between the left, and all of those types of things. And I think if we get to a place where we can come up with systems, whatever state y'all in, y'all know, the nuance of your state, how can we have what I like to call drum all days, some Saturdays where we coming in and we working with those middle school kids, just giving them things that they can work through for the next 3 years. Because what do we tell our kids? It's muscle memory. That's why we running this rudiment this many times. That's why we're going to run this cadence over and over again. That's why we're going back in the hole. That's why we're going to drill this over and over again, because it's muscle memory. And so I think that pours into the reading and the rote. So I think both of those things are both and. It's not either or. We can't have it can't be a non-negotiable for the reading. You got to know how to read. But a lot of what we want to do in terms of our rote teaching is stylistic stuff. We want to say, hey, I like what you're doing on second base when you do the call and response between you and fourth, but I need you to give me more lift on your left hand to make that accent match with what's happening there. That's the rote teaching that we really want to get to. What we want to stop doing is saying, it's this. We want to stop that. Like, all of us want to stop that. We literally want to go and say, okay, snares, when you come in with that buzz roll into the paradiddle off your left into the flam taps, I need the left hand to react on that upstroke way quicker than what you're doing, right? That's where we want to be. And I think for us to get there, because let's be honest, by the time we get to high school, rote teaching is stylistic stuff. I want the groove to sound like this. I don't want that. It's too, you're not putting enough space in between this, that, and the third. I think we got to find more time to get to our middle school kids and have a pacing schedule to get those kids through middle school. Who cares if they can play through Rudimental Cookbook by 8th grade? Can they play through Kinder's, intermediate snare book, which is really just 16th notes, 5 strokes, 9 strokes, and flam taps? Because once they have that, they can really flow in high school. And I think we miss those kids so much because we are process based. We got a game, we got a pep rally, we got to go play for the library, we got a community event. And so all of those things kind of take advantage of it. So I think that reading and rote go hand in hand, but rote is more effective when they can effectively read without you having to go and be like, one tay, E and a 4, whatever the case may be, right? Second thing, this argument over MEAC and SWAC, Jesus Christ. As soon as I saw that, I was like, Lord, they're going to be on here all night. So I always look at it like this. My introduction to drumming was church. So I was playing drum set before I even stood behind a snare drum and learned a rudimental, whatever. What I think about is when you cross the Mississippi River, drumming styles, and I'm going to talk from a drum set standpoint, it's totally different than if I'm in New York, if I'm in the Chicago, if I'm in the Midwest, right? And just thinking from a jazz perspective, on the East Coast, it's heavy jazz. By the time you hit Mississippi, Florida, all the way down to Texas, it's nothing but the blues. So that has flowed into our drumming, right? So when you get into the blues, right, you get into all that, it's wide open, it's dirty, and we just set in the pocket because we're going to vamp on the 4 for an hour. You know what I'm saying? And so when you hear that's a passage that we love down here because it provides space for us to do call and response between quints and snares and all that kind of stuff. Now, when I go back to the East Coast, we looking at, you listening to Tony Williams playing behind Miles Davis. You're listening to McCoy Tyner and Art Tatum go back and forth, right? And so then when I hear MDFS or when I hear South Carolina State, because I grew up core and I grew up heavy, core style, and I was, Santa Clara Vanguard, Kevin Erickson was running my drum camp when I was in high school. So in my mind, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's the best of both worlds, right? That I can get this technical, rudimental, speaking all over the place, but then there's some grooves there that I don't really hear sometimes in the DCI world because it's so much just like heavy battery movement. But then I see Prairie View, and Prairie View reminds me, I'm talking about, 9-3, 9-5, 9-6, 9-7, 5 basses. They had a set number of tenors, 2 quints, 8-9 snares. And so I'm seeing this same idea, but it's done a little bit different, right? So if I'm listening to Tony Williams, he's giving me triplets and 16th notes across the toms. But if I'm listening to somebody that's playing down here for Johnny Taylor or somebody like, slow groove like that stuff is still happening, but it's happening at a different pace. And I just think what we need to be doing right now is looking at how can we pull, what can the SWAC, and I hate the SWAC style thing, but what can drum lines that are in the South pull from $1 Million Funk Squad? What can we hear that's happening in the Bongo Brothers? What's happening with, Johnson C. Smith, who is all, they always been slept on to me, right? What's happening there that we can pull here, space out, pour into what we doing, while at the same time, those lines up north and on the East Coast, can look down here and say, okay, there's a little bit more flash. We can put a space here before we do this sextuplet run down and all that kind of stuff. So I really think if we look at it from a musical perspective, because how band directors set their band programs, right? It's all about the arrangement. It's all about the voicing. And I just think there's more to be given on both sides rather than there being a one or the other. And I don't think anybody hears that, but I sometimes in the PC, we get into these arguments and it's not a better than, it's really preference, right? A lot of the kids that are in Texas right now, they're looking at these schools. I'm teaching. I really feel like we're in a hybrid mode of band anyway, where a lot of kids are coming out of high school where I'm at in Fort Bend. The African-American students, the Latino students are doing this, we're doing this winter WGI, DCI type stuff. We're marching in a core style band on the field, but in the stands, we're literally buying Hal Leonard corny tunes of, vice versa and all this kind of stuff. And so they're trying to find schools where can I be effective, where I don't have to do so much changing of my technique and grip, but I can still have fun and drum. And I think there's places and spaces for all of that to be true. And I think it's musicianship on both ends. Because if we were to drop some of our MD brothers into a box rehearsal back in the day, they'd be like, oh, okay, this is what's going on up here, right? And vice versa. So I just think we gotta get that divide and conquer is killing us right now as far as the culture, because we're not able to come together and put a book together like a rudimental cookbook, or put together a book together like Just Desserts. You know what I'm saying? Lilo Davila been making millions of dollars off these books, and them books old. They ain't writing nothing new. People still learning how to play in the kitchen sink. And so why have we not put the bullet trains, all of those different cadences in a book that kids can now pull from and learn from, and it's still teaching? We still breaking down and using the 40 and saying, hey, where's your right hand on this upstroke? Hey, on that downstroke there, you need to make sure it's at a tap height and so forth. So that's just all I wanted to pour in, man. Y'all been talking real stuff, man. Luke, you got to put this on the DVD and sell it, bro. Seriously. Like, because this is good content.
Hey, you put the idea out there, it's going to come. I'm telling you.
Let me get my cut, Doc.
Hey, I give you like 1%. I got you, bro.
I think the biggest part with that is, the biggest part with that is that one word, appreciate, right?
Yeah.
And that's why, like I was saying earlier, I've never ever, and you'll never hear me say, this style is boring.
Right.
Because I listen to everything. I just like drums. I like music, right?
Right.
But I think more importantly, you know what the real issue is? The real issue is, as a people, we don't agree on nothing anyway.
Oh, facts. That's facts. That's
the real issue, is that we don't support each other and we don't agree on. So that portion of our life just comes into every avenue, whether it's football, basketball. We'll argue about anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to, just looking and saying, I appreciate that. And when I say I appreciate it, it doesn't mean I have to mimic it.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? And I think I think 90% of the arguments we see is really just us as a people. We just don't agree. We're disagreeable for the most part.
Right. And I think what you said, Ricardo, is that even in the disagreement, how can we still come together? Because there's something to be learned from Grambling. There's something to be taken from the Jackson. There's something to be taken from the Norfolk. All of these schools, I don't necessarily have to like that. Like, here's a classic case, right? Like Quan, myself, Laren, the OG, Cushion. We marched in a different era and time of what Prairie View's drumline was, right? Now, we may not necessarily agree with what things are happening or how sounds are coming out, but what can we do to further help that generation not necessarily relive who we were and what we did, but emulate some of those foundational things that can help usher them into the next era and generation? Because like Laren said, these kids coming out, I'm teaching it, like drumming is just not, it's a thing, but it ain't a thing. Back in the day, and I'm back in the day, I'm 34, but during my time of growing up in drumming, it was 8 or 9 of us that was like, no, we're going to watch DCI tapes all Thanksgiving. Then we're going to go watch the classic tapes. We're going to the classic. Now kids are like, what's a classic? Do I have to show up for that? Is that a practice? You know what I'm saying? So I think we got to be engaged and realize that the tide is changing. And how can we connect with these kids to say, like Brother Barry said, man, I want to send y'all wherever, right? I got a student that's at OSU. I got a kid that's at PV on the baseline. I got some students right now that are like, I'm thinking about going here. Where do you think? I'm like, hey, I'm going to set you up where you can go wherever, right? Let's just put you in position where you can be successful wherever. And how can we learn? I just really think that there needs to be more collaboration. Because when I hear these drum parts, when I hear, Jackson State playing drum parts on Brandy songs, I'm like, yo, that need to be on paper. I need that on paper. And I know we hold our stuff so secretly. Drumline is almost like the Divine Nine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't tell nobody nothing. No, bro. I can't. This is classified information. I get it. And some of that stuff can stay classified. But come on, the warm-ups,
G5 classified.
yeah, you
G4
see what I'm saying?
classified,
Like, and that stuff is great because it creates the culture and that community. Here's what we really talking about right now. The preference between MEAC and SWAC is the community that we build. Jackson State has a community. Like, I jumped on here, I jumped in the chat, and as soon as I jumped in the chat, Quan was like, plug, because it's a community. I know what it was to be called. I know what it is. And so we are close to these things because it defined a moment in time in our life. And I think if we don't pass that information along, what we stop doing is giving people, like Ricardo said, we arguing all day because we don't have no sense of community. Like, at the end of the day, with our March Box, Chocolate Thunder, MD, whoever, we all drummers. You know what I'm saying? A paradiddle ain't gonna change once you go to North Carolina or when you go to Florida. We all drummers. And what do I need to get from you? We can all learn something. So I just think there's more collaboration that's needed. We need those powers that be that's at the universities. We need to see y'all, and not to say that y'all aren't in cahoots with each other, but just seeing that. And like you said, Mr. Berry, having that funding and having those sponsorships, man, it just opens the door, to the possibilities of what because this culture been going on forever. We've been mixing band tapes, going to drum, gym shows forever. And it's a world within its own world. So it's time for everybody to see it before they try to take it from us, man. But this has been a great conversation. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a great night.
Man, appreciate you.
Love you, boy.
Appreciate you, bro.
Man. Yes,
appreciate
sir.
you, really. Real talk. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
I seen somebody say something on the PC, or normally it happens whenever there's like a big battle of the bands or something. Like, why isn't there like an open gym, where everybody can come and get all on one accord, just as far as drum wise, I think that's something that, especially with this panel, like, we should be able to make that happen easy. Agreed or what?
I think what Mr. Berry was saying is that I know a lot of times with a lot of schools the funding is the issue. So I think we start kicking ideas, and it's gonna really start with us, right? Mm-hmm. And not just us as instructors, but you look at, like, I value Trice. I talk to Trice, we talk for hours, man, like literally hours. And I think that funding, so I think when we start kicking around ideas and helping each other, we can start it and it can trickle down. Because I think if you notice 90% of the battles, the reason they get out of pocket is because the instructors really haven't taught. They haven't set rules and standards not to, but I know, like, when us against Talladega, us against Texas Southern, we literally met, the instructor was like, yeah, man, that's cool. And we talked, and we're friends. We're not just like, I'm your mortal enemy. We're literally friends. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when we talk, everything went off without a hitch. No issues whatsoever. So I think it really starts with us, just like in every other facet. You know how intelligent a civilization is based upon the instructors, the teachers. And all of us have gifts, right? All of us have gifts. Like Dante, before today, I didn't know he was writing stuff, and I liked it. But I didn't know. You see what I'm saying? But I liked it. But at the same time, like I said, it starts with us, and it starts with us respecting each other, saying, you know what? I don't have to do what you're doing. Just try to see my point of view, because I watch everybody. I watch everybody and everything, man. Listen, I got tons of conga drums. I got VHS. Look, check this out. I bought a VHS player because I found this tape from a brother, African Beats, VHS. So I literally look at everything, watch everything.
Where you get a VHS player? Because I'm trying to find one. Where you find a VHS player?
I got one.
I got stacks of tape that I'm trying to at least get converted over, and you found one. Where you find that?
And I can convert mine to DVD. So,
bro,
like I
Amazon.
Said, yep, Amazon. Yeah, but that's my point. So, with that being the case, I'll watch anything, man. I'm not joking. And I'll never down talk high school kids, middle school kids, etc. I'll never do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know for a fact everybody's doing the best they can with what they have, right? That's literally what it all boils down to. So, like I said, I think if we appreciate each other, like I appreciate Jackson, I appreciate PV. I tease, I troll, but of course, man, I know I like MSD.
Yeah, man, and
I'm
honestly,
cool
that trolling is what's gonna either make you get on your game, or you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm with that. Good job with the trolling.
All right, let's welcome Justin into the panel. Matter of fact, there are some people who are still trying to get in. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take 2 more callers after this. I think we got 1 person, well, 2 people down there. So Justin, and then I'll let 2 more people in, and we're gonna have to shut it down because it's getting late, bro. This is by far the latest show that we've ever had that did not go over into an after party session. So Justin, you got it, bro.
I'm
LB, what's happening, my boy?
man. What's up, LB? Hi, I do. I'm gonna try to be quick. So you know me, I thought this live was gonna be a bunch of like, you know, how the normal shows be like, not saying fused, but real good debates. But I actually learned a lot from the drum culture and the drum world. But some takeaways that I got from it. Let's start from the stepchild thing. I see things for what they are. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody try to talk about swag, miak, corp style, you know what I'm saying? If it's tight, it's tight. If it's not, it's not. Like a boy got on here earlier, it was like, why our drum style be considered boring? If it's boring, it's boring. And sometimes the harsh reality of it is if these kids don't like it, they ain't gonna be interested in your program. You know what I'm saying? And I think more time down here in Sweat where we at, you know what I'm saying? It's just more popular than on the East Coast, marginal wise and social media wise. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That don't make it not good. It just makes it what it is by numbers. So sometimes we got to start being delusional and understand, like, step y'all stuff up because it's not what the kids want to see or what's in.
We struggling for numbers though, bro.
Why you struggling for numbers? Because
no. We're not struggling for numbers. So you're saying we're not doing what the kids like. That's what they like here.
No. What I meant, everybody had. I was getting to that point.
My bad.
No problem. Trust me, nobody, because I like the back and forth. Everybody had their own style. You know what I'm saying? And we always talk about like what's hot and what's not. Like we always talk about Bethune-Cookman for band. Everybody say Bethune-Cookman boring. Bethune-Cookman have one of the biggest bands every year. You know what I'm saying? So somebody likes it. You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes we focus on whose opinion you taking it from to say it's boring. You know what I'm saying? Because if I went to, like this shit I told you I was gonna try to go to schools I never go to. I went to Hampton versus Norfolk game and I recorded MD versus what the other one is not MD, the 2 drum sections. And I was looking away, I'm like, dang, this shit it's actually tight. They chopping, it ain't what I'm used to, you know what I'm saying? But they chopping, they doing all kind of other stuff. The kids love it. It is what it is at some point. But sometimes we do have to stop being delusional and not paying attention to numbers. I'm big on numbers and I'm big on statistics. You know what I'm saying? Few counties, it matters. Another thing, when y'all was talking about the drummers being a stepchild, like I know I never like drummers. Never. I'm a horn player. Drummers, y'all beat on everything. You see a book, you're gonna beat on it. You're gonna beat on the Bible. You're gonna beat on the pole. You're gonna beat on every single thing. Like, why you drumming so much? You got that big drum back there. You know what I'm saying? That's all was my sentiment. So I hated the drum section. But one thing, even though I hate the drum section, what I like about the drum section is they always got a certain swag about them. And if your drum section ain't got that swag, I don't want you in my band. You know what I'm saying? So like y'all stand up all day because you got a big drum in your hand and y'all gangsters. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say that, but you know me, I gotta keep the trail. Y'all, that's what y'all do. Y'all beating it and y'all tight back there. So I don't want to hear nothing about no drummer complaining about standing up all day. This college, summer players till the 20s. You know how that is? You know what I'm saying? Just for a regular player, when I see a girl on the drum, I have the utmost respect. Anytime I see a girl on the drum, tuba, especially bass drums, and if she twirling some cymbals, I have a different respect for them. I'm like, that's not easy, but she making it look easy on top of the drum section giving her a hard time. So as far as that stepchild thing goes, suck it up. Y'all drummers, that's what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? So because when we sit back and rest, and it's time for y'all to go out there and challenge another drum section, I need that energy that y'all have that same energy when y'all complain about standing up. That's training. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mean to be harsh about it, but our drum section just had that swag that you should have. That shouldn't even be a complaint. But I feel y'all, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes band directors can be lenient. Another thing, I'm trying to be fair with other people. I watch a lot of auditions. We're gonna stop. I'm gonna say not y'all, because got some directors on here. If a kid know all their rudiments, I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say if they know all their rudiments, everything that drum instructor asked for them. Honestly, bro, Drumline taught us that like Devin Miles was a beast. So I said, Quan, he was Devin. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I would take a kid who know everything but don't know it on the paper, because how often for real is high schools even writing out drum parts? We learn the Jet Bloomba. You got it? You know what I'm saying? I see it happen firsthand. So that's another thing I like every time somebody bring up they don't know how to read, or they don't know like, because you read this sheet music you could as a drummer, but you gonna get him he gonna get a scholarship with somebody bad if he know how to do everything you ask for. You know what I'm saying? If you can play it like a repeater back, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta stop acting like stuff ain't what it is. But the last thing I had was, somebody said that drum competition that I think the drummers should have. I've been saying why don't we have the real drumline competition? You know what I'm saying? Because like all these drumline, I want to see NCAT versus PV. You know what I'm saying? I want to see that just to see what it really is. I want to see Lane versus somebody else from the other side. So look at Rick. You know, I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit. So that's my time. I can keep going, but I would like some of y'all feedback over something that I said. I know you got other people, but yeah.
All right. Does anybody got a response for Justin?
Let me say something quick, and then you can go, Tay. About the rudiment thing. You said you're a horn player, right?
Yeah.
So if your band director came to you and you was like, "I want to play the horn," and he said, "All right, play this," ba da da da.
Yeah.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing on how we feel when it's a situation of, that's a situation of just Justin, what he touched on. He was like, some things can be rote, and what we're saying is, we're not saying that rote is the end all be all to evil, because some things, like I say, even when you're teaching band music, all right, when you see that piano on the paper, you still got to rote teach it to say, I want it softer than what you think that piano is, because of the ensemble and everything like that. So rote teaching does play a part, and Justin was right about the situation. But we can't hold our kids to a situation of, your rudiments. Yeah, all right, then you fine. We got to do better with our kids, because the thing is, we hold y'all to a certain level because we see y'all play Carnival of Venice. You can play this, you can play that, you can play some minors, you can play this, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, y'all just play your rudiments, you'll be good. That's Stepchild. Hey, you know how to play your scales, right? Well, if you know how to play a scale, then go teach a percussionist how to play it. It's the same thing on the mallet. If you can play it on the piano, you can play it on the xylophone. It's the same thing.
Let me tell you the core that I have with that. Basically, and I get that. You basically saying drummers should, let's hold a standard of drummers and we hold a standard of horn players. But what a difference come in between that, just being real, correct me if I'm wrong. Like a drum section may have 12 snares, like 8 bass, 8 tenor drums, 8 bass, depending on whose school count, however many cymbals, right? Mm-hmm. How many of them? How much of that drum section I'm gonna see in March at the concert band? How many of them drummers?
Oh, in my section, 100%, because I don't play that.
Just overall.
Oh, overall, you probably gonna get 20%.
20%, maybe even 15. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the rest of, let's take that 15% away. The rest of those kids who's not doing concert, I ain't gonna sit up there amongst our peers. You really think that, like, I ain't gonna say they character, the part, you know what I'm saying? But it's just not being used versus a horn player, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying one's better than drummers, because like, if I know my music, I know my music. Every drum part ain't being rolled out. For real. I done been to practices. I'm videographer. I done been around before.
Yeah.
Then I had no sheet music to no drum parts for real. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying, let's stop always throwing it out there like that's the end all be all, and like kids won't still get scholarships if they don't know how to read. You know what I'm saying? That's my take on that. I get what you're
Hey,
saying.
check
though.
this out. If you got, let's
You
say
got
for
directors
instance,
on here that's saying that they want kids to read because we hold y'all to a higher standard. And so when you got directors saying, look, I want my kids at a higher standard, I'm not saying they got to be perfect. Because the thing about it is, in that situation, you just said that whole drum line, that 10 snares, 5 bass, and all this other stuff, and then they probably don't got a drum instructor. Or that drum instructor only come after school. Or that drum instructor only come doing marching band season. Then concert band, he go missing or something like that. So then, I mean, he's not doing his part. He's only doing his part for that one sector of a situation instead of taking the time and control to say, look, I'm going to teach y'all during the spring too. I might not know everything, but I'm going to teach you what I can know so you can at least take that information and go do it on your own. It's a lot of things you can learn on YouTube now. So, yeah, go ahead.
To piggyback on Trice, think about it like this here. If you got 40 trumpets, during concert season, you're not going to have 40.
Nope.
You're not. But
but guess what? Hold on, but listen. But doing marching, you got to put everything into the 40. But you got 10, 12 snares. You ain't going to see all the 10, 12 snares. You got to be fair. If you're going to spend time and teach and train all the trumpets, why not the snares? That's stepchild.
I'm not. You playing into what I'm saying. You making my point. But I'm go back to how you said how we have all those trumpets, right? I'm not gonna say because I don't. There's not sheet. I don't because that's this is an off air conversation. Like like it's the music that a trumpet would get. You know what I'm saying? In somebody's band, somebody's slipping through the crack. We'll be live. We're live. We say if we not in all bands. They got that one person who knows the Carnival of Venice, who knows March Grandioso, who knows it by heart because they just that player. You know what I'm saying? But I get it. Let's hold it to higher standard.
But the 40 gonna get that attention is my point.
Huh?
All 40 gonna get attention. They're gonna be semicircle, and you're gonna stop them when they make mistakes. You're gonna correct. But when
how often in the band room when the drummers come in, somebody come around, do you go on? Huh?
It's a couple pieces that's being missed though. So a couple things that will happen in a band program that has a large drum line. You'll have about 7 to 8 kids average on a concert band piece. Good band directors are cycling the kids out from piece to piece.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's number one. Number two, you're leaving out percussion ensemble like it's not a concert ensemble.
I was just about to say that, Tay. The people that don't make concert band can go to percussion. We got a whole bunch of ensembles that we don't need my whole drum line. I only need the music majors. Those are the people that I'm going to have for 4 years. They are written in stone, and that means that they owe me that concert band. Now, some might get in there and be like, hey, I did this in high school. All right, cool. Come on. All right, if you don't want to do concert band, your ass gonna be in percussion or something, because that's where you're gonna start learning. That's where you're gonna start building and having that repertoire. Hey, them 16 notes. Come on, this hand drum.
And I bet you this. I bet you all of them not gonna be on scholarship like that either if they don't perform in the other ensembles. And that's why we're saying we need to hold people at a higher standard, because it's a problem that you expect buku money and then you only being in one ensemble. I think that's what Rick has been saying for the longest.
Julian, would you allow me to?
Yeah, I was about to say, Rick, go ahead and get in, and then Justin, final thoughts, because we got to let 2 more people in.
First of all, I want to thank all these brothers on the call. I know most of y'all, man, but Paul, Mr. Calvin, and that man with that great name right there, Mr. Ricardo. I want to thank you guys, man, for being on our show, bro. Like, I've been watching the whole damn show, y'all. I wanted to stay out the way because I wanted to, yield to you guys' expertise, all the different things. Dante and I known each other, over 15 years, and Kush and I met when I first got to Prairie View, and same thing with Larry. So I've known those brothers, but I just want to thank y'all first of all. But Justin, I think Quan just hit it, and I just want to say this, and I'm gonna get out the way. The brothers that were just talking, Larry, Mr. Ricardo, Ricardo, what's your last name, brother? Is it Davis? Davis, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Berry. They are telling you something that I've been saying over and over. They are speaking from a collegiate experience, a well-rounded collegiate experience. When a percussion student comes to them, they're not thinking, man, I can't wait, or just thinking about, man, I can't wait for next marching season. They're preparing music educators. They're preparing the future teachers of our people. And what they're saying is we need people that are better in front of our people. It's easy to give the kids what they want. Candy. You know how we are with babies? You give a baby some candy, they're excited.
Some hot chips.
Right. The fact of the matter is, Justin, we know as collegiate educators that when they leave us, they are a representation of us. And there is an expectation that every student that comes from Grambling State or Jackson State or Southern Miss, like all these schools, there is an expectation that when you carry that name on your certificate, you are able to do a specific thing in that field that you majored in. And if they can't do those things, it reflects negatively on our university. Second, for them, they are competing not only with every HBCU in the world, they're competing with the University of Mississippi. In Louisiana, they're competing with LSU and all these other schools that some people, that even those that look like us, think are better. And so when they get out in public, the first thing people say is, okay, I'm going to take the person from University of Mississippi because I look down on the kid from Jackson State. But Deion Sanders, I said this on the last show, is proving a lot to America right now. Like what he's proving is bigger than just football. He puts the boom up there just as much on his Instagram as he puts up the football team. Because what he's saying is black is not less. And as black people, we have to get out of this thing. Yes, I marched drum corps. Everybody knows that, y'all. I don't want to change that part. I marched drum corps for 5 years. I won 3 championships. That's not who I am. Who I am is the kid from Portsmouth, Virginia, who worked his ass off to get to Norfolk State University and went to these different things to get to where we are, and to be successful. So I think while our students want a specific thing, as educators, we know that that's important, but also you need to be able to do this to be able to compete. And at the end of the day, in my opinion, and I can't speak for those brothers, but at the end of the day, that's what I preach on this show all the time. That trumps everything else that they think is fun, because at the end of the day, they got to be able to make a living when they get out of those high school and college bands, man. So at the end of the day, I think just from my perspective, that's what those brothers are saying. It's about improving the experience for black people and improving our status and station in life, instead of just standing this one thing and saying all I can do is damn marching band all day. Because I know a lot of us are tired of that. So that's the only thing I'll say. Julie, thanks, man. I get out of the way.
All right. Yeah, Rick is always gonna give you a jewel. All right, Justin, bro. I appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Did you get it yet? It said it should be on the way. Did it show up yet?
It didn't come in. It should be on its way. It should be.
All right, bro.
Out.
Let me know. Let me know when you get it, bro. I always appreciate you, man. We'll see you next time.
All right, got you. All right, fellas. All right.
Good night.
All right, let's go ahead and bring our first to the last. Let's bring in Crystal. She looks like she's doing some work. Don't be doing no work. You don't focus. There we go. Hey, Crystal. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Man, I got the same look. Lord. No, we can't hear you. You got to get close to your joint, because last time.
All right, one. Are we still coming as you are with our band students? Like this is Black Church? Because that's how a lot of this sound. Like, come on, baby, you can't read. You and your you don't have no good clothes, but we gonna take you. But what do we do when we get them? Because my fear with this, and I'm a hood kid, and the way some of us talk, it's like hood kids can't learn shit. Nah, I teach in Baltimore. I've never had a drum line that wasn't reading. And most of the time they was coming in as beginners. Like I always built my band off of beginners in high school. But if you are the educator you say you are, then it shouldn't matter where they're coming from. I tell people I can sell Krispy Kreme donuts to a diabetic if I'm good. And some of us, we don't know how to sell some of this stuff. And we can't depend on the Eurocentric teaching methods to get to some of these kids. With all of these great pens, with all of these mighty writers, why are we writing stuff down that kids can learn how to read from? And it's called tearing the part. You write this is a part that's 2 and 4 because I need you to know what 2 and 4 look like. And by the time you graduate to, my star level, my silver star, and gold star part, all those rudiments are there, and you can really teach kids from different levels at the same time if you could. But it sounds like it's people kind of just rely on that. Oh, this is culture, so they don't know how to do it. But that to me, it just sounds a little like lazy teaching. And it also sounds like we coming from our comfort zone. Like some of us need to get out of our four corners and go see some stuff and go to some conferences and go learn some different teaching methods. You might not have got an undergrad. Trust me, I didn't. But that's why I go places. I come down south because y'all doing some stuff that's kind of dope to me. And I'm like, I need that up here and vice versa. But if you don't want to leave your backyard because all you care about is cranking up on a Sunday, you're doing a disservice to those kids. You really are, because you don't want to pigeonhole an already marginalized community. I'd be damned if somebody's going to tell me what I couldn't do coming from Southeast DC. Like, I don't care if I'm sitting next to somebody who's perfect. I can read the chart up and down like you. And that's because the educators I had believed that I could learn anything. And yeah, they made it culturally relevant. But some of them sound like this. Oh, it's a style, it's a culture. No. You know, Rick always said a B flat's a B flat. Now, how you approach that B flat might be a little different. But
Stylistically, yeah, it might be different.
But there's constants and variables in anything. But music, the reason why it's scientifically a language that can be spoken across different cultures is because there are two constants, pitch and rhythm. And some of us, we say, oh, no, pitch is style. No, it's not. If you put cat on the board and spell a C-A-T, damn it, that's cat. Nobody's going to be like, well, stylistically, I'm going to call it cat. No, you be like, no, nigga, dumb. Like, that's just talk. Like, we always try to blackify stuff that don't even need us to blackify it. Like, come on, baby, you know, this church, you can, yeah, that's good getting you in the door, but when you get in the door, I need to give you some good word. And that good word might be this Recruitment chart. That good word might be this Big Bird app. We got too much damn technology to talk about kids can't do shit. When they sitting around, walking around with a damn computer in their hand 24/7. And this red-headed stepchild shit, they're percussionists. That's because the director doesn't know. I don't blame kids at that point. I don't blame the kids for not knowing how to read. So that's on you. That's on you. And you comfortable. And you wouldn't allow your wind players to do it.
But Krista, I and fellas, please jump in. I said that in the comments. I want to, like I said, stay out of the way. But at the very beginning, I said that that's a collegiate thing. That's not a high. It starts at the collegiate level, right? Like I took that same percussion course at Norfolk State, and the only thing we did in that course was learn how to write a cadence. So like the different parts, and we learn how to do that. But that's not percussion pedagogy.
You don't want to know what we learned at
right. But you know, I appreciate it because I know like dictation. But the thing about it is, percussion was my second instrument, so I already knew what I was doing. So it went from not learning all these things like how, like you guys were talking about, how to clean, man, how to actually work on time. And I talked about a lot of people don't even know about working with a metronome and the importance of that when it comes with timing, especially with a drumline. All these things are foreign. So once again, y'all, and I don't want to be the dead horse, but at the end of the day, these collegiate programs, especially with music education majors, have to come together and say, okay, what do our kids need to be successful, and actually deliver that. And then the students have to take that information and make it important to themselves. Yeah, you may not be able to play snare like Kush, but at least when you walk out of there, you should be able to read through that red book, no problem. All right, we can get to the blue book in a minute. Let's just get to that red book and be able to actually perform or these different rudimental things that are out there for students like We have to be better band directors. I always say, y'all, there's no such thing as a bad band. There's only bad band directors. You know, because I've taught at that school that Crystal was talking about. When I taught middle school, y'all, for 7 years before I went to the high school and collegiate level. When I started, my middle school had 45 kids total in the program. By the end, we had 250. And we were making great straight ones every year. And then we had a person in charge of music in the city that tried to break the program down as much as she could. And we fought that and still were being successful. Our kids can learn. Poor kids can learn. Kids don't have the daddy at home, because they like to use that one against us too. Oh, he ain't got his daddy, he ain't gonna be nothing. No. Some of the best musicians I ever had an opportunity to play with in my life didn't have a father in the home. It's all about creating passion and instilling that into students, not breaking people down and telling them what they can't do. And I think as Black people, in addition, like we said, to that combative thing that you guys were talking about earlier, we also like to break each other down when we see somebody that has vision or ambition or doing something different that could make them successful. Oh, let's tear that person down. Oh, let's make that person feel like their ambition is a bad thing. So,
I mean, even the people that we look up to, I mean, especially as music majors, when we had to research Bach and Mozart, they didn't live the most glory lives. They wasn't saints. Like they you know, the people that we listen to when we talk about Miles Davis. I mean, shit, if you watch that documentary, you thought you was looking at a Pusher Man or something like that.
Hey, Miles was a saint, man. Come on now.
If you watch anybody, like the people that we hold true, when you really watch their biography and learn about, man, my daddy didn't like this and all this other stuff, man, but I got on it and I learned it. I started walking behind them. I seen what's her name. I started going to what's her names. I started practicing, and it's like, I know in this generation that's not even a goal anymore. Like I just me listening to the kids, like that's not even a goal. But my thing is, for us percussionists, it's like, who do we have that's going to be that next person? Like who are we molding that's going to be that next Ralph Hardiman? Who are we molding that's going to be that next Johnny Lane? Who are we molding that's going to be the next Calvin Burry? Because when Calvin Burry, you know, God forbid, didn't go, who going to keep Master Such Drumline going? We got to understand that we got to set up some people that's going to do that. And if we hold that standard of, I mean, they just learn it to unfold. No, because that next person got to teach that next person. Because of the situation that I went through in grad school, I told myself I would never let a kid go without. I would never let a kid go somewhere and say, I don't know how to do something, because I went to my grad auditions, and they asked me, you know how to play this? No. You know how to play this? No. And you can ask yourself, Quan, king shit in college, anytime anything percussion went on for PV, I was there. I was asked. I was there to perform. I went somewhere else. You know how to do that? No. You know how to do that? No. And it's crazy. And that took me to a situation like, I don't ever want a kid to ever go through that. That's why I went and got my master's. I went and got my master's because I never want another kid to be in the high school band hall and say, Mr. Trace, what's that thing over there? That's a marimba. Come on, grab these mallets. Let me show you what that can do. What's that? That's a conga. Let me show you how to do a slap on it. You might start liking it. And all of a sudden, hey, teach me something else. And it's like that. And if we had a mentality that I don't want that next kid to be the same way that I went through, I swear to God, we'll start seeing a whole influx of percussions. And this panel will become ×2 of younger percussion that's saying, you know, man, when I was at Grambling, man, Ricardo told me this. When I was at Jackson State, Calvin Burry told me this, man. And from that day I clicked on and I told myself I didn't want that next kid to do that. And we can't use that excuse. We getting a kid off the street. I mean, kids get off the street and go play basketball. They make millions of dollars. We get off the street and we don't learn how to read. What the hell?
Facts.
LeBron James didn't have no daddy. Dude, almost a billionaire. It's people on here that didn't have no daddy. And we sitting over here arguing about reading. Where does that make sense? Like that we can't use that as an excuse no more. Or we just doing it for fun. Nah, you do other stuff for fun, and you learn it, and you learn how to do it for fun. When you want to learn about a gun or you shooting or anything like that, anything that we have anything interest in, TikTok dances. You want to do a TikTok, you want to go viral, you're going to learn that dance. You're going to sit there and record yourself over and over. It's the same thing you can do to music. Hey, go learn that B flat skill and put it on TikTok and dance with it. I bet you get viral. Oh, teach me another skill. Like she said, it's another way to do things. It's another way to teach. We just got to figure it out. And that's it.
I got a question for everybody. Why do we eat?
We can't hear you, Chris.
Can y'all hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, you know you got to get close. You got to get close.
I know I'm on this stuff. You know, I don't like Apple. Why do we eat?
To stay alive.
For nourishment.
The nourishment.
For nourishment. So we walk around with malnourished ass kids talking about that's all they need is what I'm giving them. They walk around with all kinds of deficiencies. And what you talk about, Mr. Trice, is you went with a deficiency and you only found out until you were around people who didn't have that deficiency. And when we send kids out with deficiencies, if they already have the world against them, we just set them up for failure. This ain't about talking about being white or acting white, because I'm here to cancel that. Again, I'm from Southeast DC. Ain't no such thing to me. It's intellect and not. You either smart or you dumb, especially when it comes to the music world. And nobody has any patience for all of your deficiencies when you try to get to another level. And some of us find out real quick. You either get with it and you go find some nutrients, you go to clinics and some other stuff, or you only can make a certain amount of money. And for some of our kids, that's life or death. You want them off the street. You got them off the street, but you didn't keep them off the street because you didn't give them a proper diet, so they'll never go hungry again. So I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing that with black kids. I'm tired of hearing us say that with black kids. It's so limited to them. And for us, we are creating a future that can't replace us. Nobody thinks about that. We created, I hear people complaining about new band records all day long, and I'm like, well, we made them. We sent them out here. We let them think that you don't need to get certified. We let them think. You don't have to know about other percussionists, non-battery percussion. We let them think you ain't have to touch no mallets. And now what do we have? We have duplicated our own problems.
And then the last, I'll be very brief, Julie, because I know you're about to cut us off. But and then the last part about it, Chris, y'all talked about this earlier, is a student may not be coming to school to be a music major. He may not be on scholarship, all that, but music is a source of income that can be in your life for the rest of your life. That's what we can also do better as band directors, is show a kid that, you can be an engineer, and then on the weekend you can go into whatever jazz club, whatever church, whatever you want, and make another, $12,000 to $13,000, $14,000 a year. Those are the type of things, like, it's vision, y'all. It's having a visionary in front of the program or in front of you as a student that shows you what everything that we do can become, instead of just looking at band as this one thing that you're going to do for 4 years and then hopefully for 4 years and then move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure everybody on here has gigged. I got a gig coming up, y'all. A blessing. I'm gonna just say it's a blessing. I'm playing 3 songs and making $700. 3 songs.
Oh,
so,
Eco.
Eco. And you know what I'm saying? But but that's what we need to be telling students, right? Is that you may not want to study this Bach and this whatever right now, but studying this and honing your skills. Why we make students study Bach, right? Is because if they get an experience where they're going to be playing Bach on a program, they can play it stylistically correct, right? We're talking about music of the Baroque period. We're not talking about the Romantic period. So going in there as a trumpet, I'm a trumpet player by trade, y'all, and hammering the articulation, playing everything at fortissimo, that's not Bach, right? You got to know the style. You got to know the approach to the instrument. They were playing on open horns. So like that's the reason why. So just showing the kids what these possibilities can be, even outside of just being a music major, it ties into everything we say. I love this show tonight, man. Y'all got me at home. I'm like, hey, I'm getting the spirit right now. Oh, well, let me hold on to something.
Yeah.
I say, hey, you making a great point.
So before Crystal gets out of here, she know I'm always gonna big her up. So if you guys have not checked out Crystal on Diver Lady Band Director every Sunday from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, you have got to check it out. A all-woman panel, and they are talking about the realest stuff ever. They just had Juliet Boykins on last week. They had Stephanie Sanders on. So Crystal is doing her thing. So if y'all have not checked her out, y'all have got to check her out every Sunday. Diver Lady Band Director.
Crystal, I be wanting to come on and say something, but I be uncomfortable because it be none but women on there, and I don't want to come on there and get in trouble. So I support you from afar. I'm scared.
I look uncomfortable. I don't care about y'all little sausage fest.
You know, she don't care. She do it the way she want to do it. Hey, you better come in and stand your ground, Rick. All right, Krista, man, you always know it's a pleasure. You know, you family. All right, we got one more coming in. Look, yeah, Quan, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. All right, we got one, but we do got one more coming in. All right, let's show some love to Malik. What's going on, brother?
Oh, raindrop, the PG boy, the
What's up?
I knew
I didn't know it was him.
Y'all fool. First, I want to say, give all y'all a shout out. All y'all my heroes, like for real. Especially some of y'all, my frat brothers, Prav Luke. Y'all know, y'all instilled a lot in me. Trace, you know. It was something major that y'all said all night, and I think that people don't realize that is the fact we don't have teachers with passion that's doing this job anymore. Like when I got to PV, I wasn't a perfect percussionist. Brown and Luke used to always cuss me out. Hey, get your butt in these ensembles. Whether it was wind ensemble, Brown even had me in jazz just because I can sing. So it taught me a lot. And now I took a job back in Detroit teaching elementary and middle school music. And I'm fortunate because I started a drumline there. And like I said earlier, before we have a 2-hour rehearsal, that first hour, they know we read music. That's what we doing. We not making no cadence. We ain't doing no breakdown. We ain't doing nothing. We reading music, and then we get to have the fun. Their first performance is Friday, and I told them, you're not performing if you can't tell me at least what 10 rudiments are and play them for me. But that's stuff that y'all have instilled in me, and I think that's what we're missing, even at college levels. Like some instructors don't understand that you have to have a passion to do this job. Like we look at y'all as y'all are other fathers, y'all are our big brothers. But if you don't make us want to learn, why would we stay in your program? And I think that's what people miss. Like, and Brown, I can vouch for your other percussion skills, man. You used to chop with us all the time. But you used to drive us to be better. And even with the whole MD debate, I loved it. Because you used to always tell us, stop playing 2 and 4. Stop playing this all the time. Add some more stuff. And I think MD they're wonderful at what they do. And I think, and like I was even saying, even swag schools, sometimes we try to add too much stuff, but I think we dummy down our own musical intellect by trying to be, okay, let's just find a pocket. We can find a pocket, but still play at our level. If we wanted to still be in high school, we could have stayed at the crib and not took the school money. So I think we got to stop having this MEAC versus SWAC debate. Let's just call it, let's just be collegiate percussionists.
But Raindrop, I think that's the reason why people love Jackson State so much. Like, I had no idea, Brother Barry, please don't cuss me out, bro. I'm from the MEAC. I had no idea what Jackson State's drumline was doing until having these debates with Quan. Made me go back.
It wasn't that. Let me be clear.
Go ahead.
The last episode that we was on, it was me, you, and Maya, and we were going back and forth because I told you I like War and Thunder, and Maya is a War and Thunder fan, and she will tell you all day. I was like, bro, you got to check them out. And then Quan was like, because they funky. And I was like, bro, they are funky. And them flashes be off the chain, dog. War and Thunder be hit, but now you own it. So I'm glad
they swag.
That's what I'm saying. I had no idea.
They got a lot.
So I went back and watched. Oh, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, Kush. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was saying just adding on to what he was saying. They got a lot of swag too. It's really, honestly, if you even just looking at a picture, it's just something about you know what I'm saying, how they look, and then hearing them, man.
I agree.
But it was new for me, cause like I'm just like some of you brothers. I came from a core style background, bro. Like going into college, but I never marched like that, man, until I really got into DCI. So for me, like going into college, I was really big into JMU, man. I always wanted to go to James Madison because they had this 400-piece band. They were really good. And if like, and Tay touched on this, and I don't think he got enough like attention when he said this. The same passion that people have about JSU in the South, they have that same passion in Virginia and Maryland and all up and down the East Coast for Norfolk. Like that is the style that people look to. So for me, that's all I knew, man. I knew MD, and MD looked like the cadet. I marched cadets for 4 years. MD looked like the cadets, man. So I'm sitting there like, damn. Matter of fact, when my first year marching cadets, Cliff was I don't know if you know Cliff Peters, my rookie brother, was the third bass drummer of the cadets the year we went. You know what I'm saying? And Andrea tried out. We had like 5 people from Norfolk that marched cadets that summer. So our kids can do it the same way they can. And I want to get rid of that damn misnomer that people like to put out there. And that's why we started the programs. I'm sure Julian's going to talk about it at the end of the show here, brothers. And I would love to get y'all involved. We went to U.S. bands and we said, our kids can do it too. Y'all going to stop making our kids do what you do to get credit. So what we did was we went to U.S. bands and we said, okay, we're going to start a HBCU band division. People like Brother Barry, Brother Dave, all of y'all, Kush, all y'all. We want y'all to judge our kids with the same criteria that D white man would judge his people with. You know what I'm saying? All right, I saw that on Facebook. I thought it was hilarious. The white man, that shit was hilarious. But anyway, our kids get the same attention to detail that y'all give y'all's kids, and you're not gonna make our kids. Well, imagine if we made the Woodlands learn how to march like PV in order to go to contests. How the hell would they look? You know what I'm saying? So we've started that, and brothers, we would love to get y'all involved, man, because at the end of the day, man, like Raindrop said, like Malik said, we don't want Mr. Jackson. He's a band director now.
I'm married now. You can't call me that.
Right. Like Mr. Jackson said, bro, at the end of the day, our kids matter. And if we allow them to tear our kids down, then we deserve what we get. We deserve to have no future. We deserve to all die. Because at the end of the day, we could tear these kids around on the show, y'all. That's why I say I will never say another band sucks in my life. I'm not doing it no more. Because these are kids. And we always treating them like they some Negroes on the street, and they're not. They are college students trying to get better. And if they aren't getting better, it's your fault. It ain't there. So Raindrop, bro, I love you. You know that, man. Your mama cussed me out that one time when I called when we was in the Walmart.
But I will say this one point, right. and I need y'all to really be on this. And I think the people that are in these places, y'all have to hold these band directors accountable. And I think it's time we got to stop being soft, stop being weak. If you in that position, man up and take the criticism. Like, I never forget my freshman year, first time meeting Kush, first thing he said, hey, play these rhythms for me. What you know? Teach me something. And I played something real simple, and he showed me how to flip that in 10 different ways I never knew. And I think that's what us as Black men and the Black culture, period, stop being afraid to ask questions. If you need help, it's people that's been there before you. So just ask for the knowledge, because nobody's perfect. I'm not the greatest musician, but just like my kids is working to be better, I'm working to be better.
But it's a flip side to that too, right? Kush, man, like we all singing Kush praises. First time I ever met Kush. The same type of experience, man. Nothing but love from that brother. You know what I'm saying? So on the other side of that, I'll say this. For all you alumni out there that like to tear your own band program down, and talk shit about your own band program in these damn Facebook groups, grow the fuck up.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I'm sorry. You don't like it? How about you go back and offer something that is constructive instead of some shit on Facebook that ain't gonna fix nothing? You think your band program ain't doing something? Strap up. Like Kush did. Kush said, I like it. Kush Bart came right back to PV, stood right in front of MSD, well, you know, and taught. That's what we need. We don't need a bunch of shit talkers online that ain't fixing nothing, ain't donating nothing, ain't doing nothing. But talking shit.
Like you just said, even donating, like you ain't got to be the greatest player. I have no shame in my game. I wasn't the greatest player, but they know on the line, hey, what we need to get it. Even once I graduated, I call every semester, hey, what we need. Y'all need some new sticks. Y'all need some tape. All right, I'm on my way. I got you. Because that's how much I love my school and that's how much I love my section. So you ain't got to be the greatest, but shut the hell up if you don't know what you're talking about. Simple as that.
I think Mr. Barry hit on that as well, you know, earlier when he said that was one of the reasons why he ended up taking the job was to build the brotherhood back. And that's what I'm about too. I'm about brotherhood. I'm about staying together. Like, how can we fix it? You know, like, again, we're not gonna agree on everything, and that's cool. But when it come down to it, you know what? When we on the drum, this is how I got to be played. This is what we're known for doing. Let's keep it like this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Malik for rocking the swag too. I see you, Billion Pair of Sticks Club, boy.
Yeah, Kush is also one of the biggest sneaker heads in America. Yeah, well, some of us going, Kush, you got me back on it, bro.
You got me back on. I used to love to see you walk through the mall and like just again, not just band, but the conversations outside of band. You know what I'm saying? It's about that. So yeah.
All right, Malik, man, bro, I appreciate you, man. Congratulations with everything that you're doing, man. You just keep striving, bro, and keep being great. That's what we look for, bro. So we appreciate
Proud of you, man.
Love you,
Proud
bro.
of you.
Thank y'all so much.
Keep it up, bro.
The PV Panther.
That was the other thing with Malik. He was another big dude on snare drum, like, man, you know, like that was probably why I came up to you, like
with that not knee. Malik come in with that knee.
Joe B. Jr.
Well, I wish I could get back so I can hit that wall, but I love you.
Kush got me right. Kush got me right.
All right, bro, man. We appreciate you, man.
All right, thank y'all.
You know, I think that we are more than likely going to have to do a part 2 to this. This one went extremely longer than what I kind of expected it to do, but I also realized that there is a lot of conversation that just did not happen. So we're going to have to do a part 2 to this. I'm going to have to figure out how we're going to put that in some type of way.
2 topics instead of 4 or 5.
I tried to cut it. No, I tried to cut it short, but I ain't want nobody to feel like the step kids. So I went ahead and gave them a full show. And this is what happened. We went.
Hey, this man Julian said we're gonna solve percussion issues tonight, fellas. Ain't no other night, man.
But yeah, we're gonna have to do a part 2 to this, man. So I'm definitely gonna try my best to get everybody back. But I also want to make sure I get Teddy on here. So because I want Teddy to be a part of the panel because he was definitely saying some things and I feel like, you know, there are some things that you guys can discuss and there could be a discussion, man, that meets everybody at a middle ground. So before we get out of here though,
that conversation definitely was gonna turn left because I can see it going from MEAC to SWAC to what if we ever was to, like, I already see where that was going. So yeah.
Well, I'm gonna always make sure that we are continuously keeping the conversation. But what we're not gonna do as Black people are gonna sit up here and go a way that I don't need it to go. We don't need it to go. We are always gonna respect the culture at the end of the day.
And it's enough shows that do that, man. It's enough ignorance out there. These are college educated Black men on this show. You want that ignorance, you can kill your ass somewhere else. This ain't the space for you. We ain't gonna fight each other on here. It come from a position of love. We want better band students. So F that, bro. That ain't this place.
I tried to say the same thing Rick said in the PC way, but yeah. So we ain't setting up. We ain't meeting under the tree.
You know that PC don't always go the way you need to. So
exactly, Paul. We don't do that around here.
But that's the reason why I always tell people. I've had people tell me come teach a clinic, and they want me to teach style, and I tell people I don't teach style. I teach standard because I can't. What you want me to teach you how to play like Talladega? I don't know what their formula is. It's a formula. Certain people got a yo-yo. Certain people got a staccato stroke. Look, I can't teach you unless I went to that institution and know them. I can't teach you that. I only know the legendary box members or the legendary Funk Factory, but I've never went there, so I can't teach you how. I can teach you how I think they approached it, but I can teach you how to get some money in school. I can teach you how to. Now, when you go to Morris Brown or wherever you go to, that's on you. So yeah, I can't teach you style. I only teach standard. So yeah.
And Dante.
Oh, my bad. Who's
What's
that?
up?
Oh, got it.
No, I was just saying, Dante, man, I learned you was doing writing some of that material and stuff, man. Good stuff, young brother. Good stuff.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think B didn't give Mr. Bethea quite the right amount of credit. So like just to kind of let y'all know how it went. He's not lying when he's like MD was like really student led. But as it pertained to mainly our music that we put on the field, that's the stuff that Mr. Bethea was really, putting his hands on. We did have some student arrangers too that were, that I was getting it in too. But most of our, when we talk about fanfares, drill songs, that's gonna be Mr. B. And every once in a while we get some students come through. But a lot of the other stuff, it really was student led. It was a community. I guess that's the best way to put it. It wasn't like it was just one person on the show. And this is for years and years, way before I got in the section.
And Tay, let me say this too, bro. I know we ending, Julian. That MEAC SWAC battle, it's just as many people from the SWAC in DCI, because we always like to put the two as they are. Jackson State University. The soloist from the cadets this past year came from Jackson State University. All right. The tenor drummer in the one of the tenor drummers in the drumline came from MD. So there is no delineation between talent, right? In my opinion, man, having been in both conferences, sorry, SWAC is kind of whipping people's ass when it comes to actual talent level. I call it a Southern Jackson. Those like the BD and Carolina Crown of HBCU band.
I mean, that's 100% the truth, though.
Right. So
we all the same people.
Yeah, just because things aren't what we want them to be doesn't mean that the talent is not there, bro. And so these brothers are doing great things in the SWAC, just like they're doing in the MEAC. We can want what we want, but at the end of the day, we educating black people. That's what it's all about.
Say, Julian, I just got one thing to say before I go because I got star testing in the morning.
Well, I'm about to shut it down. So
and do you got cornrows?
Yeah,
well,
he got a dread daddy.
I'm starting to grow dreads.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw cornrows. I'm like, grown ass man, cornrows. We won't have a problem, dog. Go ahead, Nick Cannon.
Don't be hating on Allen Iverson, bro.
Who know how to do an uptown fade now? We just go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, man, I'm about to shut it down anyway, so I'm about to go around the room like I typically do. If you want,
go ahead.
If you can hold for that moment.
I got you.
All right, good. All right, so the way we usually shut down on here, man, is we go around the room and I ask anything you got, any final words, anything you got for the culture. So, Cushion, I'm gonna start with you, bro. Any final words, anything you got for the culture, bro?
Shout out to everybody on the panel. I really enjoyed this. Hopefully I'm invited back for part 2. Hopefully I can get everybody on the panel because everybody are instructors. I need your whole line outfitted in the Billion Pair Sticks Club gear. Let's make that happen. Follow me on social media, IG, Billion Pair Stick Club. Website will be up on Saturday. I appreciate this again. I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, Kush, make sure you send us the info, bro, so we can pull up for you on the show, bro.
For sure. Official sponsors, okay. Say no more.
All right, Brother Davis, Mr. Ricardo Davis. Any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Yes, I think this was very constructive. I also think that I just want the rest of the percussion world to see this type of camaraderie and how we, as educators, deal with each other. I think we have too much negativity just from in every facet of us as a people. So I think if we can start trying to show this as much as possible, then I think the people that are underneath us are going to actually start to emulate that as well. It won't completely annihilate it, but I think by having these type of discussions. I would also like to come back for part 2. But having these type of discussions, I think we can literally grow, build, and understand different things about each other. And I think that's the first barrier to breaking down all this strife, is us understanding exactly who we are and understanding your point of view and why you do things. And that leads to respect. So that's pretty much it.
All right. Bet. Larian, any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture, bro?
Just keep pushing these kids, man. Like, don't take an excuse for your own satisfaction. Like, don't take no excuse. Like, give that kid your all, because somebody gave their all to you for you to even be here, to have this talk, to have this conversation. So even if you don't know how to do it, you should be learning how to do it. You shouldn't go out through life thinking that you have learned everything that you need to learn. Regardless if I have a master's, I practice every day. It's kids in my band program that come up to me, Amos, Trace, I always see you practice. I mean, shoot, if I got 5 minutes, might as well use it. Might as well use it to do something. And that's just me doing it to motivate them. So that's by Rote. It's not me saying you need to go practice. It's me showing them. So talking back to Rote and all the other stuff. All right. So, I mean, and stuff like that. For me personally, if you need any lessons, kids, you can go to Trice Percussion. I do lessons, compositions, everything like that. Also, me and one of my drum brothers, Miko Shoulders, y'all were talking about books and stuff. We will be coming out with a book pretty soon. It will be called the Choposition book, coming out pretty soon, and talking about the stuff that we do in our culture, the chops that we do and everything like that, to make it make sense. I know, and down south, we like to do manipulations. In the East Coast, we like to do solos. We're going to have all that in there, and we got a book coming out pretty soon. So stay tuned for that.
All right. Bet. All right, Dante, any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture, bro?
Yeah, first thing, I hope that after watching this show, like, people that are looking at it can really grow an appreciation for a style that's not theirs. Just because it's not yours doesn't mean that there aren't good things happening. So take a look into the culture or somebody else's culture and see what you can grab from it. Additionally, on the flip side, I do want, I hate saying me, I can swag, but I'll do it, just for the sake of not having better words. There's something to learn from both sides. And I think if people don't get off of their traditions, then they're going to miss an opportunity to become a better version of themselves. Lines evolve, and that's okay. You don't have to lose yourself just because you're trying something new. So I really hope folks are listening to this and saying, all right, cool. People are saying I'm boring. Let me try to do something different without changing who I am. Folks are saying, I'm not putting enough on the head. Let me try to do something different to change that. And you might like it.
All right. It's Calvin Berry. Any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Man, I just want to thank y'all for having me, man. This was an honor to be on this panel. Quan, thank you, bro. This is my heart. Man, you guys made me feel like, I was with my own, so my tribe. So I thank you guys. And just the conversations and just coming together like this, man, this was a blessing for me, because I'm always on the go. So just to talk to my brothers like you guys was a blessing, man. And if y'all need anything from me, hit me up. Quan has all my information as well. I want to do a drum battle at Jackson State. This is not really a battle, but a showcase. And anything y'all want, schools, kids, anything, man, colleges, we just gonna do it big, on this level. So it's kind of like, I want to bring in, Norfolk and things like that. Like, Thea was my percussion instructor, so I still have a relationship with Thea. I have him on speed dial. Like I said, I'm a percussionist. So this panel is amazing, and this is what the world needs to see. This is what our culture needs to see. You guys are doing an awesome job, man. So God bless y'all. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Real talk. I appreciate it. Paul, any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Yeah, most definitely. Definitely appreciate everybody's time. appreciate, staying locked in and engaged with so many people that I've already met. And, even Mr. Calvin, I remember, learning about him in '05 at Jackson, definitely a legend and things of that nature. I'll leave you all with a quote that my band director from high school taught me, the late great Miss Martha Howe, fall '83 Jackson State, Tau Beta Sigma. She always told me, she passed away about 2 years ago. She always told me, don't ever get tired of doing the right thing. And I think sometimes in a setting of being a drum instructor slash percussion instructor slash ensemble or whatever we do with drumming, we always kind of lose the idea of we're setting other kids up for the future. We may not make enough, we may not be qualified, but we still in it, because I was definitely in a position to where degree wise I wasn't qualified to be over a certain drum line or even a class, but because if they knew my credentials, they was like, oh no, you gotta take over. And I took it upon myself, and I appreciate everybody confirming. I took it upon myself to go back and let me learn the rest of the music. Let me learn the compositions. Let me understand what it is to know about ensembles. I did that with myself. So just whatever you're doing in life, even outside of drumming, don't ever get tired of doing the right thing. And I appreciate you all, being on this panel. I look forward to talking to you all soon.
I bet. Quan, any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Yeah. So first of all, my heart is truly filled with joy, man. I'm gonna give his roses while he here. Mr. Calvin, like, really changed my life, like, straight up. Stupid kid, was getting in trouble. I think we met 03, 02, 03 spring, like around that time. And how God would have it to work was I met him at a particular school, and then like 2.5 weeks later, I was expelled from the school. And so I was a at-risk student. But when he gave me these drumsticks, I was like, say, bro, like, I really like this. And I ended up transitioning to another school, and I kept it going. And when I realized I can do this for a living or become a band director for a living, just by his simple gesture of, say, bro, like, I'm starting this drum line. Would you like to be on? And to see his consistency over 20 years for sure now, like, he sent so many kids to college in a parish where they basically destroyed Bain. Like, we have nothing there in St. John Parish, and they still don't have nothing to this day. And I've seen this man send kids to school who some of them would have been killed in the parish. You know what I'm saying? So when I say this is a calling, like, I look at his blueprint for what he's done. I mean, like, the man has like had noise ordinances against him, against neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they felt like it was too noisy, but he was taking kids off the streets and teaching them how to read and sending them to college, you know what I'm saying, on scholarships before he even got to Jackson State. I mean, so at the end of the day, from the bottom of my heart, if it wasn't for this man being a vessel for the Lord, I don't know where I would be. I wouldn't have never met Larry. I would have never met, you, Julie, and Luke. I mean, I don't know where I would have been. I might have would have been dead or still in the parish at a power plant or something like that, which ain't bad. But he planted the seed to become a band director, like he did, because I didn't even think this was possible. So, like, for him and what he's done in my life, he's opened doors for me to meet Mr. Tarragano. He ended up passing away, but Mr. Tarragano gave me my first job and ended up paying me out of his pocket just because I wanted to be able to try to teach. So I wouldn't have a master's degree. I wouldn't have attended Prairie View. I wouldn't have, be aspired to attain my doctoral degree if it wasn't for just a mere gesture of, take these drumsticks, bro, hit these rudiments, and have a better life. Like, I like real talk. And when I go back and visit and I see people in the parish, they always had that story. Quan, you was bad, but what happened? Well, drums happened.
and the rest, is they would say, is history. So, Mr. Calvin, I love you with my whole heart. That's not enough adoration that I can give you, that I can say to you, just thank you for investing in me as a young teenager. I would try to walk to his house to get private lessons. That's how bad it was in the past. We had nothing there. So you have people like that, and I'm thankful that now he's back at his alma mater, transmogrifying kids to the next level to be better citizens. So just thank you, Julian, for taking this idea and run with it. Thank you, Rick, for the nuggets that you dropped. Dante, real talk, bro. We're gonna exchange numbers, and what I don't know about that particular style or even MDFS, bro, like, educate me on that, bro. Let me not just be a person that just say one thing, but then don't back it up with action. So what I don't know, please let me know, and whatever you don't know, I'm an open book as well. Thank you again, Ricardo. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, real talk, because I think you transmogrified the drum section at Grambling in a positive way back to where, honestly, like, they something to be reckoned with, truly. So just thank y'all again. There's nothing more I can really say.
I think his internet smitted him, but I think he ended it pretty well. So I think, are you good now? Was that the end? I'm sorry.
That's
I don't
it.
know. Okay, because it froze. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make the speech, it was really good, but then you froze, so I didn't know if that was it. My bad, bro. Rick, any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Yeah, and he did get smitted because he just got kicked out. But I just want, I
knew it.
All right, I want to let the world know. I say something positive about Quan. Quan had cornrows and the sides was slicked down. That brother was clean, so he getting ready for them dread daddies. So shout out to Quan with that smooth sides. You know what I'm saying? He was killing it, bro. Fellas, one thing I do on every show is I try to give like some good music that I'm listening to right now. So I'm gonna give 3 albums that I'm listening to. Oh, there you go. Look, them sides clean, boy. Got them things slick down, boy. You probably use some slick on them. But anyway, 3 albums I'm listening to, fellas. If y'all heard them, cool. But everybody out there, Eric Roberson from DC, he just came out with a new album called Lessons. That joint is fire. So if you want a good ride now, it's a smooth groove. So it's 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. Y'all might not want to listen to it tonight. But when you wake up tomorrow, go and throw that Lessons on, man. Alex Isley. I didn't say her name on this show before, but she is so dope, man. She just came out with a new album called Marigold. Alex Isley and Jack Dine just came out with a new album called Marigold. The album is fire. It's another smooth daddy. So if you ain't, don't listen to it tonight. Listen to it tomorrow. And then finally, I don't never give a lot of hip hop. I'm gonna give a hip hop because J. Cole and Dreamville just came out with a new album. So if you like J. Cole and that style of rapping, man, North Carolina's, then that's a good one for you. And last thing I'll say, I always talk about supporting Black because I think it's important, right? We're starting from, not even close to being on base and then trying to get around, man, it's hard. But, obviously we want you to support Black. But I just want to say 2 things because both Mr. Berry and Ricardo touched on it, man. At the end of the day, we can only do what's in the best interest of our people, dog. We can sit up here, we can argue and all that stuff, but we got to do what's best for our people moving into the future. There are a lot of people that get mad, fellas, at what we say on this show. They don't like it. They think it's, oh, why y'all bringing light to this or whatever. But I found, and I saw this, I went to the HBCU Band Consortium last weekend, and there were people like not speaking and stuff. And then there were people that came up to me personally, like, man, I love what y'all doing on the show. The people that get mad is the people we talking about. They band sound like they ain't doing nothing in the band room. Tuning is not even a thought. Those are the people that get mad because we talking about you. And I want you to know we talking about you. What Mr. Berry is doing at Jackson State, he ain't worried about that because that ain't him. His band gets kudos all the time. I can't remember how many times, Mr. Davis, I didn't hear people say, "Dog, you hear what's going on at Grambling?" That happens all. Julian has said it on the show a few weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't talking about people like y'all. We talking about the people that's out here being ignorant, don't want to hear nothing nobody else has to say, because what they do is right. So at the end of the day, y'all, we want what's best for our people. And what's best for our people is to be able to compete. We ain't asking for no handouts. We asking for opportunity to be in the room and show that we belong in the room. That's what we're asking for. So support Black, but most importantly, give Black an opportunity to excel. And more than likely, we're going to. So that's all I got, man. Have a good night, brothers. Y'all going crazy with this damn 5-hour show, but hey.
They didn't want to be treated like the stepchildren. I gave it to them. So, hey.
Well, right now we've been treated like the whipping boy. Y'all remember that book? Golly.
But, man, I will tell you, this has been an amazing, amazing show, man. The information that has been given out on this show, like I said before, I have just not seen on any other show, man. So we are going to do a part 2. It's not even the question. We are going to do a part 2. I have to just make sure I schedule it. I got all of you brothers' emails, so I'm going to make sure I get that information out to you. Before we go, I want to make sure, Rick, you said something about it earlier, U.S. bands and the battles that they are doing that is hosted by U.S. bands, that is for us. So I wanted to make sure I put it out on the screen. And then I'm going to run a commercial on the show as well. So that one's going to be Saturday, November 5th in Raleigh, North Carolina. We have the other one that's going to be at Prairie View. So we did the one at Prairie View this past year. And so we're coming back to Prairie View again. And actually Talk That Talk will be there. We will be there going live, actually. So we'll be at Prairie View November 12th. And then on Sunday, October 16th, we're going to be at Petersburg, Virginia. Myself and Rick are going to be in Virginia. We're going back to Virginia, and we're going to be judging there. So we're looking forward to doing that. And then the final one that we're going to have is going to be Sunday, October 9th in Montgomery, Alabama. So these are some really, really good shows. And I know Rick more than likely, if he will, more than likely contact you guys to make sure that you guys are a part of it, man, because we want you guys to be a part of these great things that are going on that are for our people.
So we're looking for judges. We're looking for bands to participate. We're looking for all that, fellas. So I'm working on some leadership things right now. So if that's something you're interested in, man, you could definitely get my information from Julie. But I'm putting my money where my mouth is, man. This was an initiative that my boy and I've been working on for years, and it's finally getting off the ground, man. God's been good to us. So if that's something, that positivity is something you want, man, I absolutely need some brothers like y'all involved, man. So
most definitely. And then also, please make sure if you haven't picked up any of your Talk That Talk merchandise, you can go to passionis.online. Once again, that's passionis.online. And you can get any of your Talk That Talk merchandise. You can also get 30% off. All you have to do is type in HBCU band once you go to checkout, and you will get 30% off of your purchase. All right. Other than that, man, we don't have anything else. Please make sure that you go ahead and click that like button on the way out. This has been one heck of a show. Look for part 2. It is coming out. All right. Part 2 is coming out. So once again, I want to say thank you, brothers, for just joining us and holding it down. Thank you for Lace the Hands, the only woman that we had on the panel. She had to go earlier, but I appreciate her.
I guess Crystal is just nothing.
I'm talking about the female percussionist, bro.
Shut up.
Hey,
Quan, did you use a toothbrush on them edges, dog?
Let me close out. Anyway.
I got baby hair.
But I appreciate y'all, man. We will be back for part 2, man. You guys have a great night.